baby. And us and testicles. You wanna try, baby. I know you can, I know your heart, and you will figure it out. You love me now, now.
All right. So you were telling me right before the show started, Gangster, that Aiden said when you gave him an invite that he did not appreciate me calling atheism a religion.
Yeah.
That's what you told me?
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to retract that statement because I think of course there's only one real religion, the Christian faith. But I think every religion in the history of the world just about makes more sense than atheism. And the thing about religion is it has to make a little bit of sense. So I'm sorry for all the false religions out there that I offended by comparing it to atheism.
They forgive you.
Do you guys feel like that was a fair, genuine apology?
Yeah, Zeus forgives you.
Fair. I still say it's a religion.
It is a religion. You have to believe it.
It totally is.
Then do you believe Darwin's their prophet and their god is the flying spaghetti monster?
I think that the Big Bang is, for a lot of them, the Big Bang is their god. That's the origin, the starting point. Yep. Now, they have kind of shifted the Big Bang, which I find to be comparative to a modern-day miracle, that you could just move along when the Big Bang happened. Like, I find that's probably the most baffling thing about the modern science consensus that I can't get past, is how easily they adjusted that.
For me, it's the fact that, like, people are always like, oh, Christians believe that Jesus died and then he resurrected. That's so unrealistic. And then they're like, hey, we can look back in time all the way up until a few seconds before the Big Bang. And I feel like that sounds equally, if not significantly more crazy or unrealistic.
Well, it's not just that, but even Mark Reed came on the show the other night, and he was super friendly. I hope he comes back again. But he admitted that there was something, maybe Dustin, you remember what he was describing, but he literally said that it would have, I asked him, I was like, would that affect minutes, hours, weeks, days, months? He said, absolutely. So if he acknowledges in his own theory that he subscribes to, that whatever he was referring to would alter our perception of days, weeks, months, and years, how can you accurately guesstimate whatsoever how old the universe is?
Well, see, there's a lot of question about how they're trying to date the universe because of lensing. Okay, there's some dust in the universe in between us and a star source, and it lenses, right? Because the light has to bend around the object in order to get to us. So in some cases, based on the reflectivity of the material, it could magnify or it could contract the image.
Huh.
Yeah, it's called shift.
What is that background noise, Dustin?
I'm at work, so if you feel like you need to, go ahead and mute me. My phone is in my pocket. But yeah.
I don't.
Anyway, sorry about yesterday too. I was tired. I crashed out.
You know what, man? It happens. And also, like, we've all been getting really heated in these conversations, and I feel like we should all probably try to work on that too, because we could be better examples.
Well, okay, but here's the thing, okay? Like, if we're going to be honest about it...
Dustin, I don't mean tonight. Tonight, we're savagely pillaging their villages.
Okay. All right, so we attack at noon? Is that kind of the thing, or what?
I'm saying scalping even. Whatever we have to do to win.
What about
Dude, I wish you would have given me a little more. I wish you would have given me a little more time, man.
The only rules of
Especially when
tonight, the
Grayson
only
was
rules
on.
of tonight is no profanity. That's your only
I will
check.
do my best, but you
See,
better
I'm sad I
keep.
can only stay for 20 more minutes now.
For real? You're missing the Gettysburg
one.
battle?
I don't know. I might have to stay then. I might have
I'm
to
saying,
Look,
man, because you were on their side. You are valuable. You have
Yes,
insight
yes,
information. You're a spy,
They're
except they
probably
know
going
who
to
you
say
are.
all the things that I used to say.
You can't let them find you. They will torture you to death. We should have trained
you
her with
better-
that wind talker stuff.
You better keep what's his name, Bruce. You better keep him on a short leash if you want me to start behaving. That dude, he just has. I don't know. He doesn't have to say much, and it just sets me off.
Justin, I know his problem. He has nightmares about being a baby and about to be baptized by Chuck.
Yeah, it doesn't help we have our friendly neighborhood instigator over there in the corner, a.k.a.
You're just as guilty
Gangster
as
of
he is.
ghosts.
What are you talking about?
You know what? If I'm guilty of it, I at least do it more crafty-like, so that it looks professional. He's a slob, okay?
Okay, I
He
have
is
to hand you
sloppy.
that. Okay.
I am a
You definitely
freaking
have your
surgeon,
methods.
Dustin. I'm a surgeon. He's making hamburger patties over there, and he's fumbling it. I set up these delicate, beautiful little skirmishes in the woods, in the back country, Dustin. And Gangster is starting like first and second Manassas.
Yeah, he does. He does. He has this Al Capone banjo kind of swinging in out of nowhere, smack you with a banjo and exit. Yeah. I
And you
see
know
that.
what? You know what? I don't want to say he's a coward, but the way he does it is coward-ish. I'll explain why, because I know that's going to make me look bad on YouTube for saying. But he makes these little comments like, "Hey, Bruce, did you have a dream about baptizing infants?" And then he just drops it and leaves while the explosions go off all over like it's freaking Vietnam.
That's a guerrilla tactic. That's not lazy. That's not even cowardly.
I
That's a
didn't say
guerrilla
lazy.
tactic.
I said cowardice because he doesn't stay for the combat. He just
That's okay.
instigates the combat and gets the heck out of there. He's basically America.
No, you see Switzerland. Okay, not America hasn't gotten that bad yet.
Yeah. Man, I'll tell you what, Bruce was sneaking on the show the other day, and he was making me laugh so hard because he came in at one time on 3 different accounts.
Bro, I will flip my freaking lid, that dude. I do not like him. I cannot stand that guy.
I know, but here's
okay.
Dustin. Okay, do you have siblings? Do you have a younger sibling?
I have one sister.
Is she younger than you?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I don't mean that to sound creepy, but have you guys
You're
ever been
not
in like?
going to convince me that he's my younger sister. That's not going to happen.
No, not exactly. But do you remember ever fighting with your little sister? And
No,
you
I
getting
remember my
punished, but
sister
your younger sibling didn't get punished? And you're like, what the heck? And they're like, because we expected more from you. The same
That's not
principle
how-
applies.
No, that's not how it works in my family.
I'm going to let you and Awake have a conversation for about 2 minutes while I step away very quickly.
Okay.
Did you call me
Okay.
the other day, Dustin?
I tried to.
Oh, what did you want?
You were trying to. I don't know. I was just trying to get a hold of you.
Oh,
Could
sorry,
you grab
I
me a
didn't
scrap
pick up.
garbage, and bring it over? Garbage or a dumpster? No, garbage.
Oh, sorry, I didn't pick up. I was probably
I'm sorry,
asleep.
buddy. What was that there?
Sorry, I didn't pick up. I was probably asleep.
No, that's all good, buddy. I was just, I think you texted me or something. Anyway, you were trying to, you had some questions, Wake Not Woke?
No. Or if I did, I already forgot it.
You ever a Necronomicon?
Huh?
The Necronomicon. It's just how, like, my grandma explained that to me because I don't get a witch's book, right? I'm not a witch.
I heard that came from H.P.
Oh, you said
Lovecraft.
Necronomicon. Okay.
Yeah, I don't get a witch's book. That's not I'm not that gender.
I thought he got it from the Egyptians, but they said he made it up. Is that true?
Who?
H.P. Lovecraft. He's the one who started have stories about the Necronomicon.
I never really.
What?
I didn't do research that way. That's not how you learn. Like, they don't teach you people; they teach you principles.
His research is like ancient stuff from sources I cannot recommend.
You ever decide to read that book and possess this Proverbs guy and make him into a deadite?
The only thing that I'm ever really afraid of is never mind. Go ahead, Logan.
Yeah, Eddie says, "I swallow your soul." He flies around trying to get you. He shoot him with a
See,
shotgun.
that's. I could see. What's his name? No, I can't
Ash?
remember it. No, I can't remember his name now. Never mind.
You're not making any sense, kid.
I think that's exactly the same person we're even thinking about.
Oh man! All right,
I'm just doing two things at once.
If the atheists don't show up tonight, does that mean we can officially declare a victory? Because I will call Kent Hovind and let him know so that he can also brag about the great victory.
Yeah, I think
what's going on? I don't.
Can Mark read
I'm not
that?
sure what's going on exactly.
I had something to say to him. Please say it.
Gangster, any atheist or any believer is allowed to come in here tonight, sling mud, pick up a sword, and get their point across. Last man standing converts everybody else.
I need to say something to Mark Reed. I need to.
You can invite whoever you want, gangster.
I
I know Aiden said he doesn't want to come on because I called it a religion, and that was maybe not kind. I know I don't like being told I have a religion either. What Aiden has is the same thing I have, a relationship.
I need to tell him something. They say something to him.
He has a relationship with a religion.
That makes no sense.
I know. Exactly
That's like saying
everything else they have on their side.
That's like saying you have a relationship with an idea. That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, you kind of can have a relationship with the idea, but it just kind of be one-sided.
I got something to say to
Then
Mark.
that's not a relationship.
I mean, I think honestly that's where most relationships fail. You originally got in a relationship with an idea of who that person was and not with who they
Good
were.
point. Yep.
Yeah.
No.
Mic
no,
drop.
No.
Boom.
No.
You get divorced
not-
and suddenly you're a relationship expert.
No, I didn't get a divorce. No. Okay, look. One of the very beautiful things that Satan uses to manipulate people is the idea of the white picket fence.
I thought you were going to say CNN.
MSNBC?
Both answers
CBS?
are acceptable.
Proceed.
But no, seriously.
Drop your knowledge.
Okay. So, whose idea is it? Honestly, when you're thinking about it, you're looking at someone, you got the white picket fence, the job for 30 years, the 40-year mortgage, right? Like, whose idea is that? Who really benefits?
Okay.
Right.
The wife.
It's one thing to get married, right? It's another thing to have a family, but that's not what it is anymore.
You know what? Maybe. I don't know. Awake. Does that make sense to you? Do you follow that strategy? Do you follow what he's putting out?
Not exactly.
You got kids. The 2-story, the white picket fence, and the 3 trucks.
Definitely
it's
not
working for you.
Fence and not even one vehicle. As I've been trying to fix my vehicle for the last 6 months, and every time I fix it, it breaks down, and it just broke down again like yesterday, or day before yesterday. I mean, are we talking about who benefits more? I think everyone benefits in different ways, and it also depends on the nature of the relationship.
That's not what I'm talking about. Okay, so how do you guys file taxes? Jointly or separately?
TurboTax.
Either way, no, I don't really need to know the information. The bigger picture is when you're living in a 2-person house, right? And you used to be able to get along on one income. That's half the tax income revenue over the household. So, I mean, if you are ignorant to believe that Satan has no connection with the government, I mean,
Joe Biden?
Okay, I can kind of. Are you talking about like how the family unit just can't be what it used to be because of the nature of everything? Like it's very difficult to exist on one income. Women
are you
are
describing the death of the nuclear family?
Well, no, because the death of the nuclear family was well in play, like back in the 1600s. That's not what we. That's not even what we have today.
I wasn't going to go back that far.
I was going to say like the 70s.
Yeah, I was going to say like the 60s, and I thought that's what he was going to say, but he said 60s.
It was under full frontal attack in the 60s, but the battle I think was like really truly lost completely in the 70s. It's just slowly spiraled since then.
Mm-hmm.
No, the template started back in the 1600s. Okay, right. That's when all men were sacrificed to war. There's a reason for it. There was a very good reason for it. It was so that the enemy could come in, right, marry off the women. Thank you. And that's
You're
how
welcome.
you would arbitrage. That guy brought me a dumpster. That's how you'd arbitrage the land, right?
That's nice.
So like you get divorced, and in the divorce you get over 60% of the divorcings, and that's how one family had a hostile takeover of the other family. Marriage as a weapon.
Where's Mark Reed?
Is he coming?
To say to him.
I don't know if he's coming. Is he coming?
I don't know.
Do you do the same task at work all day, Dustin, or do you do different tasks?
I'll do any task. I'll run a grinder. Like I'll run a grinder for a certain amount of time, and then I'll be running a pressure washer. I do all kinds of stuff. It's a boatyard. There's all kinds of stuff to do.
You work in the Navy?
No. No. We do jobs for the Navy, though.
Oh, that's nice. What about the village and their people?
What village?
And their people.
I heard that village is often under construction around the area where their indigenous people stay. And it's very heavily policed.
Why do I have the feeling I'm the butt of a joke here?
Dustin, what would make you infer something like that? First of all, who do you think you are?
Probably one of the village people.
What? That was a picture one time, Dustin. You've got to let that part of your
Right.
life go.
Hey, y'all, I gotta jump off, but I'm gonna try and get back on. Hopefully, in a little bit. Maybe by then, some more people will be on.
Oh, yeah, definitely come back when we have a full panel and not when we actually need you. I'm kidding. Good luck.
Yeah, I'll check back in a little bit, guys. I'll see you then.
All right.
Bye, Wake.
Bye.
Catch you later.
So let me ask you, brother, why is it, okay, we've dealt with some truly, truly difficult people, right, on the show in the time we've known each other. Why is Bruce so different with you? Like, why does he get under your skin in a way no one else has been able to yet?
You can't read his tactics?
I mean, I think his tactics are just that he's a bit pompous.
No, he's a bully.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, that's why. Like, everybody else on here has a certain level of respect. I mean,
Fair.
whether it's even intentional or not, like, that doesn't mean I don't think Adam could be a bully, right? But I think he knows when he's crossing that line, and I also think he kind of knows that that's a line to be crossed, like, in the right time and at the right place, right?
Hey, what's
like
up, Adam?
With what's his name, Bruce? Bruce
Yeah.
doesn't care, right? Like, there's no boundary line he'll respect. He'll just run right over it. So I have no patience for somebody like that.
Maybe I'm more patient because he's told me before that his dad's a Marine, and I know as someone whose dad is a Marine that, man, it can mess you up mentally as a kid, and you pick up the tendencies from your dad, which is to bully and just force your way, and everybody else just deals with it. So I kind of sympathize with him.
Yeah, see, my dad was special forces. Like, that's not how things work, right? Like, there's a chain of command, and you're supposed to respect your superior. That man is superior to no one.
Yeah, but see, that's the difference, though, okay? Special forces are, like I mentioned earlier about gangster, they're like surgeons. They're there for a meticulous cut, a meticulous job. The Marines are like, man, they're like playing with hand grenades. They're there for a big boom.
Well, I don't know if you've noticed, but I've gotten some really wicked cuts on that, man.
I think out of all the contention between various guests I've had on my show, the contention between you and Bruce is significantly worse than everyone else's.
I don't know. Adam and Aiden have quite a...
Well, you know what? It's because, I mean, I don't think Aiden is as bad as Bruce, but they're very similar with their bully tactics, as you called it.
No, they're not. They're not even close.
You
Not
don't
even
think
close.
Bruce and Aiden are close?
No.
No, I think
Aiden tries to
has
bully
a
you
certain-
intellectually. It's
But
the
that's
same, though.
different,
It's still
though, 'cause
being bullied. It's abuse. If
you
you talk
haven't-
to
you
if you
haven't
talk to
equal-
women at battered shelters, and you take women who have been physically abused, and then women who have been mentally abused, and you ask them, they're both going to tell you they've been abused. Mental abuse is just as bad as physical abuse. So what Aiden does is just as bad as what Bruce can do.
No, it's not. Because mentally you can fight back.
How?
What do you mean how? I do it right in front of you.
I know, but you do it with profanity, so it's not effective.
That's it. Really, when I have everybody on the panel laughing, you're telling me that's not effective? Granted, you are correct. I let
Christian
two cuss
channel
words
thing.
slip. Okay, that is correct. I apologize, but the man pushes me in ways.
I know.
I'm telling you. Yeah.
I know, Dustin. I know every one of us has an Achilles heel. I know.
Do you understand I'm a roofer? You have any idea the mental gymnastics I go through to just speak regularly without using a curse word every other word?
I'm actually really proud of you.
That man is like my kryptonite, okay? But it's not kryptonite. It's like the red kryptonite that infuriates me. Like I will tear him a new rear end. I hope he's listening, because schedule us a debate. I will slaughter that guy.
Well, I still never got an email from him, and he was supposed to give me his email address. So I'm hoping that Stump will come on, and then I'm hoping that Stump can get an invite to him, maybe. Although, I don't know. I may have to hold a vote on that, because I don't think anyone on the panel except for Stump and I really want him here.
Well, look, I don't care. Like, if he would have just kept to his points, right? But when people didn't agree with him,
cheap shots, and you love Pastor Chuck. I know. You're defensive.
No, it's not. Well, I mean, I love Pastor Chuck, but that's not even the issue. If he would have taken a pop shot at Joe Biden, it still would have pissed me off. I would have been very upset. The man, you're different. Right? Like, you know when to show respect. He just doesn't.
Why is Logan different? Because he's ugly?
No, because he shows respect. He does. I mean, he might.
I'll be back in 1 minute.
His antics are cheeky. His antics are cheeky. They're like shenanigans, right? He doesn't do shenanigans.
But yeah, I don't like when he puts down Father Chuck. Father Chuck's a good guy.
I don't like his bully tactics. Look, whenever people disagree with him, he resorts to, well, this isn't this and that's not that because I said so. And who's asking him? I can't remember anybody asking him.
Would you like that be in a UFC wrestling match where you versus Bruce Wayne? You have the gloves on, he has the gloves on, you just take each other on?
No, I don't want to fight anybody. I just would, right? Like, I mean, those days are a little bit behind me. I just would. If I was in his presence, I wouldn't hesitate to smack him, because like that dude, he has it coming, and he has it coming.
Wow. Well, thank you for standing up for Father Chuck. You're a nice young man.
Well, you know, and I got nothing but respect for Father Chuck.
He's a lovable character, like you.
I do my best.
Oh,
Yeah,
Aiden's here.
I'd smack the dog piss at him. Oh, Aiden's here? Let him in.
Robert Sky. Robert Sky. Hello. Are you there? Robert Sky. Are you there? Robert Sky.
Well.
You know, Steven, I told Logan, and it's true, I went and walked the dogs. I actually ended up taking my original break at work, but I asked my job if I could take a bit longer of a break, because I got a clip sent to me of something that you kind of just said, and I just kind of want to ask you to elaborate on what you just said earlier about not only me being equivalent to Bruce, but how mental abuse, as you termed it, that I dish out is somehow equivalent to physical abuse.
No, I was equating it to mental bullying. So don't misrepresent what I said. Accurately restate it, and then I'll gladly own up to it. So you do very well intellectually bully someone.
So physically bullying somebody, how would you classify that then, as compared to mental bullying? What would physical bullying be?
See,
What would physically
it
bullying
would be
be?
what I would do to Bruce. I would physically slap Bruce in the face with probably very little prompting. That would be physical abuse.
So the things I say to you intellectually in an engagement, Stephen, are the equivalent of me slapping you. I will actually say,
I didn't say you bullied me.
hold on. I actually will say real quick that was actually Dustin that made that equation. So actually, it wouldn't be fair for me to make that equation directly to you.
I
So
appreciate you clarifying that. I really do.
But you gotta understand though, Stephen. When I try to engage with people, like what I just did there as far as demonstrating an ability to be honest, I conduct myself in that way because I'm not attempting in any way, shape, or form to bully people. I'm just trying to have a conversation with people. And I think the fact that I've been able to have such productive conversations over the time that I've been not only on this show but others demonstrates that I am in fact capable of just not bullying people and having very productive discourse.
I never stated that was all you did. You've had very pleasant
You
conversations.
said I was
Aiden,
equivalent to Bruce in that, and it was implied earlier
Only
that that's
in the
all
way
Bruce
that
did.
Bruce is a verbal bully and you are an intellectual bully. But to be honest with you, I don't even know why you're so offended at being called an intellectual bully.
Because that's not what I
Because
do.
that implies that you have the intelligence at your disposal to bully and throw around. I'm calling you smart, you dummy.
Hey, it's not a matter of whether or not you say I intellectually did it. It's just a matter of trying to equate me to Bruce. I take offense to that more than anything else.
Aiden, this is why no one likes Canada. You guys are way too nice, you're always positive, and you spin things out of proportion. Like that one time we tried to invade you. Get over it.
Yeah, that went really well for you guys too. You might want to try that again. It worked out real well.
I will
first
just
time.
point out that it is still named Canada. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah, not America. Good point. Anyway, that being said, I will also address really quick before I do have to go, because like I said, I'm taking an extra break, so this is cutting into my paycheck.
All right, we'll come back afterwards, though.
Yeah, no, I'm getting off at, they cut back to 7 p.m. MST, so I can come back at 7 p.m.
You have an STD? I'm sorry to hear that, Aiden.
It's
That's
true. I have the 7 p.m.
if you would come
STD
to
is the
Jesus
worst
and
one.
live right.
Would he remove it? That'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of awesome. I mean, like, if they had the ability to do that, just
You can have diseases healed. I mean, that is actual. That has happened.
Dustin, I appreciate you sticking up for me, though, bro, because I saw that in that clip.
Thank you.
Bro, I appreciate that. You had my back. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Bro.
Hey, out of
All
curiosity,
right,
who
okay.
sent that? Who sent that to you, Aiden? Who was the snitch?
An
It was
anonymous
Gangster,
source.
right? Because he's a troll.
It was an anonymous source.
Yeah. I've been on to him.
You know what? You cannot. I will not affirm, nor will I. No, I'm just kidding. It was actually not an extra ghost. I will actually tell you, with whatever promise that it's worth, under my word, that it was not in fact Logan. It was someone else.
Can you promise on God?
No, I can swear on my
See,
statue
liar,
ball.
liar, pants
Hey,
on fire.
I was just gonna say I was gonna swear on my ball statue, and you're just gonna act like that means nothing. Like, come on, man.
Why would I value a swear you make on a stone? I have rocks outside. I'm not going to go
what were the
touch
Ten
it to
Commandments
make a
wait.
promise with you.
10 Commandments weren't put on stone, Aiden. They were put on clay. I can already know your response. I'm a prophet,
What?
Steven. I'm a prophet.
Nope.
I can see one
You
step
think they were
ahead
put
of you.
on clay? I'm pretty sure they were put on topaz
No,
stone.
they were actually put on stone. I know. I was just
Yeah.
trying to make
Oh,
a
okay.
joke. I was just trying to make a joke
Well,
about
I made a comment about one of
predictive
the
powers.
7 deadly sins yesterday and got schooled because apparently the 7 deadly sins are not in the Bible whatsoever.
But I will say, I just want to comment on something that happened, and you know what? To prove that I'm not all negative, I'll talk about Adam right now, and I won't be negative at all. I'll
great.
talk about a conversation that we had at some point previous to the current upset that was going on, and I've been thinking back on it, and it was interesting that he asked me what views I have that are outside of mainstream science, because in the moment, I kind of understood. I understood the basis of what he meant as far as like, do you actually have any unorthodox sort of beliefs in any way, shape, or form? But upon further reflection, it's kind of just more a matter of genuflecting on what the actual implications of that are, and the fact that what does that really mean more than actual consistency upon something like the scientific method? Now, the scientific method is not something that is consistent because it relies upon dogma. The scientific method is something that's just consistent because it relies upon testability, provability, and reliable provability and testability, I should say. And these sorts of things, as far as how we arrive at a consensus in the scientific field, are what differentiate a kind of belief like atheism, or should I say the lack of a belief, really, of atheism.
Are you
than
reading
one
this?
Of, religion. What?
Are you reading this?
No,
like
I can hear. I'll pull up a webcam or something, or I can.
No. I
phone.
believe you. It's just like, no offense, but you normally are more passionate. Are you just like really burned out right now?
I'm in the middle of a shift, man. I'm sorry. It's not a matter of.
I got it, man. No need to explain.
But anyway,
you just didn't even sound like you believed it. That's all.
No, I absolutely do believe it. I believe it 150% because dogma is not something which relies upon anything more than faith. And I mean, anybody that actually studies theology would be able to agree that any kind of dogma ultimately, fundamentally, relies on faith. And the science, as far as relying on the scientific method, which is what informs my atheistic belief, or lack thereof, that is the difference between a religion like Christianity and a non-religion.
Do you believe the
like
universe
atheism.
is eternal?
I actually don't believe that the universe is necessarily eternal. I don't leave out the possibility. But as far as my current outlook of the universe, I don't necessarily think that it's eternal. I think that it does have a finite age as far as space-time itself is concerned. Because space-time is what makes up the reality that we live within. Is there something that's like outside of space-time? I have no idea whatsoever, because that'd be outside of our frame of reference. The closest window we have into understanding something like that would be non-baryonic matter, like dark matter or dark energy or something like that. So, I have no idea, honestly, as far as whether or not it's eternal, but I lean towards it not necessarily being eternal.
Well, why do you get offended when we call it a religion? I mean, to
believe
in all of those
offended.
Incomplete methods, it takes a level of faith.
It's not even a matter of being offended, though, Stephen. It's just a matter of observing something which is not true, because that's not a true statement to say that it's a religion. Because a religion requires things like rituals, and we don't have any sort of rituals. There's no set rituals within atheism. You don't think
sending rovers to other planets and then celebrating and dancing around like a bunch of possessed people when the information comes back is a ritual?
That's a ritual.
I don't know.
To go and actually get insight into other scientific,
sounds ritualistic to me.
Hold on. Gaining actual. No. Wait. He made an assertion there, and I just want to respond, and then you will be able to say whatever.
Go ahead. That's fair. Take your punch.
Hold on. That's not fair. Anyway, but that being
I
said,
earned it.
Did you? That being said, though, as far as rovers going to other planets and gathering information, that's actual finite information that is testable, repeatable, that is provable
and
data.
when Christians sit up and they hoop and holler and they wave their hands and they speak in tongues or they worship God however they do, they're receiving the same exact information that you guys are receiving
they're not,
from
though, because
Mars.
That's not
we just
data.
get it much quicker.
It's not data, though. That's not something that you can actually measure.
It
in
is,
any
though.
Kind of tangible
It's something that you can observe and process. It's data.
The whole premise behind faith in Christendom, though, as far as the mysticism behind it, though, Stephen, is that these things are unquantified. See, you got the passion out of me. See, it didn't take that long.
I know. I love this part of you.
It's an unquantifiable thing, though. That is one of the main essences of what Christendom is. As far
this
as
is why it takes faith. You guys put all of your eggs in one basket with something like the Big Bang, and here they just shifted when the Big Bang occurred. Something as huge as the Big Bang that just like 3 years ago even was the start of everything that came from nothing, and now all of a sudden, now it's just the rapid expansion of the universe.
You've heard that
from
one
Could I just
perspective,
read
though,
the
and the
definition
fact
of religion?
No, I got that
hold
from
on.
several atheists
No.
within 3 days.
Yeah.
1 second, though. I will let you go again, Aiden, but awake, yes, go.
Yeah, go
and
ahead.
then Dustin.
I just wanted to read these two definitions of religion that came up. So the first one is the belief and worship of superhuman power or powers, especially God or gods, and also a particular system of faith and worship.
Sure.
And I think that we could call some of the things that humans do, especially with science, a type of superhuman power.
Upon what basis, though?
Well, it depends on how you describe what you think superhuman power means. A lot of people might, think something like Superman, but then, other people might call May Floyd whether superhuman, or oh god, I can't remember that guy's
Arnold?
name. Now I was thinking of a guy. There's this guy. He can run forever. You know how like humans produce lactic acid
Flash?
that, huh?
The Flash?
No.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
he's a real. He was.
combination of
They
lactic
did a
acid
study
and
on
sweat
him,
glands.
and then they did an episode in Stanley's Superhumans, and it's a guy who can literally run forever and never get tired. So you could call that a superhuman power.
But is
I
it
can
superhuman,
actually-
though? If a human
I
is
can
capable of performing that, is that superhuman, though? Go ahead, Steven.
I can do that. I just don't like to show off.
Like, by definition, that's not superhuman anymore, though, because we've demonstrated that it's within our human capacity to do that.
But superhuman, do you think superhuman means non-human, or does that mean like
Absolutely
a
not.
superhuman?
It means that as a superhuman means something that is intangible as far as our ability to be able to achieve it on any level whatsoever, and the things that you're talking about are
Well, according to the
demonstrably things that
dictionary, it
humans are
says
able to achieve.
the definition of superhuman is having or showing exceptional ability. Or
By the
power.
way, hi
Yeah, Aiden, you
Christian
gonna
and
argue
hi
this
Stump.
dictionary?
Hey,
Hello,
hey,
hello.
But as far as that's
Hello.
concerned, though, as far as the definition you just read, though, that could just as well mean by that definition that what it's talking about as far as exceptional means that it's not something that is within the rule, meaning the capacity of humans to be able to do it. So yeah, I accept that there are
I
exceptional
mean,
things,
exceptional
like
doesn't
teleportation.
necessarily mean impossible.
Like teleportation, though, as far as our current understanding of things, is a superhuman feat because it's not within our current grasp to be able to do that. But just the same as something like atomic physics wasn't within the range of somebody within the Stone Age, that very well could be something at some point that we would be able to harness. It's just a matter of perspective and trying
Hey,
to
Aiden?
determine whether or not that is actually the case. Go ahead.
I came up with a new atheist joke today. Would you like to hear it?
I'd love to hear it. And then pretty soon here, I do have to go. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to run, but I will come
Okay,
back.
I appreciate your time. And do come back, seriously. Okay, so here's my joke. What is the most common phrase in atheism?
What's that?
You were supposed to say, we don't know.
Oh, we don't know. Sorry.
Oh, you've heard this one? Because you guys don't know anything. Like, everything is incomplete
That's not true in the
and
slightest.
highly
You
speculative.
see, the problem is, though, Stephen, with dogma, though, is that it is a completely unmovable thing that when it is demonstrated not to be true, you then have to infer other things that are not necessarily reality upon
Yeah,
that
a
thing to
captain
be
might
able
call
to
that
make
an anchor.
happen. That's not, no, but
Let's look
that's
at the-
different, though, because it doesn't allow
A ship
you
might
to
call that a
actually-
lighthouse, a staple,
Well, but-
something resolute that you can count on.
Does
That's
a
a
sailor-
good thing, Aiden.
Does a sailor on the seas not require a constant new feed of information around him, though, in order to actually properly guide his navigation?
Not if he's properly anchored, Aiden. What?
What, if he's
You
in
ain't
the
going
harbor?
nowhere if you're anchored, son.
You're right. You are going nowhere. That's absolutely correct. Thank you for proving
Can
the
I tune
point
in
that I
for a
didn't even
second?
think
Go,
was going to
go ahead,
happen.
Christian.
I just wanted to tune in for a second and say that it sounds like you guys have just about got this thing resolved. This atheism versus religion. Probably in the next 5 or 6 minutes, y'all kind of have a handle on this.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
I just tackled it in my spare time. No big deal.
On
I
break.
I want Aiden
So-
to admit it's a religion before he goes. That's all I
it's
want
not,
from
though.
him.
I've literally
Can I-
just demonstrated to you, though, a fundamental difference between religion and atheism.
I
There's
disagree.
even
Use of
supernatural
dogma.
elements of it, Aiden.
No, there isn't. How
What
is there
started the Big
supernatural
Bang?
elements?
What started the Big Bang? What caused it? I've said
Causality
it
is not
before.
an
The
issue that the
universe
Big
is
Bang
sitting
deals
up there.
with.
It's
Causality
smoking a
is not an
cigarette. It's
issue that
watching
the Big Bang
reruns of
deals
Andy
with,
Griffith,
Stephen.
and all of a sudden, just poof.
Already been explained to you, though, that causality isn't a thing that the Big Bang deals with. Anything more than
Right.
biogenesis.
So
or
something happened. We
abiogenesis
just
has to do
don't
with evolution.
know. Back to that
as
most
far as
common
right now-
atheist phrase. We don't know because it's supernatural.
It's not, though, because something
Either
being supernatural.
something
Hold on.
or
I
someone had to tip that first domino, or it was supernatural. Either way.
That's not true. That's a false premise, because we've already established before in the show that I had with Mark Reed, the example I gave to Adam was Bernoulli's principle of flight supernatural until we ended up coming up with the ability to actually understand it? No. It was never supernatural any more than the photon was supernatural. These are just things that we did not understand, and henceforth gained an understanding of them. I'm not saying that it's even guaranteed, though, that humanity will harness an understanding of that.
So we're using math. We're using math that even Einstein said implodes on itself.
Well, no, because he's been demonstrated, especially with quantum physics, to be wrong about that.
Are you going to publicly hold to that opinion?
As far as
because I'm going to pass that around like gossip at church on a Sunday morning.
Sure, go ahead. I'll say
that
it right now.
Aiden said Einstein was wrong.
Hold on, you can clip this right now, because if you want to get the context, you can get the full context.
I think I even forgot.
All right. Einstein was wrong in the aspect that spooky action at a distance being wrong as he claimed it to be. He was wrong in that. He was in fact wrong, and that things like quantum entanglement have been demonstrated to be things that do in fact happen within our universe. Like, literally things like the transistor are things that are impossible as far as technology are concerned without.
What about your magic placeholder that is dark matter?
Well, that's not a magic placeholder, though.
It is a magic placeholder, because you're describing matter that we don't observe anywhere else.
We're describing the most plausible thing that we currently
It's magical matter that is completely contrary to any matter that we know.
You're loading the conversation that we have, though, right now with so many terms that just immediately try to... Do you ever notice that when I have conversations with you about religion, I don't need to constantly load it down with terms like, oh, it's just magical, oh, it's just make-believe. I don't do that with you, Stephen. Because
I feel like you actually have.
I don't know, but you tried to
say
that.
Here and say that it's wishy-washy nonsense that you believe in, because I don't.
You say that all the time.
No, I don't. I tried to tell you.
Requires ritual, and
it does require ritual.
I will say. I will say.
Actually, you literally just did according to the definition that you have.
Look, I bet you right now.
Which one of the 20 definitions of religion did you read?
But I bet you read your textbooks as much as I read my Bible.
And then the second one.
Oh, I see. So the definitive gospel truth on what those definitions are. I'm sure everybody.
I mean, if you believe in Merriam-Webster's dictionary, right here, I'm actually looking at Oxford Dictionary.
I don't believe.
Well, you believe that if you believe the definitions, like when it, for example, the definition for dogma is a principle or set of principles laid down by an authority as inconvertibly true.
Do you
need
agree
to really apply that to science, because...
Do you agree, though, that humans use nuance to go beyond just a necessarily rote definition of things within a dictionary? Like
only if you agree, Aiden, that tonight Christian Pike is considered Switzerland, because I don't know if we can fully trust him.
I'm a minister.
I know that,
Anyways,
but you do believe in evolution, so that puts us in a compromising.
I will come back, though. I do have to go, guys. But if you have any sort of like questions or anything like that you have for me, I don't know. Shoot them to my alleged contact, Logan. And
I would say agent.
Agent, that's a good one. Well, you were talking earlier in the show about how you had an agent. I mean, she's sitting right here across from me, so it's only fair.
Who's my agent?
I've been able to reach Aiden through smoke signals in the past.
It's true. Given how far away he is, it's really impressive that
the man checks his smoke signals.
I'm from here in Georgia, also, Aiden. You didn't tell me about the smoke signal thing.
Anyways,
I would have called you at home.
I had a conversation with you when we didn't get into a yelling match or anything like that. We got passionate, but it was reasonable and civil. So believe it or not, it is capable of happening.
I do love you, Aiden. I hope you come back.
Talk to you later.
Hey, I'm not in love with you, but like a friend, I do love you.
Oh, I appreciate that, Stephen, from the bottom of my heart.
All right, get out of here.
Much love, Aiden. Much love, buddy.
Well, see, Christian, you made a proven prophecy come true. You said we were going to end the war in just a few minutes, and look what we did.
I wasn't guessing.
I wish that I would have read this when he was still here, because I was looking more into dogma, and this describes it as a doctrine of belief in a religion or a political system. And then it goes on to say that if you believe in a certain religion or philosophy, you believe in its dogma. And I think that atheism is almost kind of like a philosophy. It's kind of like a religion and philosophy and science rolled up into one
Yes.
godless hoagie.
That is a very interesting thing to say. Is atheism a philosophy? That is a very interesting question.
I know that Aiden would probably argue that it's not.
Well,
but I mean,
if you take the word in its academic sense, then you could say that it's not. But like Aiden said, words have nuance and they're used in context. And the
Yep.
way that atheism is often associated could very much be considered a philosophy, though the word itself does not imply philosophy. The word itself, from an academic standpoint, simply means the lack and belief in a God. That's not a philosophy. But there are clubs and associations and political movements associated with, and there are things outside of the textbook definition that probably delve into the philosophical. So, from a textbook definition standpoint, the answer would be no. But the way that it's often used, that's a very interesting question.
Wait a minute.
what do atheists exactly think atheism is? If they don't think it's a religion, like I wonder how they label it. I don't even know what I would have, because I was pagan, although I did hang out with a lot of atheists. So, but I'm very interested in knowing like what they consider it.
I think non-belief, I guess. I don't know.
An opinion? Just an opinion?
I don't know, or I forgot what they call it, a stance. I'm not
Richard
sure.
Dawkins was once accused of being a gay theist.
Man, I laughed so hard at that, I'll probably get canceled.
It's true, and it's even funnier to hear him say it because he has the accent.
Yeah.
He was joyful
I'm not
and happy.
I'm not gonna repeat it.
He's joyful and happy.
Hey, can you guys hear me? I'm on my earpiece now.
Yeah.
Perfect. Cool.
So Stump, what were you gonna ask?
No, I was just saying if it's a belief that there's no God, it's a belief because it can't be sure. So it's definitely a religion because it's their belief. They have no proof otherwise because there is an option C, God did it, and they refuse to even consider that, as we spoke to the other atheists the other day about. So it's definitely a belief. It's definitely a religion, and their God is unknown. That's who their God is. We don't know, and they'll never know because it can't be found out because you can't go back in time, and all their theories are just a bunch of cards stacked on top of each other. They all fall once you pull one out.
Well, it's funny you said that about him because Adam's here now. I'm kidding. What's up, Adam?
Hey, you guys.
That wasn't Adam that said that. It was somebody else. It was the other guy who was on.
Yeah. Adam, you have amazing timing. Aiden literally just left.
No comment.
Well, the amazing thing is he actually just converted to Christianity. And we were like, while we're already on a roll, why not Adam too?
Yeah, okay. Adam, how's your wife?
So let's just get you baptized and get this thing rolling, brother.
Yeah, make your wife Eve happy.
Right.
I will laugh if Adam finds a woman named Eve.
And you have a son named Canaan.
I have that one.
You have?
Yeah. There was a woman named Eve that she liked me, but I wasn't as into her.
Why not? Was it the name thing?
Well, she was like, I don't know. It was when I was younger and she was older than me.
Was there a Lilith involved?
There was no Lilith, though. I've never met a Lilith.
No Lilith side chick?
Or a Methuselah. I've never met a Methuselah.
Is it because she...
a name you don't hear too often these days.
Is it because she ate that apple and got you kicked out of your house?
Was it an apple or was it a...
It just says a fruit from the tree. We don't know if it was an apple or a peach. I kind of want to imagine it was a pear because pears suck. Am I right?
No.
I think it makes sense that it would have been sort of its own thing because it was like a specific tree. So wouldn't it be its own like type of fruit?
Well, there's a really interesting theory in the Messianic circles that I kind of favor. There's one fruit that actually bleeds, or it has the appearance of bleeding when you cut it open. I'm trying to think of what the name of it is, man. They're really common though. Yeah, pomegranate. When you cut a pomegranate open, they bleed.
Yeah.
And
so does a cherry.
Well, I think the cherry sweats, but like this looks like you just stabbed something that lives and breathes. And the pomegranate was used in the temple to decorate. Like it was plastered all over the place.
That's true.
I think in the story it was intended to be understood as a fig.
I agree.
It could. Well, I would say the fig is like my second favorite choice.
Because you know how the fig is pollinated by a bee, I believe it is, that goes inside and dies and pollinates it.
Yeah, that's right. It's called the fig wasp.
There you go, wasp, not a bee, right?
That might explain why. I mean, besides the reason Jesus explains, but that might be another reason why Jesus cursed the fig tree. Good point, Christian.
Well, they covered themselves with fig leaves, and the Lord said in one of the prophets, He said, "You cover with a covering, but not of my spirit." And I've just always kind of made that association that they were covering with fig leaves to show the knowledge from the fig tree.
Oh.
Good point. If it was a real tree.
No, I don't believe it was a tree. I just think in the parable it was intended to be understood as a tree.
Yeah,
as a fig.
I think so. As a fig, I think so too. If it was real, but I don't think it was a real carnal tree.
What do you think, Adam? You should know you were there.
But remember, Adam didn't really do anything. He just stood there and let his wife deal all the stuff and give it to him. And then he just decided to eat. So he don't really know anything.
Isn't you what Kent says? That's the first time a lady ate him out a house on home. How about Kent?
That's a good one. Hey, Ghost, I remember my favorite picture is the one where you had Bruce being baptized as a baby. You had his face on a little baby. That was my favorite.
Man, that sucker sends me the craziest pictures. I'll be at work or at a church getting ready to preach, and I'll look on my phone, and all of a sudden I'm on Mars.
Yeah, that's lining up. That's lining up pretty accurately.
Oh, by the way, Bruce said he's not coming back on because I guess you didn't let him on last time. He kept beeping and changed his name, and you wouldn't let him on.
Dude, he started being like really rude, so I had to ask him to come back another time, and then he started trying to come back under fake accounts. At one point, he was trying to get in on 3 different accounts.
I know. I heard the beeping and saw him.
Yeah.
He said he ain't coming on no more, but hey, whatever.
I hope he does come
Let
back.
him back in. Let him back in, Steven.
When you invite him on, it's like the WWE, like he comes on, and it's all, like that. So,
but you know what?
It brings some excitement to your show.
Let him back in.
Well, I'm kind of with you, Stump. Like, we all know he's hard to love, but we all were hard to love at one point. And on top of that, like, I don't know. I feel like he needs us.
I don't know. He said he ain't coming back, so I don't know.
Proverbs guy, he needs you especially.
Stump, would you tell him something? I'm calling in a favor.
Go ahead.
Tell him if he doesn't come back, it's a hate crime because you're Latin.
Ooh, yeah, that's good. That's a good point. Yeah.
Yep, and tell him I will let CNN know.
Yeah, and Ryan used to be homosexual, so we can really get him.
Oh, discriminating against the alphabet community? He's going to prison if he doesn't come back on my show.
I'm going to send a message to him right now.
Let him know. Yep. We broke the code. You know what? Woke does work. I was totally wrong. It's not intrusive in people's personal lives. This is great.
Yeah, he needs you, Proverbs guy, especially.
In 5 minutes, I became a liberal.
That's about how long it takes to consider the point of view.
Hey, there's advantages to that, right? You get all kind of extra perks, and you get reparations. It's good to be liberal, man. You should join. You should be a minority if you can, right? Be a minority, you get all kind of good stuff.
I identify as a strong black woman.
Yeah, you got reparations coming. Go move to California.
Hey,
I
Christian.
wouldn't take reparations. Go ahead, Adam.
Christian,
I'll
do you
have extra
recall?
reparations.
Because you had to. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Adam.
Because Christian, last time I was like talking to you and you had to go, but I can't remember. Like I felt like
Yeah, I'm sorry, Adam. I had to run really quick. I apologize about that.
Well, I found like I recall it was an interesting conversation on something scientific, but I don't remember exactly what.
Yeah, you were telling me about how you disagree with the idea of cosmic inflation and kind of explaining your point of view on it.
Okay.
It was very interesting. I've never heard anything like it. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, because I remember when I first met you, you're just like really thrown off by it.
Yeah, I was. I have to be honest. Like, you know, I hear a lot of things and like stuff don't usually shock me, but when somebody who's scientifically literate just flat out says cosmic inflation is not true, that takes you back and makes you listen.
Huh.
I don't know why. It's just a theory, right? I mean, it's not scientific. It's not provable. It's at first it was the redshift, according to what I understand. Then it turned into a supernova that now it shows the expansion of the universe, but it's still a theory.
Well, even since we just had that conversation, they're literally changing the model and they're proposing a different age of the universe and stuff.
I haven't seen anything lately. Usually like once or twice a week, I'll check the science news and just see if anything stands out, but I'm usually looking for biology. That's more what I'm interested in.
Oh, okay. But yeah, there's a proposal to make the age of the universe twice as long now because the James Webb Space Telescope has like contradicted the previous version.
Oh, because the new telescope. Yeah, I haven't followed a lot of the stuff since they activated that new telescope. I figured that would change some things.
So you might start to hear people saying that the universe is 26 billion years old now instead of.
I haven't heard that yet, but yeah, you might be right.
Yeah.
Well, it's been all over the place since the beginning. They started making all these billions of years. It's been all over the place.
Well, the idea is that a cosmic horizon is not an indication of the size of the universe. It's just an indication of what you can see.
It's a theory of what you can see. That's all it ever is a theory on this cosmology. It's all a theory. The only thing they can observe is a star,
Adam,
or a moon, or whatever.
Could I possibly make a friendly suggestion for you to share with some of the other atheists in the community?
Oh, hey, Danny.
Share with the atheists in the community.
Hi, DB.
Yeah. Hey, Danny, I think you have YouTube volume up in the background, so there's an echo. Could you find out where you have YouTube pulled up and just turn the volume down on that?
One more humble request, Danny. Could you send your tithes and offerings to Highways of Home Ministries?
Oh, man.
What's up, Stephen? I'm not all that accepted in the atheist religion.
I was just going to suggest.
I'm a heretic.
Right. Well, I was actually going to suggest, just to make it easier on us, but also easier on the atheist community, that you guys implement denominations. So, like, we can identify the ones that believe in Big Bang, the ones that believe that the universe is eternal. It'd just help us clarify. Like, you guys know the Baptist, fundamentalists,
right.
Pentecostals. Like, you know where to avoid the snakes because we labeled ourselves. I just think it would be polite if you guys did the same.
Oh, Stephen.
Yeah?
If I find a snake handling church, will you go with me?
I absolutely will not even go
Stephen,
to the parking lot. And if I find out you're going, I'm calling the FBI and reporting you as a terrorist.
Stephen, go with me.
Oh my goodness.
Not happening. Not happening. I will call DCF and tell them you beat your children, okay, Christian?
Stephen, go with me.
You're insane.
Man, look, we could sit in the back. I just have to see it. I have to see it for myself.
No.
I just have to.
You would really go in a church passing around venomous snakes?
They're going to be up in the front, dancing around singing, "This is the day that the Lord has made," with a freaking python wrapped around their face. You don't want to see that?
You have to worship God with everything in you. It's very possibly you're about to meet him.
Yes, that's right. We need this experience, Stephen, to grow in his grace and his knowledge, but mostly in his grace. And this
no, here's my thing, and I'm sorry if this is taken the wrong way. I want to meet my Lord and Savior so bad, but if I can prolong it just a little bit longer, I will. Yeah.
Stephen, we must take up the serpent together.
No, sir. I'll tell you what, though. I was talking to Danny earlier today, though, on the phone, and he told me that he's looking at a couple snake handling churches, so maybe he'll tag team with you?
Danny, go with me.
I'll go with you, but I'm bringing a shotgun.
He looks too
probably
scary
already
to
have
bite.
one.
If I was a snake, I wouldn't bite Danny. He looks terrifying. He'd bite back.
What if
Look,
those
I'm
snakes-
telling you, I've always wanted to visit one, and Tammy won't go, and so I can't go alone because I have to have a witness.
Do you
I
even know where
always
any of
wondered
those
which
are?
one of y'all was the smart one.
I don't know what there was to wonder about.
I know now. Now I know which one of y'all the kids take after.
Christian, what if those snakes talk to you and tell you to eat a fig tree?
I'll have to, Logan.
Somebody got termites or something. I hear a bunch of termites. Hey, do you guys think that
It
it's
sounds like
biblical?
they're at a Benihana.
Yeah, all right. You guys think that is biblical, these snake handling churches?
No, but I still got to go, though.
The only time in the Bible I recall snakes involved is when they were biting them darn old Israelites.
That is not the only time snakes are involved.
That's the part I remember mostly. There was also a case with Moses, and that snake ate other snakes. That's a cannibal snake.
Stump, can I explain to you why they do this?
Because they're
I already know why they do it, but you go ahead and explain it to them.
Well, I'm not trying to be condescending. Please don't take it that way. I just, for the sake of the room,
go ahead. Yeah.
It's a very interesting thing. Now, I want to go on the record. I don't believe they're right. I don't believe their interpretation is correct, but I understand why they do it. These people read the scripture in Mark where it speaks of the children of God, and it says that they'll drink deadly poison, they'll take up serpents, and any deadly thing that they take won't harm them. And then they look at the example of Paul the Apostle when the serpent came out of the fire and fastened on him, and the natives thought that he would die because they recognized the serpent as being poisonous, and he shook it off in the fire and it never hurt him, and it says they worship Paul as a god because of that. They take those two scriptures to mean that the evidence that someone really has the Spirit of God, like Paul did in that instance, is that they fulfill that chapter in Mark where it says to drink poison and take up serpents. Well, I know that's not what that was about, and I know that God didn't tell people to go pick up snakes, but at the same time, I think you have to respect that level of commitment if they really believe that.
Amen. But Scripture also says not to tempt the Lord thy God. So
I'm not saying they're
yeah,
right.
yeah,
I
no,
just
no.
gotta go see
I
it.
understand what you're saying. I'm just saying I
I
agree.
just gotta see
They
it.
have a lot of
I'm
faith
gonna drink
to do
strychnine, Stephen.
I
Even-
wish that you would not.
Even crazy people believe 100% in what they believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it still
Ask
takes
Justin.
faith. It takes faith to do that. It takes faith to do a
That's
lot
what
of
I'm
things.
saying. It takes faith. You have to respect that.
I don't know about that, but okay.
Danny, you telling me you don't want to see him handle these snakes and dance around?
I would go with you in a minute. But didn't
See,
they
Danny's
just
a
have?
good man.
They just had one of the guys die within the last week.
Yeah, and we
Because
weren't
the
even there to
snake
see
was
it, Danny.
poisonous.
I know. I don't even know what I did. I just watched him flop around on the ground. I ain't touching him.
Me and somebody in this room needs to go to one of them churches. They have them in North Georgia, I think.
I know they got him in West Virginia.
I think they have them here. I think there's one or two still here in North Georgia.
Well, put it this way, Christian. Gabriel himself would have to come down from the holy heaven to tell me that God personally wanted me to go with you to this church.
But he's not going to tell you that, Stephen, because God don't want you to go. I'm asking.
I know. That's the beautiful part. That's why I love my Savior. He will not make me go to the snake church with you.
But he may allow it.
That's a whole
He may
theology
make a
discussion right there.
He may make a concession.
Mm.
I have to go.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know why.
Is it Tammy? Man,
I knew
she-
where it
No,
was.
Tammy don't want me to go. She'll kill me if I go, but I'm still going.
Where are you going?
I don't know.
Would you let him hand you a snake?
I don't know, man. It's hard to say. I don't think so. I think probably not, but I got to get in that moment.
I
can
think this
just
is
run
why the
across the
atheists
interstate.
don't take us seriously.
Run across the
Steven-
interstate blindfolded.
Steven, I have to go. You don't understand.
Between the Pentecostals with the snakes and me in this channel, like, it's no wonder the atheists do not take us seriously.
I think, actually to the contrary, I think they would take us a lot more seriously if we read the text, believed it, and handled the serpent. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, what if we made body armor out of poisonous snakes, Christian? Venomous snakes. Just
I just
like
think
all
it's so
over our
nuts that it
chest
still
that you
goes
can
on.
teach to attack, like with a whistle.
Whistle.
I
attack
don't know
snakes.
why. I've just felt compelled for the last several years to go and just be there in one of the services and watch, even if I'm in the back. I just want to just be there and just see it happen. It's just such a strange thing that happens.
No, because here's the thing. If you're that one guy in the church who won't touch the snakes, they're going to think you have a demon or something in you. So you're
Steven,
going to
that's why I'm
have to
asking
put your
you
life
to
at
go.
risk.
So
I'm
that
I'm
will be
not
those
jumping on
two
that
guys.
grenade for you, bro.
We will be those two guys.
No.
I'll drink the
He
strychnine,
just-
you handle the snake.
If
Christian
you had
just
a,
wants a witness.
Yeah, I need somebody to identify my body.
here's the thing, Christian. If you got invited to go evangelize at a church that you didn't know nothing about, and you invited me to go with you, and I went with you, and it was a snake church, I'd stay with you out of respect. But if we
I
died,
swear on
I am
everything good and
telling
holy.
you right now, I'm talking so much trash to you about you in heaven. As soon as I get there, to everybody, I'm telling them that you car loans, everything I can think of.
Car
You get me
loans.
killed.
Stephen, listen. I swear
Gambling
on
addiction?
everything good and holy. If I ever get invited to preach at a snake handling church, I'm going to run a 10-day revival at that church.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be passing the python, Stephen.
I'm going to tell people you had 5 children originally, but you lost 2 of them to a gambling addiction if you get me
God.
killed
And
with
the other
these
3
snakes.
snakes.
Is that a fair
Do
trade-off?
y'all really not feel compelled to see that? Is it just me?
I've seen it on a couple movies, and I was like, I wish they didn't put that R-rated scene in this movie.
Danny, you'd go, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, I'd go.
See, the man would go.
He has a gun. Of course he'll go. You can shoot any snake for any reason.
What kind of poison do they drink? That's what I want to know.
Strychnine, mostly.
And ain't enough to kill them.
That's a lot. I mean, I've watched some documentaries on it. It does, in fact, kill some of them.
That's crazy.
What happens, and this is an assumption, but I think this is right. I think they nip on it a little along over the years to sort of develop a resistance to it, and then they drink a lot at once their body's developed a resistance, and on occasion somebody overdoes it.
Oh, like the Princess Bride with the iocane powder.
I
Remember
think
that?
that's what it is. That's a bit of a guess, but I think that's probably right.
You're probably right. There's got to be some trick to it, because I promise you, if you just took a lethal dose and drank it, you'd be done.
I'll tell you this. It's going to sound crazy, but I don't know if I agree with that.
Did they accidentally kill your father?
You killed my father. Prepared to die.
Prepare to die.
Did he have 6 fingers?
Yes.
6 fingers.
Somebody in the comments said pythons are not poisonous, so I'm passing that one.
Oh. Well, that's actually true. They're not poisonous. They're venomous. So
Bring
he
all the
was probably
pythons,
referring
boys.
to me. Poisonous is like a flower that is poisonous, right? Like venomous.
Yeah, you're
is a
right.
snake.
Snakes are venomous. You're right.
Yeah. So,
But
hey,
don't-
Mike, who's the idiot now?
Yeah, Mike.
You share that title with me. What?
Mike, you coming?
He never comes in.
No, I'm into the snake handling church.
Oh.
Those things try
Pythons
to bite.
squish you, don't they?
Mike's going to go up to the altar for prayer and never come back.
Okay, so in Christian, you or Adam would have to answer this question, but like in the atheist community, what group of atheists would be your guys as like snake handlers?
I mean, it's such a small percentage. Like, literally, like, there's probably 10 snake handling churches left in America, and all of them have 10 people in them.
They had larger
I
congregations
think that
when
would
they
have
started.
to be Adam just for the sheer minority of it.
Adam, can you
What's
answer that question?
Honestly, the atheists that I've encountered don't care about, like, anyone that has a differing view from the same view that you hear everyone say in all these debates. They don't care about religion. They don't care about atheism. They're interested in science and stuff and other topics. They don't sit around talking about it all day.
No, I get that. What I mean, though, is like, okay, so the snake handling is the fringe outcast group of our
No, but
our
that's
faith.
Adam, though. I mean, it really is.
No, but what I'm
Well,
saying
like,
is that
who
it's
is
there's
that
only
group for
one
atheists?
religion. for atheism, it's like there's only one religion,
Uh-huh.
and then there's people who just don't care. It's not an identity to them. It's not.
So you're saying there's no diversity allowed within the religion?
Yeah, there's one dogma. You accept the whole package deal, or you just don't care at all, and you don't have an interest in God or religion.
Hey guys,
What's
I
it
gotta
called?
go. I must go and eat dinner, but it's been a pleasure, and please go with me, Stephen.
All right, Adam.
Got my book today, Christian.
Hey, did I send you a book?
No, I bought it on Amazon.
Oh man, I would have sent it for free.
I bet he
know.
didn't sign yours either, DB.
No.
I'm telling y'all, I know worthless when I see it.
Oh my god. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, man.
See ya.
Bye, Christian. But yeah, I don't know much about the snake handling stuff to make an analogy.
Well, I guess I was just asking, like, who in the atheist community, the scientific community, who would be like the fringiest of the believers, and what is it they believe?
Oh, okay. Okay. So yeah, I mean, there are like more kind of unusual fringe scientific views and stuff. I don't know. I'd have to think about that.
Like the ones that believe in aliens that created them.
Maybe, yeah, like aliens built the pyramids type stuff.
Seeded the earth.
But I mean, that's not necessarily an atheist view. It could go either way.
And you'd consider yourself like non-denominational.
Well, I'm denominational. I don't know. Like if you're making that as an analogy.
It is an analogy, yes.
Yeah. Like honestly, I don't think of I don't know. I guess you'd have to ask. Sorry, I'm not trying to avoid the question. I'm just not sure exactly what you mean.
No, well, I guess what I mean is like you don't have to pin yourself down to any one theory or any one demonstration.
Yeah. I mean, but I will admit, at the stage that I'm at now, I'm very convinced of what I believe because I went through a very long process of reaching these conclusions, so it'd probably be, it's not because I'm not willing to doubt my beliefs or question things, but I've done that to a point where I am pretty solid in what I believe about, the universe.
Can I ask you a question? Go ahead, Stump. I'll let you go.
No, it's just a quick one. Adam, where in the spectrum from like religion to atheism do you think oneness fits in? Does it fit in at all?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Like there's a spectrum, right? Like religion, from religion to atheism. Let's say that's a span of beliefs. Now you believe in oneness. Does oneness fit in any of those categories, or is it outside of both of those?
I would, if I were to put like a specific title or label, I would say that I'm a very religious person. I just don't believe in God. I believe that my views are very religious. Like what I believe about enlightenment and oneness is extremely religious.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not really atheist then? That's we keep saying
I'm an
atheist. I don't
atheist
think
because
you
I
are.
don't believe that a God exists.
Well, you just don't believe in a theist, that there's a God. But I see. Is that the whole definition of atheist? I thought they didn't believe in anything outside of like the natural world. They don't believe in anything. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, like I believe in spiritual stuff. I believe in I believe that there are religious things that are true and real. Like I try to make this point that I think is missed a lot of times, is that the main thing is that I don't believe in a creator of the universe. It's not that like so many people treat it as this whole package deal that you have to believe like this entire set of beliefs. I don't think of it that way. So
what is
oneness? Yeah, I get that, but I've never seen a atheist that believed in something supernatural. I could be wrong. I haven't met a lot of them. So
no, I think that's accurate. He's the only one I've ever met.
No, all atheists
Adam,
that I've ever met believe in a whole slew of supernatural things. They come on here all the time, talk about it. They have a lot of faith-based claims and supernatural claims, like every single one.
DB
Amen.
wanted to know what you meant by oneness.
Like a oneness with the universe. Like there's, it's non-duality. There's not, the ultimate level of reality is not separate objects.
Okay, so like worshiping the creation rather than the creator?
No, nothing to do with creation, creator, or worship.
He doesn't even acknowledge a creation because he believes even the universe is eternal. Is that representing you correctly, Adam?
Yeah. There's no the most fundamental part is because there's not a beginning. The creator part just doesn't even make sense. Even if there was even if you had some kind of something like a God, it wouldn't make sense that it's a creator because there's no beginning.
And see, to me, that cross, I mean, I know it's not an issue for you because you clearly are open to the supernatural, but I mean, that is clearly stepping over the supernatural line, believing that the universe is eternal.
Is there anything else in this life?
Oh, you think eternity is supernatural?
Absolutely.
That's an interesting angle because I've never heard that.
I mean, think about it. Everything else around us dies. Trees, grass, birds, people, like everything dies, dude. Stars burn out. Stars even die. Like
That's
all we
what I
observe
believe.
around us is a beginning and an end. So to think of the universe being different from that, when even the stars within the universe are counter, I would think that's more supernatural. Which I'm not going to
I'm not
mock
saying-
because we clearly believe in the supernatural also.
Okay, but that's not what I believe. What you're describing is not what I'm claiming. I don't believe that stars last forever.
But you believe the universe lasted forever and the stars within it came and went.
Yeah, like at any point in time, no matter how far back or in the future you go, there would have been space and time and matter and energy, stars, planets, but they're different stars and different planets.
Right. I just think it's weird because usually we go
What
off
is
of patterns,
supernatural
and
about
the universe would break all other known patterns if it didn't have a beginning.
Well, no, because you're looking at patterns of sections of the universe in a small piece of time. So if you look at any particular object or event or location or environment, there's always a prior state that preceded that object or location or environment, right?
Mm-hmm.
That we've ever observed. So there's always been a prior state. So it's impossible to not have a prior state.
I don't understand that because everything that we've been able to actually observe, though, and not speculate, is a beginning and an end. Even all the stars around us.
Okay, but that there was something before that. So in other words,
I mean, we don't know that, though. That's an assumption. It might be an educated assumption, but it is an assumption.
Everything we've ever
can't prove
observed.
it.
No, everything we've ever observed has that. So like a tree has a beginning and an end, right?
Yeah.
But that comes from substance that preceded it. It has to come from its environment. It comes from a seed. You know what I mean? All of the stuff that led to there being a tree to begin with, there's substance that precedes the tree itself. Everything we've ever encountered has that attribute.
I mean, I agree that everything is connected, but even with that example, the grass that the tree grows out of eventually, that lives and then dies. Like everything we observe.
That's exactly what I believe.
Yeah, except the universe itself, is just always there. It would be easier, to me, it would be easier to explain if it did have a starting point. Even if it was from, say, the Big Bang method. That makes more sense to me than the universe being eternal.
Yeah, that's easier to explain. It's easier to put in the textbook, but it doesn't mean it's any more true.
Do you think that's why the majority of atheists won't?
6,000 years old is a hell of a lot easier to explain than believing an infinite amount of time that you got to figure out.
And you're being bluntly honest. Is that why atheists won't let go of the Big Bang?
I don't understand what the implication is. That they won't let go of it because it's a finite amount of time?
Well, because most of them still, I think, identify the Big Bang as the start of the universe. Mark and Grayson are the only two I've heard say counter to that.
Well, even if you look at what those guys are saying, it's like they kind of want to have the cake and eat it too. It's like it's not really
right.
It's like a Planck second, which is like 10 to the to the negative 34th of a second. It's the tiniest fraction of a second, but it's treated as if time is stretched out. It's not really eternity. It's like treating the smallest unit of time as if it lasted forever, but because of some like Einstein effect or something. It's not really eternity. It's just.
I mean, I love how the majority of the conversation you had with Grayson was just him saying, "I don't know." Which I thought was hilarious, but you really stumped him too when you tried to tell him he was a creationist. And then you called him out when he said early.
Well, it's not calling out. It's like, I don't understand how these
No,
guys
it's
can
common.
deny
It's
me.
common sense.
Well, I understand. Like, and I've talked to Grayson multiple times about this. That when I say creationist, I don't mean you believe in a creator of the universe. In cosmology, that's what they call it. They call it creation. There's different models that aren't the Big Bang, and those any cosmological model that has a starting point is a creation. It's like that's a technical term in cosmology. In science, creation is a technical term for where did energy and matter come from. There's models that have matter and energy coming from somewhere. Not all cosmological models have it coming from a Big Bang. Some creation models have matter and energy coming from something else. And
Well,
if you don't believe in a creation of matter and energy, then you're not a creationist. So I'm using the scientific sense, and they are supposedly these scientific atheists that insist on using science, but they want to argue about religion. I don't care about arguing about religion. I'm talking about science.
Is there anything else in your life, Adam, that doesn't have a beginning?
In my life?
Yeah.
I guess he means anything you've been able to observe.
Like, I believe that the soul and spirit is past eternal and eternal. I don't think that the soul and spirit has a beginning.
Yeah, but is there anything else? Have you witnessed anything else that doesn't have a beginning in your lifetime?
Like, okay, so time does not have a beginning. Space does not have a beginning.
Well, anything
Matter doesn't have a beginning. Energy
what
doesn't
you
have a
wit-
beginning.
Anything else besides that belief system? Anything else in your life? Is
I mean,
there
that's
anything
but that includes everything. So I'm not sure. I don't know what else there would be to.
outside of your belief system? Have you ever witnessed anything that didn't have a beginning?
Give me an example, because if you're saying outside of everything, is there something other than everything?
No, just outside of your belief system and the eternal.
I guess he's
everything.
saying-
Have you witnessed anything that popped into
Visually
reality
observed.
that didn't have a beginning? Just what you observed, I guess, basically.
Have I ever witnessed something popping into reality without a beginning?
Yeah, I mean, is there anything else besides your belief system that
That
didn't have
doesn't
a
make
beginning?
sense. If it popped into existence, then it had a beginning, right?
That's what I'm asking you. Did you ever see that?
Did I ever see something just pop into existence?
Yeah, anything that didn't have a beginning and just showed up.
I think
What
if
I'm-
I
I
could
guess
make
what
the
I'm trying to
question
say-
That doesn't make sense, because if it just popped into existence, it would have a beginning.
That's what I'm saying. Have you ever seen that? You say that the entire world and creation doesn't have a beginning.
I didn't
I'm
say
saying
that.
you said it was eternal.
I didn't say the world is eternal. Not the planet Earth. The planet Earth isn't eternal.
Oh, so what else is eternal then? I mean, what's eternal?
he believes the universe is eternal. But all the
Isn't-
planets and stars within the universe have come and gone over forever.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if there's anything else in your life that you think, outside of what your belief system is, didn't have a beginning. Because everything we can see here in this world had a beginning.
Yeah, but anything we've ever observed could have had a beginning, but there was always something that preceded it, which the energy and matter and substance that it came from was there before it existed, right?
So if it predated, if there was something before this, then was that the beginning? Or was there something that predated what predated what predated what predated, and there's
What
no
predated
beginning
what?
ever? That's what I'm saying. You said that there was something that predated this.
What? I didn't say just this ambiguously. What are you talking about specifically?
The universe. I thought that's what we were talking about.
No, I'm not saying that there's something that predated the universe. I never made that claim. The universe has always existed.
And I guess that's what I'm asking you. Is there anything outside the universe that you've ever seen that didn't have a beginning?
Anything outside of the universe, that doesn't mean anything to me.
No, not outside the universe. Anything in your life. Have you ever witnessed anything that didn't have a beginning?
He says besides the universe.
Besides the things that I listed?
Yeah, the universe.
I
The
just now
universe.
listed several things. I don't. Do you want me to keep listing things?
What were the things that you listed, Adam?
Can you translate, Stephen? Because
I'm
I feel
trying
like
to translate. So I think what he's asking is, can you list some things that you can point to that we can see with our eyes and not observe through math that way?
so. That's not how eternity works, right? You don't. It would take an infinite amount of time to observe something infinite. So we infer that things are infinite, right? Or we figure it out logically. But my argument is that if you're saying that because anything we observe, a plant or a animal or something, has a starting point. Yeah, okay, it has a starting point for that individual organism, but that organism came from something earlier, and the substance and energy that is necessary for it to exist preceded it. And if you
come
go
from?
back to before there were organisms, that there's still matter and then there's still
Yeah,
energy.
but where did that come from?
I don't believe that matter and energy came from anywhere. I think that matter and energy have always existed, and it changes form.
Do you think that the universe is a closed system?
I think so. I would have to go refresh my memory on what are the different types of thermodynamic systems.
Yeah,
because there's an open system, a closed system, and there's another one.
I just think that if it's closed, it would require energy coming from outside that system to continue it, like for eternity. That's what I would surmise, but I'm no scientist. But and you said that you think like the soul and the spirit is eternal. Do you think consciousness is attached with soul and spirit, or not necessarily?
I do. So actually, I believe that, and this is like, okay, so I'll get. Stephen was joking about get the atheist community together and get on the same page about this. I'm going to get flack for this, but I do believe that pure consciousness is eternal. I think that we have in ordinary, like right now in the ordinary sense, we're using sort of a limited form of consciousness that isn't like pure consciousness. I think that consciousness is eternal. I think that it's not.
I mean, we believe that too.
Yeah. It's not like molecules strike in the right pattern to form some electromagnetic signal and then consciousness arises. I think consciousness doesn't arise. It's more like tapping into.
I'll be honest with you. First of all, I think you're incredibly bold. And I don't mean that as a haha. It's not a gut punch. I got a point. I think you're bold because you can't really ever prove that the universe is eternal, because you can never look far back enough, right? Because you'll never get to the starting point because it's eternal. So you can't ever prove it. So I appreciate that you kind of have to go off the same feeling us Christians do, because we can't give you solid proof that atheists will take that God is real. So we're kind of in the same boat there.
If I could correct one thing Steve said, real quick, I don't believe consciousness is eternal. I mean, I don't think it goes back, because where was my consciousness? Where was I at? I don't think I was, until God created me, was I a viable conscious. So
but
just
the
to make a
scripture says
distinction.
that the scripture says that God knew Jeremiah before he was formed in his mother's womb.
Yeah, but here's the problem, right?
How the heck did he know him?
But here's the problem. He only speaks of Jeremiah. He doesn't speak of everybody.
Why would Jeremiah be the different from all the other narratives we have?
He was a prophet, a very important prophet.
We had other prophets, though. God never said
he never said that about
prophets.
them. Right.
I don't know. I think that's putting a lot into the text.
I think it's a lot to throw everybody into that. Like, he knew every single one of us. That's how you get your predestination, which I think is wrong.
Okay, but what about when he loved Jacob and hated Esau, even before they were born? I mean, come on, Stone.
Well, because
that can't be. That just can't be.
Because we know God has foreknowledge. We know that. Come on, guys.
Right. If he has foreknowledge, that proves that he knows us, because we have some sort of conscience before we're born.
No, that proves that he knows us when we were here already. He already knows. He knows what's happening in the end. Come on, he declares the end from the beginning. You guys take one guy, Jeremiah, said, I knew him. I knew you before you was in your mother's womb. You say everybody. He knew everybody like that.
Well, I also gave the example about
If you knew
Jacob
one
I loved
person,
and
you knew
Esau I
everyone else.
hated. That's a whole other
why
text.
is that? That's different. He didn't say he knew them before the womb. He said
Oh,
he
well, my
knew
point
them.
was that it wasn't just Jeremiah, Stump. That applies to everybody. And I just gave you 3 examples with 3 kids.
No, you gave one. You gave Jeremiah.
No,
Where's the other one?
Jeremiah. And then the other text is when he says, Jacob I have loved and Esau I have hated.
Where does he say before he was born?
Actually, DB, you know where that one's found because you use it all the time for election.
I know what it is. I've heard it. But what I'm saying is, where does it say before they were born he knew them? All it says is that he knew he loved them and hated them. That's all he said.
He knew everybody.
He said neither doing wrong or right. I think it's before they were born. That's all it says.
Before they were born. He knew
not
them
doing
before
wrong
they
or
were
right.
born.
Before he said not doing wrong
Right,
or
because
right.
before they were born, they couldn't do wrong or right. And he says he knew them before they were born. In one he loved and the other he hated. And then he says, Jeremiah, I knew you before you were formed in your mother's womb. Come on, man. You're ignoring patterns.
Did you believe
in
you're giving fire to predestination? You don't really realize that.
Those two are not related whatsoever.
They're not related. That's the one they bring up all the time.
They're not even cousins.
That's the ones they bring up all the time.
I know. That's a cheap shot, Phil, because I can't get out of that.
Just because he knew who was going to become one of his children doesn't mean he made them become his children. I mean, he knew exactly who all was going to become his children from the beginning of time, because he's not limited by time. He created time. He's outside of time.
Yeah,
so he can
that's what I'm saying. I don't say that we were conscious before in somewhere, but where were we at? What he was holding us in a reserve in a basket, or what? You know, we got to kind of explain things to what we understand Scripture.
Well, in short, Adam, Stump and I disagree.
I just wanted to make that point that I don't agree. That's all.
Because I think Adam's, I'm not going to say it's his religion because, you know, I usually just reserve that for when I'm insulting atheists. But his beliefs, well, man, that's still insulting.
The oneness part is
what do you guys even call it?
The oneness thing is a religious view. The eternity of the universe is not a religious view, and it's not. You said that I can't prove it. I think that it can be demonstrated logically. It's logically impossible for space or time to have a beginning.
Yeah, but that takes me back to the problem I told you about yesterday. There's no real solid proof, because even if a model works, that doesn't necessarily mean it's the correct model.
Well, it does if something's logically impossible, unless you believe that something can be logically impossible and be true, which maybe you do think that. That would be the only way.
I believe in miracles, so I kind of have to believe in it.
Okay. So then that's why I respect it. If that's consistent. That's not being hypocritical. That's saying we believe that you can defy logic. Then that's a different set of principles.
So is that why you argue with other atheists more than Christians? Because, like, at least we're honest with our faith?
That's what I try to point out all the time. Yes. You guys are consistent that you're allowed to be supernatural and claiming that you can suspend the laws of physics. Yep. Atheists are claiming the opposite. You're not supposed to be supernatural. You're not supposed to be religious. You're not supposed to contradict the laws of logic and all these things. You're not supposed to have faith. You're not supposed to believe in authority. You're supposed to be skeptical. You're supposed to be critical. But they always violate those things, like every time I ever see anyone say anything.
Yeah. Yeah, it is really hypocritical because they get on to us all the time because we have a faith, but really they do too.
Yeah. I mean, it's
it's funny how, sorry to interrupt, but the atheists like to say, oh, I don't have enough faith to believe in God. Well, I don't have enough faith to believe that there isn't one. I don't have a faith to believe that everything got here by itself.
Yeah. So if you believe the universe is eternal, do you think there have been other Earths with other people on it before?
Do you mean like Earths or like actual copies of Earth with copies of actual humans, or something similar?
Something at least similar enough to sustain a humanoid.
Like right now, there's probably something that would be in the universe that is very Earth-like that has humanoids. You don't need an eternal universe for that.
We can't even find as much as like a living algae yet, though.
Well, we haven't gone outside of our solar system,
That's fair. I mean, I know that's accurate, but
and we haven't even really thoroughly explored our solar system. So
I feel like the guy, though, who's just been told 20 years before we went to the moon that we're about to go to the moon. You know? Like, are you nuts? That is so unrealistic. Like, you're going to have to show me.
we do have pretty good, solid observational empirical evidence that there are Earth-sized planets outside of the solar system that have already been observed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that there are ones the same shape and size as us, but, you know, I'm talking about something sustainable.
Yeah, yeah.
Something
So
that produces
there
oxygen,
are.
something with
Yeah.
water.
So we can already, like right now, you know, in like when I think we're somewhat the same age. Like when we were really young, they didn't have this information. Now we do. That we have a lot of you know, empirical observations of these exoplanets, and you can look and see what chemistry it has. You can get a pretty good guess of the temperature because you can see where it is in relation to the star and things. So you can see if it's in the habitable zone. You can see what chemistry it has in certain circumstances and things like that.
Adam. Are you there? Adam?
He's ignoring you, gangster.
Oh. Aiden told me to tell you you have 1 more hour till you have to run away. That's what he said.
No comment, and please don't relay stuff from people like that are just keep contacting me when I'm trying not to.
Yeah, gangster, please respect Adam's privacy.
Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, and do me a favor. Tell Aiden that his prophet Einstein sucks air. Hot air.
I'll just say I came on here and people were making comments about me. I didn't come on here and bring that up, so I'm just not trying to be.
Gangster is an instigator.
People harass me.
I picked Gangster up off of the Brett Keane channel.
Okay.
That's right. I'm serious. That's the first time I met him. Gangster was going by the name Ghost Man back then.
Yeah.
Hi. Well, Adam, how's your wife Eve been?
Oh my gosh. So do any of you guys have questions for Adam while he's here with us?
I just like to say, when you guys talk about life on other planets, the other day I forgot who was talking. It might have been Adam and Grayson or somebody, and I think Grayson or someone was saying they keep sending a probe onto, I believe the planet was Venus, and it keeps being destroyed. It's so hostile up there. Then they say, well, we're looking for life up there. Does that make sense? That makes sense. Like a probe can't even survive for a second, but they're looking for life up there. You know what I'm saying? It really caught me. Like, what?
Well, I think what they're trying to say is we can't even get through their atmosphere, to be fair. Isn't that the claim, Adam?
I can't remember who was saying that because I recall seeing that, and I think what they were saying was it was so hostile that the probes will just melt after a few minutes.
Right.
But prior to that, you know, decades before, that was I think the 1970s or something. Before that, in like science fiction stories and stuff, they had speculated that Venus, they kind of guessed that Venus would be very like the opposite, where it'd be even more full of life and stuff, before they had any kind of scientific data on it.
Hey, Adam. Adam,
What's up?
when you say that we haven't explored even our own universe, let alone the rest of the universe,
Didn't say that.
Interestingly, Venus.
Man,
The solar system.
you're speaking in English and I'm listening in Spanish.
The solar system, not the universe.
In the universe for life.
You
It's,
didn't say that we haven't even explored our entire universe yet?
Well, of course, we haven't explored the entire universe, but what I was saying is we haven't even explored the entire solar system. So, like the planets that are orbiting the sun and the planets and moons within our solar system is what I was saying.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, if you can break it down to that small, then wouldn't it be the same as the universe? If we can't even see what's close to us, we haven't seen what's
we can
further away
we can
from
see
us.
outside of our solar system. We can see. I mean, all the stars that we stare at, except for the sun, is outside of our solar system. For example, we can see other galaxies. We can see those. We just haven't gone those places.
Yeah, so we can't check, right? We don't know if there's other life or whatever.
Well, we can. There's certain things we can do to check. Like I was saying, we can look and see. We can observe different stars and different galaxies outside of the solar system. We can.
But we haven't seen any yet, right?
No, yes, we have.
We have
We've
seen
seen
life
thousands.
someplace
We've seen
else
thousands and thousands of these exoplanets.
that have life on them.
Oh, that have life. Well, no, there's ones that are candidates. Like Stephen was saying, like it. We can see to some extent whether it's, like, for example, in a habitable zone where it's close enough to the star to have liquid water. For example, we can infer the size of these planets. To some extent, you can see based on like spectra and stuff like that. You can detect to some extent what chemistry and stuff different stars and planets have. So yeah, there's really good candidates for Earth-sized planets with liquid water in the habitable zone with oxygen and nitrogen and things like that. But those planets are so far away, we can't just go there. It would take millions of years to get there.
Yeah, no, I understand that. We've seen water on other planets.
I'm not saying we've seen water. We can infer that based on where it is, how far it is from a star, whether it would have
Isn't that
whether
trying to prove a negative?
what?
That's not trying to prove a negative.
What are you talking about?
Must be.
You understand what a habitable zone is? Like there's a like the planet Earth is in a habitable zone where it's like if it's too close to the sun, you can't have water because it's too hot. If it's too far, it's too cold, right? It will freeze.
Sure.
We can look out and see planets that are in a habitable zone. We can see the spectra of what some of the chemistry is. So we can see, like you can see in the spectra whether it has like carbon or oxygen or things like that. So to an extent, we can check some of this stuff.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't know. It's an open question because it's like, well, we have candidates of Earth-like planets that might have, if there's life on these planets that is similar to the conditions we need on Earth, we can figure out some of those things, but we can't just like go there and look.
Well, that doesn't, for you, Adam, that doesn't confirm or deny your belief in oneness. I mean, that'd be more like atheists are more interested in finding life that can mean that the Bible's wrong because it never mentions life outside of, or people. I don't know. I'm not gonna say atheists in general, but just people who are against God. See, there's other life somewhere else, and this is all a lie. But for a oneness, it doesn't matter if there's life there or not, right? Am I right?
I mean, I don't really see how. Yeah, I don't see how it would affect eternity or oneness stuff, but I don't know. I don't see any reason to think that there's not life out there outside of the solar system, or maybe even within the solar system.
Well, the only life we believe that's outside of our own system is God. So for Christians, of course, it would be for me as a believer, right? And God's never mentioned any other than himself, his principality, and his angels. Some life, a form outside of this. I'm talking about real life, not intelligent life. I'm not talking about amoeba or something.
Oh, okay.
That would be a real shock to a Christian, I believe. It would be to me.
Okay. I mean, I think it would be a shock to everybody if we actually like got in contact with some life, but
I don't know. I'm a little bit of a conspiracy theorist, but with all the heightened speculation on UFOs lately, I feel like they were ready to drop some bombshells on us.
Yeah, me too.
Some false bombshells, you think, huh?
Oh, I don't know, true or false.
Well,
I think it'll be.
You're going to start seeing more and more of them as we get closer to the end of the age, because they are demonic deception.
Yeah, I mean, for our view, it'd have to be deception. Otherwise, like I said, I mean, if life was found, like intelligent life, outside of this earth, I mean, who as a Christian wouldn't be shocked by that and say, "Wait a minute, I thought God never mentioned this in His Word at all. In the Apocryphas, nowhere is there that I know of that Scripture mentions life outside of this planet."
No, it specifically says that Eve is the mother of all living.
That's why I'm confident making a bet with Aiden. I'm comfortable making a bet with Aiden that they, in our lifetime, which is all that matters because we'll never know what happens after that, they won't find any evidence for his belief.
Isn't it strange that the brilliant scientists in the world, if they found bacteria on Mars, they would call it life, but a baby in the womb is not life. Isn't that strange?
Good point, DB.
I mean, I want to be able to point to one planet where they have some type of horse running around, galloping in a field.
I don't think
they'll ever be able to prove that.
Adam, are you the one of guys who believe in the flying spaghetti monster?
Nobody believes in the flying spaghetti monster. It's a parody religion.
That's just
it's mocking. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's a mocking term that atheists use. But, I just tell them, well, I'll tell you what, you believe that nothing made everything, and I'll believe in the flying spaghetti monster. How about that?
Good point, yeah.
I wish there was a flying spaghetti monster. I love spaghetti.
Yeah, no, I think at this point we're like, don't throw rocks in glass houses.
Stephen, is your contention that you don't think that there ever can be a planet with something like a horse running around in a field outside of Earth, or that we just won't be able to observe it?
I seriously doubt it's out there.
Okay. Because it's possible that the limitations of what we physically are able to ever observe may be too limited to ever see something like that.
I know, Adam, but if I had an extra $1 million in the bank and had gone to college, my life would have turned out much differently. So what ifs just don't count. What we can observe, which is that I did not go to college and did not make wiser investments. Same goes with life outside our own planet.
I guess that was what I was trying to say.
What if I married a woman at the age of 25 and started a family? I can what if that all night. But it didn't happen.
What would you name your kids?
Oh, gosh, I've never even thought of it before because I've never thought about having kids.
Brian Jr. and...
Well, you know what? God has given me kids. Not real kids, but I guess substitute kids. I've got kids named Clayton, Christian, Nicholas, Joshua, Abby, Naomi.
Christian is kind of childish.
Yeah.
Christians?
John Mark, Justice, Jeremiah, Laria, and a grandkid named Nehemiah. So, I mean, I feel like God has brought me families since I didn't start one of my own. And I'm very thankful to him for that.
Amen.
Why have all these planets then if it was created?
That I really don't know. Maybe maybe in God's own humor, it was to keep atheists busy while he played out the rest of history, because they've always got their face up in the sky. There's a whole lot of God going on down here.
It doesn't speak to it in the Bible, so neither Adam's side or our side could prove it one way or the other. And I guess that's what I was saying about proving the negative. Is it possible that there's a horse running around in a field in a different planet? I don't particularly think so, but nobody can say that there is for sure. I can't, neither can you.
Right.
You're just saying it's possible, and if it's possible, but you haven't seen it, isn't that trying to prove a negative?
I don't know what you guys are talking about, because I didn't come on here and make some claim that I'm proving that there's aliens or something. Like, what are you talking about?
No, not at all.
No, I didn't say that.
I'm not proving a negative.
Well, you can't prove a negative. That was my point.
But I'm not claiming that I proved this.
I think what DB's saying is with that example, both sides have to prove a negative. Like it's very difficult.
It's not a matter of proof. It's like if we can't prove one way or the other, you can come up with estimates of the likelihood of it or what would be needed and stuff. We can check for some of those things. Like, I mean, in the span of if humans can continue living long enough, in principle, you might be able to spot a potential Earth-like planet and eventually get over there. But I mean,
you believe in eternal consciousness, right, Adam?
I'm saying I think what I believe is that pure consciousness is eternal, not ordinary consciousness.
What does that mean? I don't understand. What does that mean?
So imagine there's like
pure
this energy
consciousness?
source floating above the planet, and everything that the planet's comprised of, from grass to vehicles to people, birds, all of it, wind, is all part of this consciousness that floats above the earth. And memories and perspective will just be intermittent and personal, and then they will eventually return back to this eternal consciousness. Is that somewhat correct, Adam?
No, no.
Well, then,
It's so weird. Like I keep like I'm not
well,
like
when you
making
make up
claims,
your
and people
own
keep
new
like,
religion, it's hard to define.
what the hell is going on?
I
It's
feel
like
I'll
weird.
be
I keep
honest.
getting like straw man attacked for stuff I'm not claiming.
Well,
I'm
it's
just
because
trying
when
to
you
learn. Just
when
trying to
you
think
do
and learn.
describe your beliefs or your ideas, it sounds a little bit like Christian light.
Okay. I mean,
Because
I think
like
you
you
have
believe the soul or the spirit's eternal, and we do too.
some do. Some a lot of God believers don't believe that their soul or spirit has always existed.
Well, no, we haven't always existed, but from this point onward, we will always exist.
Yeah.
And God knew before we were ever born that we were going to exist.
Okay.
So we did exist in his head, I guess.
I think we spiritually absolutely existed with him beforehand, because that's what he says. That's why the Lamb of God was slain before the foundation of the earth.
And if I can make another point, excuse me, I'm having dinner while I talk. If there were other advanced civilizations out there in the universe, advanced enough to send out signals that we could detect, we would have detected somebody by now. With all the radio telescopes we have scattered all over the world, very sensitive, very highly sensitive radio telescopes, we would have detected something if somebody was out there sending it. And the fact that we haven't detected it, no matter how hard we have tried, I think it tells us that there's nobody out there sending anything out.
And we've been sending stuff out for, since the 60s probably, and never got a response.
Yeah, true. We've been sending out signals that should have attracted attention.
Yeah.
And that's why people believe in UFOs, but I think that UFOs are coming from within, not from without.
Amen.
My understanding on that is radio signals like that don't last very long and they kind of dissipate. If you wanted to do something like that, you'd have to send a pretty strong signal in a very specific direction, not just.
I think they've been sending it out in multiple directions for 60 years.
Yeah, but that would only go out 60 light years, right?
I don't know if that's necessarily true, but I'm sure if you were sending out signals and they hit something and bounced back, or they didn't get the entirety of the signal, but it's not like they're just sending it out on a certain azimuth, and it's only that azimuth, and they're changing all the time the direction of which they're sending it out, and there's not been anything.
Well, there was one questionable signal, but my point is that there's this sort of belief that, ever since we started broadcasting.
Roll that back. You said there was a questionable signal?
Yeah, the WOW signal, it's called.
I think they did receive something one time that was, made them question.
What was that all about?
Yeah, you may know more about it than I do, Adam.
Yeah, you can't just skate past that, Adam.
Have you not heard of that? They found some kind of signal, and the scientists wrote down, "Wow, look at that." But I think that they just kind of lost track of what it was, and they never figured out what it was.
Is that kind of like the blurp phenomenon that they found in the ocean?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, the scientists found this blurp that went way past what any known species or even whales communicate.
What is a blurp?
It was the sound that it made.
Oh, okay.
Let me pull it up for you on YouTube real quick.
Okay. But yeah,
It's
like
not long.
my point is just as far as I understand, as once we started sending, or once we started making our own radio signals and things like that, TV broadcasts, for those signals to go out into space, it doesn't necessarily just last a long time and be detectable forever. It dissipates. If we wanted to send out a signal to communicate with another civilization, we likely would have to send a much stronger signal directed at a specific location. And the paradox of where is everybody is based on the idea, if radio signals just go out and they keep going and you can detect them way across the galaxy or something, then that's a paradox. If these signals dissipate and they become less and less able to detect the farther out they go, and we aren't checking for these directed signals as much, because you'd have to check each individual location at a specific point in space and a specific point in time, then it's not so much of a paradox.
I don't know. Those are a lot of gymnastics, though.
It's not gymnastics. It's saying that the premise that we should be able to detect all these signals is incorrect if the signals dissipate. And if you look into it, that's what is claimed, is that the signals don't just last all that time. They become less and less detectable the further out they go.
Okay, so you said roughly by now, after 60 years, our signal should be 60 light years out into the universe in multiple directions.
Yeah, because, well,
How many
these are
light years do you think we need to
electromagnetic waves
go?
that travel at the speed of light. So 60 years would be 60 light years.
Okay, sure. So how many light years do you think we need to reach before we would start being able to find life?
Well, what I'm saying is those signals dissipate, so it doesn't work like that. It's not just sit around
Yeah,
and
but when
wait.
you say dissipate, do you mean that they dissolve eventually?
Well, it's spreading out, so it's like the signal gets weaker and weaker the further out it goes.
So are you saying that our signal being sent out gets weaker?
We're not really, like, as far as I know, we don't send out signals to try to communicate with aliens very much.
We sent the aliens a record.
Yeah. Well, okay, like once or twice. But what I'm saying is, like, in other words, the argument is once we even started using radios and TV, that signal is being sent out into space. So they're saying aliens should just be able to pick up our TV shows and stuff.
See, what I think is ridiculous is, okay, I believe if we ever did find aliens, they would be of demonic influence, but probably trying to trick us into thinking they're other things distinctively. But that's regardless. If we did find like actual aliens, another species, I don't think we could ever communicate with them, because the odds of them developing the same type of technology, I imagine our technology would be archaic compared to theirs, if that really was a possibility.
Well, yeah, I mean, statistically, yeah, we would probably. I mean, if we've only had the technology to send out signals for 60 years, then yeah, it's more likely that if we received a signal, it would have been from a civilization that has been around longer than 60 years to do that.
Does anyone remember the 80s kid sci-fi movie Explorers? It starred a young River Phoenix and a young Ethan Hawke, and it was about these kids that were visited by aliens who discovered Earth through watching old Earth TV shows.
Mm.
And they would sit and they'd watch Bonanza and stuff, and that's how they learned about humans. And so they thought that our actual civilization was what was on television. It's a pretty cool
Right.
movie. It was a really good kids sci-fi movie, and I remember just really liking that movie when I was young. So sadly we no longer have River Phoenix, and I think Ethan Hawke is in his 40s now, or maybe he's 50. I don't. He's been in quite a few good movies, and he's thankfully still with us.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen that. I don't really remember that movie.
Yeah, it's old. I mean, 80s. I was just a teenager when it came out.
Adam, do you think one day they could see? We could meet aliens one day?
Um, I don't know. Do you think like are you saying humans?
Yeah.
Um, I really don't know. If I had to guess, I would say it's possible, but I don't think that we have enough information about it.
Could they look like anything like from the Predator or that movie Alien?
I don't know.
Actually, Ghost, if we did discover aliens on other planets, I imagine they would look a lot like people that would be found in your family albums.
Your family albums?
Jeez.
If you want to read a book or watch a movie about this issue, Gary Bates, the either retired or about to be retired president of Creation Ministries International, came out with a book and movie called Alien Intrusion. It's very well done, and it really covers that issue pretty thoroughly. He even goes into if spaceships were visiting us and how it traveling faster than light. There's just too many chances that they would run into things like like asteroids and things like that, and just a little tiny speck could destroy a ship at those very high speeds. And so, he basically does end up making the case that this is all spiritual and demonic. But yeah, just check it out. Alien Intrusion. They have it on CMI's website, creation.com.
I mean, think about it like this, guys. To be fair, the mathematical possibility of everything around us being positioned exactly how it is and us being positioned where we are for life to actually happen with the atheist evolution mindset, it would be a supernatural phenomenon, a miracle to find another planet distanced exactly in the Goldilocks zone. Like, come on. That would be even more insane than the mathematical impossibility that is Earth.
There's a book called Privileged Planet. I forget who the authors are, but they talk about all of the conditions that have to be exactly perfect for Earth to be the way it is. There's so many different. It's like somebody fine tuning a radio, and getting on just the right frequency, so time after time after time after time after time, and it just shows that this Earth could not have gotten here by chance.
Yeah, just some of the simple ones, like if there's 21% oxygen, that's perfect for us. If it was a little bit less, we'd suffocate. If it was a little bit more, the first person to light a cigarette would blow the whole damn place up. Gravity, if it was a little less, we'd float away. If it was a little more, we'd be crushed. If we were a little bit closer to the sun, we'd burn up. If we were a little bit further away, we'd be a giant ice ball. There's a lot of things like that. Yeah, for sure.
A lot of things that just had to be perfect.
Yep.
Oh, Adam, honest question for you.
What's up?
How do most atheists discard the petrified trees that grow in between the geologic layers?
I don't recall.
You've never been challenged on that before from a creationist?
I don't really care about that stuff as much. I've seen people debate about it. I just don't really remember I don't remember what the supposed explanation of it is.
So you're not as interested in scientific evidence in the dirt as much as you are the scientific evidence that you think you observe in space.
Yeah, I've become a little more interested in geology, and that sort of thing the past couple years, but for the most part, I'm a lot more interested in space and particle physics and mathematics and stuff than.
Do you think that those trees that run through multiple layers, if it contradicts what you believe, does that change anything or change anything for you personally? I mean, because it seems to contradict the model.
What does it seem to contradict?
well, there's supposed to be all these different layers, right? And they all are different time frames. But you have one tree, which we know has a finite life, running through all of them.
Okay.
So I guess what I'm wondering is, how can you so flippantly disregard that in your belief system?
So flippantly disregard it?
Yeah, I mean, it goes against your belief system.
What does it go against?
It goes against the evolutionary model that these different layers make up different time frames and go back further and further in time, though one tree can pass through all of them, and then we know a tree doesn't live that long.
This is a petrified tree?
Well, there's thousands of petrified trees that grow up within geological layers.
Yeah, I don't know. Big Bad Mama was in the chat earlier. I'm sure he would know. I can't remember what I don't remember what your guys' claim about that is, or what the kind of typical evolutionary claim about it is. I do I don't just like accept the sort of mainstream account of the geological ages and evolution and stuff.
And why can't you buy into the premise of there being a flood 4,400 years ago? I mean, yeah, I know you believe originally the
worldwide
whole Earth
flood?
was covered in water.
Yeah, like I think probably there was a massive flood, and I think that there was a time when the world was covered in water. I just don't think that they were the same event. But geologically, yeah, if you look out, you will find evidence of what you guys believe, because there probably was a flood, and there probably was a time when the world was covered in water, and you will see a lot of geological evidence of that.
You just believe it couldn't have been 4,400 years ago.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I think that there probably was a local flood back then, and then the planet was covered in water, millions of years ago.
Okay, so when you say local flood, you mean just in, like, say, Turkey, but not over here?
Honestly, I don't care about floods and geology that much, so I don't know the details of it. But yeah, something like a regional flood, not something that covered the planet.
That really shocks me about you, though, Adam.
Does
Because
it?
because you're a guy that really appreciates what you can prove, and if evolution theory has so much evidence here on Earth where we can actually observe it, I just would have assumed you would put more attention into that, because everything in the universe, to a certain degree, you would have to agree, is kind of speculative. So it just kind of fascinates me that you're more drawn to what you can't prove, like you guys can claim to do with geological layers, that sort of thing. Does it make sense?
No, I don't understand what you mean.
There's just more things to observe right in your own backyard that you can see on our own planet, that you can see and prove or try to prove, than there is. I guess that's what you're saying, right, Stephen? That there's more things if you looked around here, you could find more evidence because you could actually physically see it.
Right. Okay, so I know all their arguments. Well, a lot of them. So here on Earth even, you can point to tree trunks and talk about the rings and how that makes it so many thousands of years old, right? You can put my hand on something. It's, in your opinion, fact. But everything about the universe, to a degree, it has to be speculative.
Why?
Because we've only been to one other rock, and that's the moon.
We can observe stars, for example. We can't go back and observe. In other words, we can look right now and see astronomy stuff.
Yeah, but you can't put my hand on a star to show me that kind of evidence.
I mean,
you can put my hand on the tree trunk. I'm not saying it's less valid. I'm just shocked that you're drawn to that.
Go die in a star. It is possible right now.
I know, but I mean, you could see the star. That's what you said. But what does that prove?
What does it prove?
Yeah,
what
it
do
just proves there's a star.
It's weird that you guys keep saying prove.
Well, what does it show? What can it show you?
I think we're asking questions on behalf of atheists, not on behalf of Adam.
Because I mean, unless it's like if I'm saying a logical proof or something, I'm not claiming to really prove a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's the scientific method involves proving things.
Well, you're open to the spiritual side, so we're on the same side, man.
Yeah. I don't want you to think I'm picking on you, Adam. I'm really not. The reason I do these things is because I'm trying to sharpen my own sword and get a little more ammo in my bag so that I can speak, or at least try to speak. I don't know a ton of stuff about evolution. I never got off the ground floor with it because it just doesn't make much sense to me. So I don't do a lot of digging about it, and I get most of my information just from listening to you guys, and it just helps me sharpen my faith. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to be a jerk or nothing.
No, I don't think you're being a jerk or picking on me, but I do feel like a lot of things that are being thrown my way are things that I wasn't saying. Like, if you think you can prove that there's aliens, what about this? If you think you can prove the evolution, it's like I didn't even say anything about that stuff. What the fuck?
I want you to prove right now that Hitler was a good person. Okay? Prove it right now, Adam.
It's like, are you guys am I talking to, like, who are we talking to? I get that a lot where it's like people want to like pick on an atheist, so they'll just like start saying things to me, and it's like, I don't believe any of that shit. Like, stop. Sorry.
Well, I mean, we like you, so you're just one of the guys, and if we can get sharp and get some knowledge off of you, it's just fun.
So for evolution, I think. Do you guys here? Do you accept that there is speciation? There's microevolution.
I think every Christian has to accept speciation.
Okay.
In order for us to get as many species as we have in 4,400 years.
So we can agree that some aspect of biological evolution is a real thing that has happened, is observed.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Changes in species, but not changes from one species to another.
Okay. Yeah. See, so I have my doubts about their little phylogeny model of where they think all of the animals came from. I think that it has issues. I think it has problems with it. I think that it's pretty speculative, and it doesn't add up.
You think Christians have an issue with that?
No, I'm saying I think that the mainstream science today is wrong on that. I don't think that it works. I think
so
that
you don't believe in the one common family tree?
Well, what I'm saying is like which animals came from which ones and things like that, I think is highly speculative. And when you map it all out, it doesn't add up. Like, I think that something like that happened, but I think that when they try to figure out which animals came from which time periods and which ones evolved from which ones, I don't think that it's as correct as people that support it believe.
You know, the one cool thing that would be if they did find life on another planet. I don't think they will, but if they did, depending on where they are in the so-called evolutionary stages, I guess if you use that example, the horse running in a field on a different planet, if we sat there long enough, we could watch that horse turn into a person, right? I mean, if we saw it.
Why would a horse turn into a person?
Well, I mean, over time. I'm not saying that's what you believe, but that's what evolutionists believe, that we have that one family tree and everything came from the thing before it. And
no, I don't think anyone believes that humans came from horses.
Oh, no. I'm not saying that they came from a horse. I'm saying if you watched it long enough, you would see the progression from horse to human. Not that we were horses, but everything had to come from the same thing, right?
I don't think that particular example is in our made up family tree, though. I think was what put Adam back. No, like they say we're related to, I think, strawberries, and I've heard them say we're related to bananas. I don't know what animals they say we're related to, but I don't think that one applies.
Yeah, you don't know what animals we're related to?
Well, I know they say we're related to apes.
Yeah.
And then they say we go back to some other half-breed monkey thing.
Okay, I can make it easier then. Instead of a horse running around in a field on a different planet, how about an ape swinging from a tree? If we could, there should be humans there then, right? If they go to this planet, they find out this planet is 13.4 billion years old. If we don't see the same thing there, apes turning into people, wouldn't that disprove it? I'm just speculating here. I'm just trying to figure out.
Oh, you're saying if there's another planet as old as ours, it should be evolved somewhat similarly. Like our technologies may differ, our cultures may absolutely differ.
Yes, sir.
But you're saying the evolution period of time, we should still have evolved some type of uglier humanoid.
Sure.
I say uglier because we're obviously the more attractive one.
Absolutely. It's hard being man pretty.
That's a good point, though. Adam, would that have to be the case?
I don't think so.
Why not?
There's no reason why, if there's an Earth-like planet, that the species would evolve to be the same ones. And the fact that even if humans evolved from a different type of ape, there's other apes on the planet right now. That doesn't, the theory isn't that all apes turn into humans.
How do we know which ones, though?
Yeah, that always confused me, too.
I don't know. I think that there's a denial in mainstream science that there is something very unique and special about humans, and it's just like attributed to some random coincidence. And I don't think that that's a sufficient explanation.
Doesn't that absolutely counter survival of the fittest?
That's what I was just going to say.
I mean, the fittest survives, everything else dies off, but with this genealogy trail we invented, the monkey is still here, but we are also here. Awkward. If fittest was accurate, we should be here, but everything else from our trail should be gone.
It should just be us.
Right.
It should be, because we're the fittest.
Everything else is supposed to die off.
Right.
Why is that?
Well, isn't that the whole point of survival of the fittest? The strongest survive and everything else dies off. Everything else falls away.
The basic principle is that if a species can survive its environment, it will survive and carry on. So the species we have today are the ones that have survived.
Well, if we were already successfully filling a niche in the environment, why would we find it necessary? I mean, why would we evolve into something else? We were already properly meeting our niche.
Like if grizzly bears are able to survive and then humans get super advanced, it doesn't mean that grizzly bears just die. They would still exist unless humans killed them all or some other animal killed them all. But what I think is something that I think we might all agree on is it is a very interesting unanswered question of if evolutionary theory says that if you get these great advantages, humans obviously have the greatest survival advantage. If that's possible, and that's what evolution is, the trend of that is moving towards, it begs the question of why are only humans so remarkable? If whales can do that, and bears can do that, and insects could, in principle, become so advanced, and it's such a survival advantage, why is it so rare? Like, why are humans the only exceptional animal on the planet?
Well, not just that, but as far as what we have observed so far, we're special in the universe. Like, we are the most advanced thing.
Yeah, but Stephen, that's kind of we've observed.
I said what we've observed. I realize we have like 95% of the universe left to explore.
95%? It's like way less than that. We haven't observed even a tiny fraction of 1% of the universe.
Oh, really? I thought we had done just about as much as we had the ocean.
Of the entire universe?
Well, yeah, that's what I was under the impression of.
No, we haven't even gone to like Pluto.
Yeah, there's like 95% of it left to explore.
No, it's way, way, way more than 95%.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to argue with you on that.
I'm just saying, like, the fact that we haven't observed life elsewhere in the universe is not in any way like surprising if we haven't even left the solar system.
I understand that what you're saying is logical and accurate, but that does not make what I said inaccurate. As far as what we can observe so far, Humans are special within the universe.
Yeah, out of like 10 planets or something. It's
Okay. I'll take those odds, baby.
It's not that shocking.
We're special out of all 10. I will take that.
Like if you never left your house and you're like, man, we're exceptional in this town. Well, and you never looked outside. Well, you haven't gone outside yet, so there might be someone literally right next door, but we haven't gone there yet. So it's like you should
Adam,
expect.
when you come across another planet that has developed Daisy Dukes, you call me on the phone and you let me know. I'll retract everything I've said.
Okay. But those planets are so far away, Steve.
Anna, what if there's a planet of you, like millions of people of you, just like you, called a planet of the animals?
What?
Yeah, he was sent here before it was destroyed and landed here and was raised by his parents. What do you do if you find that out, Anna?
Gangster, how high was it?
What?
How high was it?
I don't know.
When your mom dropped you on your head.
Very. Oh, Anna.
Like a story.
They said they found, like they actually saw a black hole. What do you think of that?
Where?
I'm not sure. I looked up. That's what they said on the what's it? Google. Is that true, Adam?
Is it true? They have done some image processing of what is the center of a galaxy that's interpreted as a black hole, and it's a computer generated image based off of data. But
do black holes pull everything into them? Is that the theory behind that? Like they can suck in entire universes or planets, or is that just Star Trek?
Yeah, I think they could do that if they're big enough. I think.
I mean, is that what they say black holes do? That they like?
I don't even know if we would have been able to observe that. Like if we sent a GoPro camera through it or something.
Yeah, I mean I guess that's my point. If that's what they think that is, wouldn't we all eventually have been sucked? And if it's been this long, wouldn't we have all been sucked into this same black hole?
I heard people think that could be a gateway to another dimension.
What, a black hole?
Yeah.
I've heard people say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard people say that.
What do you think, Adam?
Theoretically, a black hole is like not that much different from a very massive star in terms of its gravity. So, like for example, if the sun was compressed to a smaller size, maybe the size of a basketball or something like that, theoretically it would be a black hole, and it wouldn't. It's not sucking something in any more than, an object falling toward the Earth, or the Earth orbiting the sun is falling toward the sun. The only kind of major differences are that it is believed by a lot of people that black holes would be so gravitationally powerful that even light could not leave it. And if you got close enough to it, the tidal forces of the gravitational force of it would just like rip you apart.
I mean, I think that's a similar issue with the gravitational pull. Once you go back like around 20,000 years, the gravitational pull that we can observe getting stronger would have ripped this whole planet apart.
The gravitational pull of what?
Of the moon. The Earth's gravitational pull's been getting stronger. Or I'm sorry, it's getting weaker. You agree?
Correct.
The Earth's gravitational pull.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
You've never heard of the Earth's gravitational pull?
Pull on what? You're saying the gravitational pull on the moon? The Earth, the gravitational.
Is that what's weakening?
I don't know what you're talking about. Are you talking about the pull of the Earth on the moon, like the gravitational effect that the Earth has on the moon? Is that what you're talking about?
I guess if the moon is getting further and further away from Earth, right? Over
Is it?
time.
I think so.
I don't know.
Yeah, it is. And it's pretty minuscule, but it is moving. And so at 13.5 billion years, the Earth would have had to have been so close to us that it would have destroyed us. The gravitational pull.
Well, 13.5 or 13.6 billion is what they have been saying is the age of the universe, not the age of the Earth.
Well, I mean, that I know, but I'm saying that the Earth and the Moon are part of the universe. So if they were closer to each other,
yeah, but I don't think
point
anyone's claiming that the Earth was here 13 billion years ago.
They are claiming we were here like 130 million years ago, though. But the gravitational pull would have pulled us apart even 20,000 years ago.
The gravitational pull of the moon? What are you talking about?
Yeah, because the moon
is caught up in our gravitational pull.
Okay.
That gravitational pull is getting weaker, which means at one point it was stronger. And the problem is if you trace back history according to your guys' timeline, once you get to 20,000 years ago...
Don't say your guys' timeline to me. Come on now.
Well, no, I mean, that's accurate. The evolutionary timeline. You guys go back like 4.6 billion years. When you say your guys' timeline, I understand you mean timeline. Probably under like, well, I guess that's true. You believe the universe is eternal.
You guys keep talking about the Earth and then using universe as if it's a synonym. The Earth and the universe is not a synonym.
Well, we're not saying it's a synonym. We're saying they're all part of the same. They're all part of the same thing. They're all.
No, they're not. They're not part of the same thing.
Well, let me ask you: how old do you believe that the Earth is?
I think that the Earth is a lot older than 5 billion years old. Because what the current dating methods, they go and find like some rock that's dated to be 4.5 billion years, and then they say, okay, so the Earth is about 4.5 billion years. It's like it obviously has to be way older than that if you can find a rock that's old. That's that old. Like it's got to be older than the rock, right? If that dating method is accurate, the Earth can't be just as old as that rock that we just found. It would have to be older than that.
Isn't the rock part of the Earth? Or doesn't rock make up part of the Earth?
Yeah, but just because we find an old rock, that doesn't mean that that's when the Earth started.
So there might be older rocks out there. We just haven't
the
found
Earth
them yet.
There could be a time period before that, before there even were rocks. Like, just going by an old rock is a really naive way of dating the Earth. It only says that the Earth has to be at least that old.
Okay. So if it's at least that old, I mean, it still covers the point. If it's only 4.6 and the moon is moving further and further away from the Earth, even over that time frame, you can get an idea of how close the Earth would have had to have been over that time frame with simple math. So why wouldn't this Earth have been destroyed because of that?
Can you explain what you guys are claiming would destroy the Earth? I'm missing what you're saying.
Well, gravity. You know, like if there was a little bit more gravity, you would be crushed. And if there was a little bit less, you'd float away. I guess the same thing would apply for the Earth.
That if the Earth was more massive, it would just collapse upon itself.
Here it is, Adam. This is what we're referring to by the gravitational pull. It's the gravity of the Earth. The average gravitational pull.
The gravitational pull on what, though?
It's on everything. It affects everything.
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand. Like the moon even is caught up in our gravitational pull. So it's getting weaker. It was a lot stronger, and you can only go back so far before it implodes.
Explain the implosion part.
I mean, I think we both know. I don't know any of the Latin words that you would accept as evidence. So I can't
I
explain it
literally
like
don't
a
understand
scientist.
why you think there would be an implosion from that.
Well, whether it's an implosion or it just rips it apart, I guess the bottom line is it would be destroyed.
What would be destroyed?
The Earth?
The Earth.
Okay, what would destroy the Earth?
The excessive gravitation.
Of the Earth itself?
Oh, gosh.
You guys are saying the gravitational pull of the Earth would destroy itself?
I mean, we may just have to move on to a different topic because I feel like we explained it to the best of our abilities, but we're still not on the same page.
That's okay.
Well, you're saying the pull on something. So you're saying that if you go back in time, you think that the Earth was more massive, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, the moon was closer.
Okay, the moon was closer.
Yeah.
And that would make the Earth implode, you're saying?
No, not implode.
If the
destroyed,
Earth
either
was a
ripped
lot
apart.
closer, don't you think that would eventually destroy this planet? Like, even take the ocean. The moon affects the tides. So if the ocean was a lot closer, the planet would probably still be inhabitable because there'd be constant tidal waves, always, excessively.
Yep.
So you don't believe that the moon being closer, because of the gravitational pull being stronger, the Earth would have been, like, totally destroyed?
I'm not saying it would or wouldn't. I just don't understand the logic of why that would make the planet implode.
I didn't mean literally implode. I just mean it would have been devastated. It would have been destroyed. It would have been uninhabitable. I don't think anything could have came back after that.
Yeah, if we know that the moon affects the tides, right? In the oceans. It's pretty big bodies of water.
And a lot of other things.
Right. And I'm just using that example because we have a tide that goes in and we have a tide that comes out right now because this is perfectly set up, I believe by a creator, but it's perfectly set up to work this way. But if the gravitational pull increased considerably, you would literally have the water rushing up over the mountains. I mean, there would be nothing to stop it.
Not just that, DB, but you were law enforcement, and Stump, so are you. I bet both of you would agree that regular people go insane and flip some sort of switch on a full moon. Is that fair to say?
Totally agree.
Right.
100% agree.
So 20,000 years ago, a full moon on this planet would have made humans turn into something quite like the Purge. We wouldn't have survived ourselves from a full moon.
Just from all the crazy people.
But there's so many little aspects of it that just, to me, says we have to be a young Earth.
Yeah. My wife's a nurse and she says the same thing. Full moons, weird stuff happens.
Yep. I don't know. Adam, can we get you on board with that? Do full moons make people crazy?
I don't know. I don't see the connection, but I think that if you have an assumption of a constant radius of the Earth or the constant mass, then that's one assumption that would have an effect on if the moon was closer. But if the mass of the Earth has not remained the same in the past, like I believe that if you go back farther in the past, the Earth was more massive. But I don't know. I don't understand.
Lost mountains or something?
Wouldn't that increase gravitational pull if it was massive, bigger?
Yes.
So that would speed up the process of having the Earth kill itself.
That's the part I'm not understanding, how you guys think that, because like there's other planets in the solar system that are quite a bit more massive than the Earth. They don't implode.
No, but they don't have a moon like we have that's moving further and further away. That would change that.
Well,
maybe this would better describe it to you, Adam. It's scientific fact that the moon is moving away from the Earth, which is because the gravitational pull of the Earth is getting weaker. And he says, which means the moon would be at one time closer, and if you go back in time, it would throw off the orbit, and it would collapse and collide with the Earth.
Okay, well, that's different than imploding.
I already said, though, I didn't literally mean imploding. I meant devastated, destroyed.
Okay.
I meant imploding as like a synonym.
Okay. But that does assume a constant radius and constant mass of the Earth.
Well, I do agree with that. I think the Earth's always been this size. I mean, how would you describe us losing mass? Like, how would that be possible? Unless, like, meteors hit big, giant mountains, and it hit it so hard the mountains flew off into the atmosphere. How else could you lose mass?
Especially since we have geological layers that supposedly were built up over time. You wouldn't be losing, you'd be gaining by that theory.
Well, that's what I was thinking anyways. Like, if you roll a mud pie down a hill of mud, it's going to collect more mud. I don't know if it would lose mass. I think it would always gain mass, doesn't it?
We use snow in the north there, Stephen.
Oh.
Us damn Yankees.
I heard about that other breed of ice. I thought that was a myth.
So, like, think of Jupiter, for example. If Jupiter's atmosphere dissipates out into space, it's going to lose mass, right?
But isn't Jupiter a gas?
That's true. It's not like a mass. It's a gas.
Well, it's a mass on the inside. So Jupiter is a gas giant, but that means that it has a very, very thick gas atmosphere.
Oh, but there is a solid to it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know that. See, I learn
So
something new every day. I always thought it was just a gas giant.
So if the gas of Jupiter is lost into space, isn't that going to cause it to lose mass?
Wait a minute. Explain that to me like I'm 5?
Not in the same way the Earth would, because you're talking about the dissipation of gas, and we're talking about the dissipation of matter.
Yeah, because gas dissolves.
Like the Earth.
Yeah, matter doesn't dissolve, but gas does dissolve.
But you guys aren't the ones proposing that the Earth was more massive in the past. I am.
Well, sure, that's true.
And I didn't say it was rock chunks that went missing.
But by saying it was more massive, that would prove the point, because that would be even that the gravitational pull on a bigger body is going to be even higher. You could say it was smaller. The Earth was smaller at one time. That would make sense because the gravitational pull. I'm not saying I believe that. But.
One thing, though, he might have got us, DB. He said that he believes at one time the Earth had more mass, not more matter. So, Adam, are you implying that at some point we had more mass, like due to gas or something, that has dissipated like we see through this other planet? Is that why we were bigger in mass, in your opinion?
Gas is matter, right?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I believe I already said this, but I believe that the planet used to have more water and more of an atmosphere.
Oh, which does dissipate. That's true. Okay.
That's what I'm saying is you guys have this like gravitational calculation that assumes that the Earth used to be the same size. But if the mass of the Earth was larger in the past, those calculations have that the difference of the mass of the Earth and possibly the mass of the moon, depending on how far back you go, is going to have to be taken into account. And if the planets had higher masses in the past, it's not just those planets, it's the other planets in the solar system.
Do you believe anything could have even lived in the ocean, Adam? Like, say go back 1,000,000 years ago. Obviously I don't think it's more than 7,000, but, let's go back 1,000,000 years. And the moon being that much closer, do you think anything could have even inhabited the ocean? Like, deep under the depth? Like, that gravitational pull from the moon would have been devastating the ocean that covered the whole Earth, if that was accurate.
Would it be? I guess. I'll have to take your word for it, I guess.
I mean, the moon already currently affects our tides.
Yeah, but it's not going to have a devastating effect if the
Not
Earth
at its distant now, Adam. But put it 1,000,000 years closer? Yes, sir. Unless you're saying the moon's not that old. I guess that would be the only way
What are
anything
you
could have
talking
survived in
about?
the ocean.
Did I say anything to indicate that?
Well,
Okay, you
what
acknowledge that the moon affects the ocean tide, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, how do you think it affects the ocean tide?
It's just a gravitational pull.
Okay, so you do grasp the concept. Um, you know that the human body is made up of like 70% water. So if our ocean tide is affected by the moon, even people would be affected by the moon. So like
A
the
million
ocean
years ago?
planet, I don't see it working.
Well, you're mixing up like several things. Do you think that there were humans a million years ago?
No, I don't think there was
Okay.
anything 7,000 plus years ago.
Right.
So I guess I'm trying to fully understand your thought.
I don't understand what evidence are you using or what data are you using to say that the Earth had more mass a long time ago?
I think that's just Adam's personal theory, his own opinion.
Okay.
I don't think he claims that as like somebody, or do you, Adam? Like, is there a scientist you point to who has this theory?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Who is it?
What does he use in terms of data to figure that out? If you can do it in like layman's terms for a fifth grader like me.
I mean, I can't really summarize it. It would take a long time to explain.
Okay.
Okay, I want you to picture that movie Waterworld
But I could give you like
in
a
Vietnam.
intuitive sense of it. Think of Jupiter again. If Jupiter loses part of its atmosphere, just out to space, what is it going to look more like?
I don't like the idea of the intuition thing because we don't really use intuition for like, I need to know how much money I'm going to have so I can retire. Intuitively, I say, I'm going to go out and buy a bunch of lottery tickets. I mean, you just couldn't, from intuition, that's a...
So my wife is a nurse. So take it from me that this is true because my wife is a nurse. Is that not an intuitive appeal? Like,
oh, that's anecdotal.
Okay. Because I'm not going to be able to explain it to you.
Okay, no problem.
Like the whole theory of it, but I can give you like a sense of why, if you looked out and made observations, why you would come to that conclusion.
Okay.
So if like think of Jupiter, which is a gas giant planet, right? If Jupiter loses mass, loses its atmosphere, it will resemble Neptune. If Neptune develops and loses its mass, it's going to look more like an ocean world. These gas giant planets have something like an ocean and something like a solid core in the middle that's like Earth-sized. So as these big gas giants lose their atmosphere and develop chemically, it goes through a phase of looking like something like Jupiter to something like Neptune to something like a water world, like something like Earth with huge oceans covering the entire surface and much thicker atmosphere. As that atmosphere and that ocean dissipates, you would get something similar to Earth.
So they know that there's an ocean under the gas of Jupiter? Is that true, or did I misunderstand
No.
what you were saying?
Well, it's not that there's an ocean under Jupiter. It's like if you look at Neptune, below the upper atmosphere, there's something similar to an ocean. So that's what I'm saying is like I can't just like quickly. It would take a long time to explain the whole theory. Like it's not just something you can say.
I understand.
But you might think of it like evolution. Like there's an evolution of planets. the Earth, if you go back in time, would have been, for the farther back you go, it would have been more like a giant ocean world. Before that, it would have been more like Neptune. Before that, it would have been more like Jupiter, and so on.
Can I ask you a question?
No.
Well, you and Grayson were going back and forth about whether or not the Hubble Space Telescope had found spiral planets.
The James Webb Space Telescope,
That
whether
one.
it found spiral galaxies.
Spiral galaxies. There you have it. It seems that you were in favor of them discovering that. He says no. What's the difference? I mean, when I say what's the difference, why is there a disagreement?
We're talking about
what evidence came in from that is indisputable.
So there's two different things that Grayson and I were talking about. There's these kind of blurry red things that are probably, or that are believed to possibly be galaxies. He was disputing whether those were spiral galaxies. There are other galaxies that were observed that for sure are spiral galaxies. So we're talking about, the James Webb Space Telescope didn't just go look at one thing. We're talking about a whole bunch of different galaxies. So the question of whether the stuff that's really, really far back, which just look like these blurry red, lights that we have a harder time of telling what even they are. That was what he was talking about.
Office guy,
Yes.
I have to go. See you guys tomorrow.
Hey, I thought you said Aiden was coming back.
Somebody said, I don't know.
Okay, bud. Hey,
Have a good night, brother.
Good night, DB. Good night, Ryan. Good night, Adam. And good night, Office guy.
Good night, bud.
Good night, bud. Yeah, well, speaking about the, the spiral galaxies, we say that the Father stretched out the heavens, and you believe that the heavens are just constantly moving out, right? Expanding. You say that the universe is expanding, but if the universe was expanding and it expanded from a particular dot or whatever you want to call it, how come we have galaxies spinning in different directions? They would all have to be spinning the same way. How can you explain that?
Is that a question for me?
No, anybody, I guess. If anybody has the answer, I don't know.
I don't know.
Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Hey,
That means the
how's it
devil
going?
was listening.
That's right. That's right. Well, I just got off of work, to be fair. I listened for the first couple of minutes. It's true.
Oh, okay, I got you. That is fair. I hope work went well.
It was
Have a good
pretty
one, you
decent. It was pretty decent.
All right.
Yeah,
have a
see
good
ya,
night,
Adam. I knew it was going to happen. I'm a prophet, you guys. I knew it was going to happen. It's crazy how that works.
You guys have beef or what?
He knows that I know his shtick, and I know that what he's really more interested in is a game of sophistry than actually getting down to the actual truth of things, which is why
Wait, a game
you
of
guys
what?
constantly sophistry.
Okay. Give me that definition.
Sophistry is the means of trying to use fancy wording and language to convince somebody of something's truth in spite of not actually having evidence supporting it.
Use
So I
it
can
in
give
a
you-
sentence.
Sure. So Adam demonstrates sophistry when he tries to claim that, oh, well, the Earth being the age that it is, for example, well, scientists say that it's this age because it has these rocks that is this one certain age, therefore the Earth is that age, whereas I say there could be other rocks that are at
Do you
some other
agree
point
that
in
that's
the
a
Earth.
really extensive sentence?
I mean, I'm trying to explain it to you, though. You
I
need some
know.
context.
I know.
You know what
I don't think. Go ahead.
What I can't figure out is that you got two atheists and they just can't get along like all us Christians. We always agree.
It's true. It's true. Christians always agree on everything. There's never
Yeah.
been a dispute. No,
Never.
I honestly, as far as that is concerned, though, I bring that specific thing up as an example because it's interesting that Adam will make the claim that, oh, well, these scientists, because they don't know for sure how the universe began, because they say the Big Bang isn't how the universe began, they're using a faith-based assumption. Well, how is it any less, by your own definition, a faith-based assumption for you to say, oh, well, there could be rocks in the Earth that are older than 4.6 or 4.5 billion years old. Therefore, the Earth could be older than that. By your own definition, how is that anything less than a faith-based assumption? I don't think that it is a faith-based assumption, but I'm trying to use your own logic here in order to understand this. And I'm talking about this right now because you had the opportunity to sit here and defend yourself, but you didn't. You ran.
I doubt he's out there listening. Adam's a really popular guy, and
yeah,
he probably turned down like 3 podcasts to come hang out with us.
Takes a lot of time to reaffirm the same thing that he does every time he gets confronted with this.
I just feel he doesn't really like love the combative back and forth. I think sometimes he would just like a conversation with you.
No, but he really actually does, though, in the sense that he tries so hard to delineate and differentiate himself from the mainstream. He tries so hard to make himself seem unique and different, and honestly, given the point that he goes to it in relation to how much evidence he quote-unquote has for it, he's just, it's my personal view, let me just couch it with that, but I think he's a contrarian. Alright? I think that he's somebody that is being contrarian to just for the point of just wanting to disagree and seem special and delineate himself from everybody else.
Well, to be fair, though, he does have a belief system and a scientific worldview in that regard. So he does claim a lot of it is his belief system. I don't know very many atheists that he does believe in a conscience and a soul and that kind of thing, I guess.
Well, he does have a belief system, absolutely, but on one hand, he has a belief system and a thing of mysticism regarding things like the consciousness and wherever that may come from as far as anything beyond what he describes as a vague energy. There's a mysticism about his beliefs, but he still will say, and he said it earlier, you can go back and watch it, he said that you cannot be scientific in your approach if you have faith-based assumptions towards things. And he tried to say that we are the people that are hypocrites for saying such things. And yet, we're the people that adapt what we understand based on the data that's our disposal. Because it's funny, because on one hand he'll say, like, oh, you guys are dogmatic, you have dogma. He'll try to use that.
Can I just quickly point something out to you, though, Aiden?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
The entire time he was on the show, for like 2.5 hours, he talked about you for like maybe 10 seconds. Sure. You, sir, have been on the show the second time for like 4 minutes and talked about him for 4 minutes.
I've got a lot of opinions. I'm an opinionated guy. I mean, you could try and make him...
I was going to ask, is it at all fair to say that both of you were just large personalities?
I mean...
With like George Washington... Well, George Washington has no value for you.
I've got
someone famous Canada ever produced besides those 2 B-rate actors from Strange
Justin Bieber.
Oh,
I've got some
Jim Carrey.
I've got some large things, Steven.
I'll
I don't know if
Jim
personality is one of them, but I've got some large things. It's true.
Well,
anyways,
I know your ego's inflated, but you do have a good heart.
That's not fair. That's not fair.
Well, your brain is inflated too, because you are intelligent as anyone I have ever met.
But if my ego, and I'm not willing to act like I don't think that I'm necessarily cleverer than your average person. That's fair, but I'd like to think that I at least do my best to demonstrate intellectual honesty in any endeavor I go about, and I don't think that somebody with a truly massive ego would go about doing such a thing. Because their ego would get in the way of their ability to actually properly exercise that.
You are intellectually honest, but some of the methods that you debate creationists with are intellectually dishonest. So I can't agree with you. Well, evolution, it's an incomplete method.
How is that intellectually dishonest?
It's intellectually dishonest to debate with an incomplete method because it leaves you this very large variety of answers that you can give because there's nothing to hold you down because we haven't finalized the method.
It is hard to pin down evolutionists.
It's impossible to pin them down because they will always have leeway.
We have a scientific consensus.
Yeah, but your scientific consensus changes like dirty laundry gets washed.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. But the reason why we have both a scientific consensus and an ability to adapt that scientific consensus over time is because, as I've explained many times before, we have access to new information as time goes on, and that new information sheds more and more light upon the world within which we live. I've
a
given many
foundation
analogies
should
with
not
which in
be
order to
interchangeable
illustrate
every
that.
couple years.
It's not a
if
foundation.
it's that
though.
interchangeable, it's not a foundation.
There's
It's
no
not
foundational.
resolute.
There's no foundational
It
part of
changes
evolution
every
that's
couple
changed.
years.
Name one foundational foundational
The Big
part of
Bang.
evolution that's
10
not,
years
it's not
ago,
evolution.
the
It's not
accepted
evolution.
idea of the Big Bang was that it started everything, nothing, and then all of a sudden, the Big Bang, everything started. Now, the Big Bang is something that happened after the start, or unless it's eternal, of the universe. The Big Bang is now just the rapid expansion. So that has already changed in my lifetime.
So can you find me a peer-reviewed paper that cites evolution as being part of cosmology in terms of even just cosmology in general, let alone the Big Bang? Can you find me a peer-reviewed paper that cites evolution as having anything to do with those things whatsoever?
Do you
Because
really
you were
think I
claiming- you were the one-
respect
Hold on, you're the one making the claim, though, that that is what we have. That
the
is our
theory
belief.
enough to read papers?
Well, you just made the claim, though, that that's our belief, and I'm
But he
asking
also
you
gave
to
an
actually
example.
provide evidence that that is something that we believe, and that's
But he
not
also gave
something
an
that we
example
believe.
to show that. Just like
What is
the
that
age of the Earth. How many times has that changed?
Oh, you know what? You know what? We can talk about that, actually, as far as the moon is concerned, because it was interesting. Stephen made a specific claim. He made two specific claims about the moon and its drift. So the first one that he made was in regards to, well, 20,000 years ago, the Earth wouldn't be able to sustain human life because the moon would be just simply
Prove me
so
wrong.
close to it. Okay, sure.
Prove me wrong.
I can prove you wrong right now with
Do
a
it.
very simple math.
Do it.
So, if you look it up, anybody that just simply takes 2 seconds to look up the actual rate with which the moon is currently deorbiting the Earth, it's about 1.49 inches per year, right?
Okay.
So, you look up 1.49, that's the
Yeah.
amount. I'm just going to take it through very slowly so we understand. It's
No, please, take your
1.49.
time.
That's the rate of drift.
Go very slow.
Times
You might even want to
20,000.
start over. Go ahead and hit C a couple times and start over.
1.49 times 20,000 being the year that you specifically cited.
Yes.
That would come out to
You know what?
29
No,
hold on,
actually,
hold on. That would-
be generous. Do 19,000. Because I
Sure,
like
you
your
know what?
face.
Sure. You know what? I
You have a
appreciate it,
nice
Steven.
face, Aiden.
1.49, I'll just change it right now, times 19,000 rather than
Yep.
20,000.
I'm
So,
I'm feeling
you'll come out-
generous.
No, hold on. So you'll come out to 28,310 inches. So,
Uh-huh.
28,310 inches, if you convert that to miles, come out to 0.4468 miles. So, over the course of 19,000 years, as you just cited as a specific example, the Earth would have literally, the moon rather, would have literally drifted not even half a mile away from the Earth, compared to the 250,000 miles that the Earth is away from the moon. So you're telling me,
How much would it have changed?
I just said earlier, it would have changed 0.4468. 681187 to be very specific miles in that amount of time. Whoa.
Wesley, you have YouTube up in the background, the volume, so it's echoing when you talk.
So, I'm just
the
trying to
thing
say
about
that you
the-
made a specific... Hold on, I'll let you talk. Wesley, your YouTube volume's up right now.
Yeah, you gotta turn the volume down, Wesley, on YouTube. And then unmute. Oh
But
man, I sound really attractive on YouTube.
you do. No, it's true. You're a sexy man, Steven. Anyways.
Only verbally.
Oh, I mean,
God
come
gave
on.
me a face made for radio.
You have the physique of a Greek god. Let's be honest, Steve. Anyways,
A Chinese Greek god, maybe. Well, the Japanese have the sumo wrestlers.
it's true. You could
So
also
Japanese god.
the Buddha, the fat Buddha. That's another. I'm just joking. I have plenty of things you could poke fun at me as well. It's only fair. Anyways,
I'm not going to talk about you being Canadian.
Wesley, come on, man. There you go. I think he muted it, or did he mute himself?
Wesley, you still have YouTube in the background somewhere. The volume is up. Where were you watching YouTube before you
on
came
this
on?
device, but I turned it off.
Well,
And then there's gotta be something that's echoing.
You're listening. He's listening to over.
Let me try to link up. I'm going to dislodge and try one more time.
You need headphones, Wesley.
Anyways, I'm just gonna finish up
Hi,
making the
P-Town.
point. Hey, how's it going, man? I'm just gonna make up.
Dude,
I'm just gonna
P-Town
finish
went to
making the
Harvard
point that I was
University.
making.
You're about to get the floor mopped with you,
Sure,
Aiden.
go ahead, but
The Harvard of the West.
the math that I just cited though does bear out. You can look that up yourself. As far as the math that I just did, over 19,000
But your variable
years.
of 20,000 is wrong. I know Steven said that. He was using it as an example, but you guys don't even use 20,000. You use much, much longer than that.
Sure, absolutely. But I could even use the variable.
But wait a minute, hold on. I appreciate.
Why did you have to unleash the trap already? You should have waited.
Yeah, that point is already right, Danny. You're right. They go way farther back, which would have devastated everything. But even what he's saying, that would have drastically changed our tide. What could have been able to live in that?
Basically, it would have basically been the exact same environment because you're talking about a not even half-mile shift in a body that is 250,000 miles away from us. So you're talking about an extremely you're talking about a margin of a percent of actual shift in terms of its drift over that period of time. So the actual life that'd be able to exist on this earth would, I would imagine, be extremely minimally affected by such an
Neither
extremely
you nor
marginal
us could
shift.
prove that, though.
I mean,
you agree on that?
As far as measuring the current tidal forces that we have right now, determining how those tidal forces would be different given those variables, I think we could, absolutely.
Not to mention, just take my point I put forward earlier, okay? How crazy do people act on a full moon? And you're telling me even that minimally closer wouldn't have dramatically turned us into savage beasts? I call BS, sir.
Well, when you're talking about... and
I call BS,
up,
sir.
It was brought up earlier, and I actually want to go back to it because it's interesting that you kind of termed it as a slam dunk almost. Like, well, what about the universe going back this amount of time?
I wouldn't call it a slam dunk. I'd say it's a touchdown.
Well, I'll just clarify, though.
And then it's a mic drop.
The impact of Theia with the very early form of Earth about 3.5 billion years ago. Theia.
There's another Earth, or this is...
Well, no. It's not another Earth. There was another body that was proposed to be about the size of Mars, which impacted with the Earth.
Oh my gosh. This is another... Okay, if you don't want to call something a fairy tale or a myth or religion, what is another...
We have evidence to suggest
what would you
why
call
this
it?
is the case. Why is the composition of Earth and the Moon, as far as its topographical geological composition, why are they so analogous to one another, and more analogous than any other bodies within the solar system? And furthermore than that, why is the Earth and Moon system, the Earth-Luna system, the largest largest planet-moon pair that is found within the solar system, especially when you're talking about the rocky terrestrial planets? Those two variables absolutely speak to the relationship between those two. It's not whataboutism at all, though. That's evidence that points to that being the case. That's not whataboutism whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. I have to disagree.
Pretty flimsy, if you ask me.
No, because all that you have right now is incredulity, and incredulity isn't an argument.
But you have no proof that anything collided with the Earth except for speculation.
Well, what was the first? What was the definition that you said you don't like about? Is it Adam that was on? Yeah, Adam. What was the term that you said you don't like?
Oh, I was saying that according to his own definitions of what would be supernatural, that he was using supernatural thinking to describe what he was proposing as far as the age of the Earth in relativity to what evidence we have at our disposal.
No, there's a particular term that you used to describe Adam's persona. Like he uses.
Contrarian. Contrarianism.
Contrarian. Yeah. I don't know. You seem contrarian to me.
I don't see how the mainstream scientific view on what has currently occurred within our planetary system is contrarian. I think that's kind of the opposite of contrarianism.
You know who might disagree with you is Galileo.
What about Galileo?
He went against the norm. Turned out to be right.
Absolutely. And the fact that he did that was a service towards science, because when you try to challenge a dogma, there's always going to be people in the way of that dogma. Like, I think
so wouldn't you consider atheism to be a dogma?
No, I don't. I think that atheism is a lack of a belief, because it's a lack of a belief in deities. Dogma is something which requires a belief. It requires faith.
I'm allergic to bugs. Sorry, guys.
No, that's okay. That was really good information to know. I am glad to know that. I'll use it against you in my upcoming biological warfare campaign. Anyways, I'm just joking. Anyways, that being said, though, like, Galileo was a service towards science, because any kind of dogma, and I'm not going to deny that there are dogmatic elements within the scientific community simply because there are dogmatic elements within any human institution whatsoever, because dogma, individual people within any institution are going to be dogmatic, because dogmatism is just a fundamental aspect of humans. There's going to be dogma at one point or another. But
atheism's kind of taking it a little bit beyond dogma at this point. You guys are like a militia.
I'm not talking about atheism. We can talk about atheism, but I'm not even necessarily talking about atheism, because atheism and the scientific community aren't the same thing. There are plenty of Christian scientists. But anyways, that being said, the scientific community throughout its history absolutely has been dogmatic on certain things, absolutely. But because the scientific method overrides ultimately any one individual person within the scientific community, we use it as a means to check whether or not that dogmatic belief that is held is in fact actually true. So like Edwin Hubble, when he was around and he tried to disprove this idea of island universes that are in fact all within one galaxy. Like, before Edwin Hubble made his discoveries regarding galaxies, it was originally thought that all of the universe around us was essentially within one large superstructure of a galaxy. So like, if you look at earlier scientific literature, you'll see like references to things like the Andromeda Nebula or things like that, rather than the Andromeda Galaxy. And Edwin Hubble challenged the establishment on this, and ultimately proved through his observations of galaxies related to the redshift or blue shift that he observed within those galaxies. He determined that it would be simply impossible for those things to be within any kind of span of a galaxy of our own. They have to be things that are independent. But the reason I bring this up...
See, Adam warned us that you would say that, and he said to totally reject it and tell you that that's not accurate, and you know it.
Yeah, I guess I did. You caught me. You caught me with my pants down. I gotta hang up the hat. I'm sorry, guys.
Busted.
I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'm a fraud. I'm a heister. I'm a shyster. I'm a huckster. I'm really
charlatan.
Sorry, I'm a charlatan. I'm gonna
full of
convert
malarkey
to Christianity, right? No, but in all seriousness, though, the reason why I find it funny that he says that those things are dogmatic is because science is the story of taking things that originally were thought to be magical or outside of the realm of possibility and putting them within a frame of reference that we can understand. Now, you saying that something is incomplete, therefore it can't be debated, I find that funny, because if that's the case, then why do plenty of creationists spend time debating evolution all day long and, you know, the Big Bang and things like that, if it really is just that erroneous and irrelevant? But that being said, even that
pertains to faith.
Aiden, I appreciate your approach, because I think looking at the history of science and reflecting on it, if anything, like, highlights the Bible from my perspective. You know, I didn't grow up in a Christian home. I was an atheist for other reasons, but when I finally started to read the Bible with my scientific knowledge that I had, I started to realize the Bible is vastly scientific, and basically had predictions, had predictability written into it, so that as throughout time we discover new things, we can reflect on Scripture and go, oh, God knew this before we did.
Well, I'm sure you would agree, though, to be fair, and I appreciate what you just said, but I think you would agree, though, that to be fair, maybe you won't, I guess that's not a fair assumption to make, that there are things within the Bible that are claims that have simply been verified scientifically not to be true.
I would disagree with that, but I would agree with you that there are apparent contradictions to our reality.
The moon being a light source, for example, the moon being the light that ruled over the night, it being an actual light source, that's scientific.
That's an inaccurate interpretation, right? Because there's a difference. For example, there's a difference between, like, we even use it today. Like, can you turn off that light? Like you can refer, we use light to define the movement of light, right? And as well as like a lamp, which could be considered a light.
Right, but
Point is that there's
the
no
fact that it refers to the sun and the moon the exact same when it refers to light, and the Bible being so stringent as it is to make sure that it delineates things when it needs to, I at least can only infer, given the fact that the Bible does take such care to delineate things, that the fact it's being described the same means that it is in fact describing the same process, which is the emanation of light, which is not what we observe with the moon. It reflects
It doesn't
that.
speak to the emanation of light.
That's not what it's saying,
sun-
though. If
it
you
does
go
with
into
the
the
sun.
Hebrew, but there's part truth to what you're saying, though. God is saying He made a light. It's simple. He made a light for day. He made a light for night. Would you agree with me that those two things just happen, right? Besides the role that the moon plays in our evolution, they just happen to be the same size from our vantage point. Like this.
Oh, like the sun and the moon being
Like the probability. Like I just looked up an article and it was talking about, oh, look at this cosmic coincidence. We're so lucky that we live at this time during this period because the moon's moving. And but what I'm saying is think about it this way. It's right. Well, think about it this way from a Christian perspective. It's really simple and yet statistically significant, right? That God just made this because there's no way for you to compare it to something else because I'm guessing that you're in the court of chance, that things happen from random processes, and we're so lucky right now.
Not
But you don't right, not necessarily. You know why? Because if you were in that court, you would be wrong.
Hold on,
right?
You're talking. You're give me a chance to respond. You've asked me something, so give me a chance to respond.
Go ahead.
I think that there are things that absolutely can determine, not necessarily in a truly deterministic way, but can help guide the processes of the laws of physics as far as what we understand them. These are things that will not necessarily guarantee something will happen, but will guarantee if something is in its place relation to another thing, like where our solar system is right now compared to where it would have been at the earlier stages of its formation within the nebulae that it formed within.
Wesley, do you agree with anything anything Aiden just said?
I have 5 things, only 4 things to say. 1,
you have the floor, Wesley.
The orbits that are not spherical on the quantum micron level. The scientists that have been doing all their math and all their physics equations according to spherical or elliptical or circular orbits of the neutrons in atoms are completely wrong. Those orbits are very peculiar. They are hexagonal. Those small little things are going around at super high speeds with those little angles in a hexagonal. They fit that way. It's just common sense. That's number 1. Number 2, usually, what was the number 2? Well, the hexagonal thing. Oh, yeah. I have not yet heard an atheist prove to me that they exist. So that's number 2.
Wait, before we go on to number 3, I need a little bit more information on number 2.
Sure, are you an atheist?
No, you know me, Wesley. I'm a believer.
Cool.
Are you insane?
Well, no, I'm afflicted, but I in that artistic crazy thing that I hope I get away with it.
Don't use that excuse with me, sir. You're a master musician, and I know it.
So I hope that you all understand atheists just do not exist.
Right.
I have not heard one prove to me that they exist yet.
Why do you say they can't prove they exist? I mean, isn't them standing in front of you the evidence of their existence?
Believe it or not, on the real down-to-earth, on your table level, this is I'll put it to you plainly. They are really, really affected mentally by a thing that got into you.
Yeah, Democrats, too.
A voice got into every one of you. You're not going to admit it. It said, I will turn and toss you violently like a ball. and it was a fire pulled down from the
Wait a
heavens.
minute. Hold up. Wait. Aiden.
Let
Let him get
without
his other two
interrupting me.
out, Aiden. But I thank you for wrapping up number 2. You said you had 4. What's number 3, Wesley?
Number 3, I have shut the vision, the pearl of light in your souls, and I have
Was that really number 3? I'll let you close with that, but you said you had 4 points.
From entering your souls about a week
Why?
ago. The first time I
back
shut
up. Why would you do that, Wesley?
The first time I shut it, the next day the Russians invaded Ukraine.
That wasn't that bad.
I shut it, I can shut it to who I want to and open it to who I want to.
So it's not going to affect me personally. It's going to affect humanity elsewhere.
You're not gonna feel Christmassy inside.
I haven't got Omni money yet, Wesley.
The second time I shut it only to the Hollywood elite during the Academy Awards, only those going to the awards.
Is this really number 3?
That night, Will Smith punched Chris Rock in the face. So that's what
I will accept that as a sign. It was really a slap, though.
Those balloons that were big and white and near the stratosphere were flying over the country were spy balloons for China. They did take photos. They mapped and targeted the United States. It's not going to happen tomorrow, hopefully, but in your lifetimes, those maps and targets are the 50 state capitals. America will be overthrown. It is written in the Bible. It is the Leviathan, the serpent that pierceth the dragon of the sea. The dragon of the sea is the Chinese military submarines.
Wait a minute, hold up, time out, hold on. Is this all still number 3? Or are we into number 4?
Number 4.
Okay,
this is number 4.
Didn't clarify that, Wesley.
Yeah.
He said it was number 3. Liar!
Right.
Liar!
I believe Aiden's right on that. I think you misidentified it.
Neutron orbits are hexagonal. Number 2, does anybody remember what number 2 was?
No, I remember number 3. You closed the vision for us, you jerk.
Wesley, what do you mean?
Number 2 is that no atheist can prove they exist.
That was a good one. I'm still a little confusing, but
see, the funny thing is that the thing that you use for evidence towards that is the thing that you have done to you by Christians all the time, just as readily, though, Wesley, because there's plenty of Christians that will tell you just as readily as atheists that they never heard anything telling them that they'd turn and toss them violently like a ball.
If you've heard me in the past concerning who's Christian and who's not, I say that nobody is.
Are you saying I'm not a Christian, Wesley?
I'm saying there aren't any on Earth right now. Well, there are 144,000.
P-Town, have you ever met Wesley before?
Yes, I know Wesley.
Okay.
I appreciate that you give him.
That thing that said, "I will turn and toss you violently like a ball," was Satan. In the scripture, it is written that he pulls a fire down from heaven. That's what he did. He did it to you on October 10, 2005.
My head
he did
hurts.
it to you again, saying the words, "Don't tell the vision." He said that on March 31st in the year 2020. You're not going to admit that you were paralyzed in your sleep and you heard a voice in your head because it would embarrass you. It would embarrass you to say,
Wesley,
I heard a voice in my head.
Can I ask you a question?
Me. It was the devil.
Wesley, can I ask you a question?
I'm listening.
Is it very Christ-like to close the vision to us? I mean, if what you're saying is accurate, don't you want us to have as much time as possible? It just doesn't seem very Jesus-like to close the vision to us.
Well, as the big daddy-o, I say that you all saw Jesus Christ and you don't tell anyone about it.
Dude, if I saw Jesus, I promise you I would tell you. I'd be like, hey, I just saw a holy Jew.
But besides that, the 144,000 that you referenced earlier, I don't even have to respond to that from an atheistic perspective. I can respond to that from a biblical perspective.
Well, they're all young children.
Well,
they don't use
the
to watch TV.
144,000, though, are referred to in Revelation are the people that are 144,000 penitent Jews that will come, according to Revelations, toward the church and will be converted by the two people in I think it's 2 or 3 prophets within Jerusalem. That will come back, and the 2 witnesses that will come and preach the word. These 144,000 are referred to as the people that will be converted by them. They're not the current Christians that are on earth. That's an unbiblical statement.
Yeah,
Aiden, is there a reason you would have
You're right.
feedback
They are
on your
Jewish,
mic?
but that doesn't mean they're born to Hebrew parents, and they are currently scattered over the earth.
Well,
and if you've seen the
only
visions of
12,000 of the 144,000 were Jewish.
No, all 144,000 were Jewish from birth.
Only 12 come from the tribe of Judah. All the
they are
rest
all
of
young
the
children.
144,000 come from the other tribes of Israel, like
They are
Ephraim
all
and
young.
Manasseh.
They are all. I'm the one that has to gather them. Okay, I'm the one that picks them up and takes them to
Oh,
meet 'em.
Wesley, look at you getting cocky
So
with me.
don't tell
Is that,
me what.
is
Don't
that
tell
Jesus
me you
like?
know what's going on.
Okay.
On
I'm
what
the one that's
authority do you
gathering.
say that? On what authority? What biblical authority do
Well,
you say that?
Aiden, come on.
You know,
Yeah,
if I
don't
say
rile him
you're,
up.
it's going to
Steven, I
sound
appreciate
so
you give him a
bloatedly
platform, but
arrogant.
I got to go if this is going to
You
keep
know,
going like
you've
this.
been shown.
Well,
You've been
all
shown.
right.
They're all
Wesley,
kids. They
Wesley.
don't talk a lot.
Wesley,
They really don't speak.
We
and
love
they
you,
never
Wesley.
use-
Take care.
Hold up. P-Town, just
They
hang
do
with
not
me
use
one
or
more
watch
minute.
TV.
Okay.
They do not use or watch TV. Those children. They never use they never watch television. There's no dial in their mouth.
And really quickly,
Opinions, verse
Wesley.
23.
Really quickly, Wesley, I'll let you wrap up your point with this. You can tell everybody about the tooth incident. When you asked everybody to have a tooth healed, I'll let you share that, and then we have to move on to the next guest. Okay, fair? I gave you a lot of time. I let you go through 4 points. So tell everybody about the tooth.
Whether I'm fooled by Satan about that or not, I do not know. No one ever witnessed it.
Okay.
No one ever told it me. I prayed to Jesus and asked him to heal 2 teeth in every mouth on earth. I also prayed to Jesus and asked him to give fish and bread to everyone on earth. And I also asked him to give pizza to everybody on those 3 days that the Supreme Court overturned the murder law that they call abortion. So whether you got it or whether you didn't, I do not know. I also asked him several times to give you a little spicy rice that was flavored to taste like meat, that was not meat, it was rice, spice.
Yes.
Whether those things happened, no one ever told me that they did. And I have been willing to step out on the foolish limb and say that it happened, even though I have no proof.
All right. Well, thank you for sharing
and
that.
believe you me, I have fallen flat on my face about that one.
We all have before. Thank you for sharing that, Wesley. And as long as it pertains to the current conversation, feel free to chime in whenever you feel like it. Okay?
Sure. I'll hush up now. I've said my 4.5 thing.
Well, again, if you have input later on about the other topics, please do chime in. I love your input, Wesley.
Thanks.
Okay. What's that, DB?
I was just saying, before we got sidetracked, we were talking about how Aiden said that the moon was not a source of light. And it doesn't say that it was a light. It says it's the source of the light at nighttime. Even if it's reflecting the sun, it's still a source of light.
That's not a source of light, though. That's a reflection. That's not a source of light.
So you can't see it?
Is that not a source of light for
being
people
able
on
to see
Earth?
something is not a source of something, though. That's 2 entirely different things. The source of something is not the same as something being reflected from it. Like, you could agree, I'm sure, that the thing looking back at you when you're looking at a mirror is not the same as you. It's not a double of you. It's not a clone of you. In the same way, the light that's coming off of the sun and reflecting off of the moon does not make the moon a source of light. It makes it a reflection of light.
That's a cop-out,
That's
Aiden.
just
That's
parsing
not a
word.
cop-out. That's not a cop-out.
That's a
at all.
cop-out, and you know it.
Okay, no, then explain to me how it's a cop-out, please.
Semantics.
I just think
Like
it's-
semantics
I just think
to the
explain it.
extreme.
Explain it.
Because
Okay,
because you're-
here's how I would just explain it to a child,
Hey,
even.
hold
Aiden.
on, Proverbs guy.
Uh-huh.
Let me get my say in here.
Go ahead. Get your
I didn't ask
blows in.
Weston, to be fair.
We're going to
No,
jump us a
man.
Canadian tonight.
Yeah, it happens every other time I come in here. It's okay.
Okay.
So you're saying that the
We
reflection
jumped you
of
then
an
because you're
individual-
an atheist. Now we're jumping you because you're Canadian. This is different.
That's the reason every time. Be honest. That's the reason.
Aiden, where do you live?
Quebec.
I live in Canada. Eh? I don't live in. Don't you dare say I live in Quebec. Those are fighting words, Stephen. I've never threatened violence.
Where in
to you
Canada
before.
do you live?
Don't worry
Ontario.
about it. Don't worry about it.
I just want to know if we're neighbors. That's all. You don't have to tell. But...
I do live right next door to you. I do know that.
Aiden.
I'm joking. Dustin, you were going to say something though. I do want you to respond. Please say what you were going to say.
A reflection of an image and a reflection of a light source. When there's no other light around, they're not equivalent. Okay, you can't say that me looking at the mirror and the moon reflecting the light, they're not equal, man. They're not even close.
The sun
right?
is the only source of light in that instance. Yeah, you're absolutely right as far as how it reflects off of the moon. Because the moon by itself, if the sun was not there, would not emanate light.
But it doesn't say that.
Thank you for proving the Bible accurate, Aiden. Thank you.
The reflection.
It takes a big man to own up to it.
How does that prove it accurately? You just
the reflection of yourself out of a window has no use, but the reflection of the light from the sun at night allows for a light source.
That the usage of it, the utility of something has no bearing on whether or not the analogy is valid. Those are two entirely different things.
That's absolutely not true.
Yes, it is.
That is absolutely not true.
Hey, Steven.
That is absolutely not true.
Let me ask you something. Do you think that if the sun was removed from the solar system, do you think that the moon would emanate light?
No.
Okay.
Irrelevant.
Well,
but let me ask you something, Aiden. Let me ask you something, Aiden.
In terms of the light
Aiden, let me ask you something.
Go ahead.
Aiden.
Go ahead, Stu.
If you're walking around on a very dark night and you don't have a flashlight, and the moon is shining bright, is that not a light?
No, it's not. It's a reflection.
That's a lie, sir. Come on.
It's not
Aiden,
light.
come on. Semantics
You are
like 101.
Hold on. Wait. I will clarify.
Yeah, please do, because you're making a mockery out of everything everything's ever learned, ever.
Steven, listen. It is light. I was wrong in what I said. It is light that you do see.
Thank you. Well, that's all the Bible says.
It's not a source of light.
But the Bible just hasn't made
it's your source to see. It's your source to see. You wouldn't be able to see without it.
It is not the source of it, though.
It doesn't say.
It's
the source of light for you at nighttime.
That's not the source.
He knows what we're saying. He's just stalling because he doesn't want to proceed forward.
I can proceed forward. What do you want to talk about?
Let's get it. So you said that you don't believe that like the fact that they're the same size from our vantage point, pretty much.
I never said that. No, I did not.
You said it didn't happen by you don't believe that it happened by chance. Is what you were saying.
Well,
and
the
that was where Wesley came in.
The fact that the moon is drifting away from the planet right now as we speak does in fact indicate that yes, as far as its current positioning, yeah. It is essentially chance that we live in this current time that it happens to line up in the way that it does, and I won't deny that that's unique in terms
I
of
like
the solar
that.
system.
Thank you. You're a rare atheist for saying the word chance because few of them will actually want to say it because that is what you guys believe.
Well, I don't think
Thank you.
that it's I like I was trying to clarify earlier, right? Like the actual chance of the solar system being where it is right now and the laws of physics that govern how our solar system interacts with everything around it and things within the solar system. Those are two different things. Because one of them is, like I said, it's determined by the laws of physics, which are things that we can calculate and things that we can demonstrate are effective at other points of the universe. Granted, there are very few universal constants, but those constants are only things that really only apply to things like black holes. Almost everywhere else we can observe non-constant physics behaving pretty standardly as far as how we interpret them. So, that being said, what I'm trying to say is that our current understanding of the universe is not a totally complete one, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that is any sort of faith-based assumption or anything like that. That's just a matter of observing what we currently see and delineating what is chance, as you term it. Like, I don't necessarily feel uncomfortable using it. It's just not necessarily the term I would use, but sure, chance as compared to things that we can measure, like those laws of physics.
Well, chance is the proper term. Right. I mean, if you look at the definition of it, or at least we can share a term. That's good.
truly random chance. I don't think like there's
So let's on the topic of that though. We spend trillions of dollars, and I'm pretty sure it's gotten up to $1 trillion on seeking out life on other planets, right, outside of even our solar system.
Sure.
And what propagates that, I think, was largely the Drake equation, right, where you have some made up variables in an equation to calculate how many, right, and then but no one wants to put the solar eclipse, right, which obviously isn't going to contribute to life on Earth. So this is my argument. You could have a smaller moon that's more dense, right, where we wouldn't experience a solar eclipse, or you could have a bigger moon that's less dense. Like you don't like the fact that it's the same size from our vantage point
right.
is completely irrelevant to life on Earth.
That's only one unique
and the fact that it's locked into orbit where synchronous with the sun.
Well, yeah,
I mean
no,
that's a whole other level of
thousands of other things, but so I'm trying to keep it simple for him. There's thousands upon thousands of other things that I can use to argue a creator. But so at least you would admit though that like imagine like do you understand that I feel like I'm the one that doesn't have to have the faith here? Like the probability is in my court. God clearly made that.
If you were a Christian,
you're talking about
you're
talking about the blind watchmaker.
Wait, hold up 1 second, Aiden. What's that?
No,
Wesley?
you call it a blind watchmaker because you read that silly book.
Hold on 1
If
second.
you believe Jesus, if you believed in your heart Jesus is God, you would be hated everywhere you go.
Oh, that's a good point.
Hated.
Thank you, Wesley.
Hated.
Well,
you're right.
I'm not very popular.
I was about to say.
All right, go ahead, P-Town and Aiden.
But the point that I was trying to make, though, in relation to what you just said, is that sure, the solar eclipse being unique in comparison to other planets in our solar system, you're absolutely right. But that, and I'm sure you have other variables, and we can discuss those if you want. But the only reason why that solar eclipse is special in our eyes is because it's our eyes that are delineating it on this planet.
that is such a cop-out.
Hold on, Dustin. I'm not done. There are 1,000 different things in this solar system in any given body or rock or whatever the hell you want to call it that make it unique in comparison to other parts of the solar system. Now, life, yeah, it's more unique, I suppose, if you want to talk about comparative uniqueness than other things. But it, once again, is only comparatively unique because we are life. Of course, we're going to be biased towards saying that's specially unique because we ourselves are alive.
Okay, so let me try and paint a picture as a former atheist. When I was going through school, and you see patterns in textbooks where they'll basically show you the Earth and the sun and the moon. Of course, it's not to scale, but they're trying to draw a correlation between the sun and the moon and Earth, right? And to your point, it's the variable that's missing in this presentation because from your perspective, you're looking at it from a cosmic perspective or a universal universe perspective, a solar system perspective. When the pattern here, the connection isn't the sun and the moon and the Earth. It's the sun and the moon and you, Aiden, your eyeballs and your brain. And that's my point, is God made that not for the universe or the solar system, but for you. And it's simple. It's making simple wise. Like I don't know
those quasars at the very edge of the observable universe.
We can talk about that stuff, but because you want to redirect, but are you getting an idea of my point? Do you understand my point? Is like only you can like see the significance of this, and in order for you to see the statistical significance of this, it requires for you to compare it to a hypothetical alternative, like I tried to present. A moon that is more dense and smaller, or a moon that is bigger and less dense. You see my point? Like everything else could be the same. And this doesn't have to be the case, but God did that so that we are without excuse because it's in our heart, you know, like it's It's
That's
obvious.
That's an assertion
Amen.
that you've made. Sure, that's great that you've made that assertion, but there's no
just
actual evidence to govern that. Rather than you just simply saying, "Look, these circumstances align the way that they did." You know, it's kind of it's funny because Douglas Adams.
We
He was
use
a
this
really
logic all the time.
Hold
This.
on. I just let you speak uninterrupted.
Go ahead.
There's a section in Douglas Adams. I think it's Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but it might be a different story of his. It talks about the sentient puddle. That it sits there and it sits there in the puddle that it has, and it says, "Oh my God, look at this amazing environment that I have. It's perfectly shaped just for me, and it's perfectly made so that I can exist the way that I am. Isn't that just amazing that it was made so perfectly?" And really, you're only talking about a temporary circumstance in which this puddle's occupying. So sure, within our perspective, things appear great, but there are so many examples I can give of why where we are in the universe isn't necessarily optimal in comparison to other places. And the best one I could give you right now is the example of UV radiation that is given off by our star in comparison to a K-type orange dwarf star. Now, the K-type orange dwarf star is capable of giving off UVA radiation.
Are
on a
you?
similar-
Wait,
I have to cut you off, Ian, because
are
I
you
already.
implying there's a better Goldilocks zone?
I have to speak at this point. I have to
go
speak.
ahead.
Give me a chance. I already covered this objection before you presented it, because just like when I brought up the Drake equation, you want to say, "Oh, it's so unique for our life the way that we exist now on this planet." What I'm saying is that we could still have life and not have the solar eclipse. We're not talking about something that has to be that way in order for life or for everything that we experience to be the same way. It's something else. That's my point. Follow me, Aiden? Like, I already covered your objection before you presented it.
Because we're still talking about something which only exists within a temporary paradigm in the comparison
And that's
to
where,
everything else.
right? But the significance behind your point was that life, and the way that we like experience life is 1-to-1 ratio, but it's
Life and
darn
the
it, I
way
wish
that
I
we
was
experience life is on a 1-to-1 ratio.
like you're. God,
So
I got to get
hold
better
on,
at overcoming this. But
P-Town,
yeah,
P-Town.
It's all good.
Can I
Don't
maybe
worry,
cut
man.
in here for a second?
yeah, go ahead.
So, in relation to what P-Town is speaking,
You did
if
it
we're
now,
gonna put-
Aiden.
I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it.
if we're gonna put an equal sign right there, okay, right where P-Town leaves it, and then we're gonna say, Aiden, if you're gonna accurately counter the evidence that's put forth here,
What evidence?
how about you describe to us how a bunch of bumping particles allows for the flavor grape, or maybe how a bunch of bumping particles can somehow arrange themselves to allow for a piece of matter to describe language in the form of writing that another piece of matter can then understand.
Sure. So I've tried talking to you about this before, Dustin. Like, I've already explained to you the whole bumping particles thing, but I can't explain it to
You really
again.
didn't though. You went on a diatribe and it was like a word salad of nothing.
No, I went on a complicated answer to your question, because what you're talking about, the implications of what you are asking, are very vast and complicated. You're asking a very simple question, but the implications behind that question are something that requires a good deal of context. So if you want to act like that's just word salad, go ahead. But I know for a fact that that's not the case. It's me providing the proper context that you need in order to properly understand what I'm saying. If you want to talk about the origin of language and how bumping particles can delineate language amongst one another, then that language conversation is going to require the discussion around the fact that humans uniquely share the FOX23 gene in comparison to other species, which allows us to delineate language. And the ability for us to do that also hinges on the discussion of evolution. So there's 1,000 different things that I'm going to have to talk to you about in order to get that accurately described, but that's not word salad, my friend. That's me simply trying to
Man, I knew you needed a lot of
something.
answers to come to the faith, but I didn't know you needed 100 different questions answered, Aiden, or 1,000 rather. That's insane. We got our work cut out for us.
Oh, if
but I
if
love
God
you,
is
Aiden.
real,
You're
if-
worth it.
if God
I'm
is
going to
real,
answer all 1,000 of those questions.
if God is real, then at least some portion of its existence is going to spend the rest of its eternal existence answering questions.
Canada's literal existence, Aiden, is proof that God is real. You guys don't have one of the world's massive militaries.
You don't
You're
know
right
how many
next,
nukes we've got.
Listen, Aiden. Aiden, hear me out. You are literally neighbors with the most hated country in the history of the world. And the nuclear radiation from us being attacked has not overflowed and hurt you guys. That's a miracle.
I mean, we would totally get nuked. Like, the city where I'm in Canada, all I'm going to say is, like, the strategic
Which city is it? You can tell us which
is.
city.
No, I can't.
Yeah.
It's Calgary. It's Calgary,
I live.
Alberta.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you live out in the middle of nowhere.
Everybody knows.
Hey, hold on.
Everybody knows that there's a nuke under every toque.
It's the largest. It's the largest city in Western Canada population-wise. So if Canada,
Well, that's not
is
really
a
saying
nuclear
that
target, I mean, in comparison to America, sure, but there's going to be plenty of smaller
Right.
American cities that are going to be nuked, and I wouldn't imagine that that's just because of the population size. But I mean, Calgary's got a military base. It's got a nuclear reactor. It generates almost all of the power supply of the west, basically anything west of Manitoba. So, it's...
But Aiden, like, let's get back to this.
target.
You're saying that
Sure.
the solar eclipse, the fact that they are the same from our vantage point, is irrelevant to our life on Earth or whatever, right? You would agree with that? So,
I mean, it's irrelevant to the fact that that eclipse in of itself does
Right.
not need to be there in order for life to exist.
okay, and you agree that it's happened by chance because from your perspective, but you're kind of reluctant because, and I appreciate that at least you said, yeah, I do believe in chance, but it's more complex than that. Is that a good summary of what you believe? You think that there might be?
I do think that chance is just simply one thing among other operative mechanisms that work into the reality that we observe. And I think just labeling it under this blanket term of chance is an oversimplification that doesn't do such a complex topic justice.
Possibility and probability would
Well,
be better.
see, in order for you to well, that's what chance is a measurement of probability. I mean, in essence of it, we're talking about in this case
Well,
the
chances-
probability of a creator making it versus the probability of not a creator making it.
Chance
That's
would
the
be more
definition of
towards
chance.
Okay, so if we're
Chance.
just simply talking about a creator, though, then what is to say then that that is necessarily the creator that is the God of the Bible? Why couldn't it be any number
See
of other
this
creators?
see it always comes down to this with atheists. Ultimately, even if I can demonstrate to you that beyond a reasonable doubt that this world / universe that we live in is designed, right? Relative to the alternative, the probability is it's obviously it was designed for us. You're still going to say you still have a cop out ultimately. So
That's not a
I don't
cop-out, though.
know
That's a
why we're
very
even having this
realistic-
conversation.
You call it a cop out, and I mean whatever. You can use whatever.
What do you want to
terminology
call
you
it
want.
though? What do you want to call it, Aiden?
I call it a very realistic outlook of how there is no better chance that if there is a creator, that it's going to be the God of the Bible, barring the fact that the universe that is created by the God of the Bible would have to contain very specific attributes that are also shared by other creation myths.
This is
and
what happens.
other
At least
stories. So
right. So you don't want to have the conversation about how this universe / world was designed.
I never
You just
said
want to
that. We're
jump
having
to
that
even if you
conversation
were
right now.
even
We're
if you
having that
were able.
conversation right now.
You instantly went to even if you were able to demonstrate that to me, it still wouldn't change that. You can't prove that
No,
the
that's
God
not,
of the Bible
that's
did.
not true in the slightest. Hold on. I just said that the God of the Bible's universe, as it exists,
Why did you bring it up,
would
though?
have specific attributes. That, sure, some of those attributes would be shared by other creation myths.
Ryan,
But
do you agree with them?
But surely, if the Bible, if the God of the Bible is in fact the only creator that created the universe, not saying that there aren't other gods, because even the Bible admits that there are other gods, at least in the Christian worldview. But if the God of the
Semantics
Bible
again.
is the only creator, it's go ahead and just label it whatever you want. If
Well,
you wanna
well,
poison the
here's my
Just
point
poison
is
the
like
well as we have
I'm
this
really
conversation all that you
I'm
want.
not poisoning it, Aiden, because I actually no, you'll be surprised. Even like I really appreciate you because you actually were honest and said that yes, technically chance plays a role in this, and even though you moved the goalpost to the God of the Bible, because I would love to talk about that. Like I really do, because I do believe that the Bible is the Word of God. I believe it is demonstratively, it can be proven in an objective way. It takes a lot of time, and even when it comes to cosmology, um, biology, zoology, psychology, sociology, there's too much evidence to demonstrate that the Bible is the Word of God. But right now, we were focusing on
Yeah, we could
the
talk about
elements
just
of
a
design.
creator if you want. If
We
you
we
want to
can
just talk about design in of
no,
itself, I'm sorry if you feel like I was moving the goalposts. We can go
you're
back and
okay.
refocus on that if you want. That's
Well,
not an
well,
issue.
it is related because I bring up the solar eclipse example because you'll be surprised how many atheists will say like that there's no chance involved and yet it's completely irrelevant, right? And like because you have to be able to recognize patterns in order to see, um, and it's only through the Holy Spirit, by the way. I mean,
Well, that's the
but you
problem, though. Is
in order to see the patterns in the Bible. I'm sorry, I just have to admit it, but because there's patterns in the Bible that are kind of like solar eclipses, but there's thousands of them, and these little solar eclipses throughout the Bible, and not even just compared to other aspects of the Bible between chapter to chapter, but it also patterns scientific discoveries throughout time. There's thousands of them, and it's these little tiny thousand solar eclipses that make it statistically improbable that God did not make that, and that to me is scientific.
Are you talking about, okay, so when you refer to solar eclipses as far as like a narrative device, like you're referring to like an instance in the Bible where an incredibly statistically unlikely thing were to occur that would have to have only occurred if, at least in the sequence that it did, if there was a divine creator guiding that process. Am I accurate in saying that?
Right. Well, you're taking in a way, but I guess I used this argument the other day. It's from your perspective, you can call it, in some cases, bad evidence. So you can have a cumulative amount of bad evidence that would make it still statistically like significant. Um, are you following me, or would you like some examples?
No. I understand what you're
Because
saying. At least I'm
okay,
pretty
so
sure I
like
understand what you're saying.
so like you can like the point that you brought up when it comes to the light and it not being an actual light, right? Okay, that might be a bad and that might be a bad example, but let's say the Bible mentions, I don't even know where to begin.
Don't worry,
Let's say
take all the time you need, dude. It's all good.
if you're interested, okay, but this is the way I approached it after I became an atheist, when I finally read the Bible and studied it.
When you became an atheist after you read the Bible, that's base, dude.
Sorry,
That's
when
awesome.
I finally became a Christian after I read the Bible.
I'm joking. Don't worry.
So okay, so the Bible talks about how
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
There are a lot of them, so it's hard for me to remember where to I don't know where to start with you because I don't know what your focus is. But let's say every star is declared to be different
the
in
hill
glory.
that he's most willing to die on is that we are related to a banana.
He likes evolution. I know,
mean, like,
and that's not.
He tells everybody
we share a
that we're
common
related to a
ancestor with
banana.
no, we're not. We share a common ancestor with a banana.
Look, you can be you can believe in evolution and still be saved. I get frustrated with Christians who are biblical evolutionists, but it's not required to be a Christian. You can you can twist. I'm a young Earth creationist because I believe the Bible, but and I stand firm because I love truth. If you can twist Hebrew around to make it play games, but I don't play games with it. But I'm just saying I wouldn't let that hold you back from studying the Bible. But I'm going to give you a bad example, back to my point, right? A cumulative amount of bad evidences. The Bible describes each star being different in glory. Okay? I don't even know why I'm giving you this one of the thousands and thousands of examples the Bible declares. But it wasn't until the invention of the telescope, which you brought up earlier, specifically when it comes to Hubble, let's say, it wasn't until we put telescopes into the into space to be really see how different stars are, right? And galaxies. The Bible says this long before science discovered it. The same comes to like you. I loved how you brought up the history of science. Scientists used to argue about how many stars were in the sky. The Bible is declared and used it to as an example to demonstrate the glory of God, of how the stars are innumerable, by which I mean you can't count them, right? But scientists for so long used to chart the stars and work really hard and argue with each other about how there's only 1,242, and then one would write back, no, there's 1,247.
Hold on. Actually, I think what you
Follow
just
me?
brought up is really. I think it's really interesting what you just brought up. And
One second, Aiden. I will let you go on with your point, but I know your points are usually more detailed. So can we squeeze Wesley in really quickly?
you can say long-winded. It's
Sure.
okay.
I'll
Yes, Wesley, go
simply
ahead.
say the words of Jesus. Faith is the substance of things not seen.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Uh-oh, look who's got an anointing on their life. We see you, Wesley. We see you. All right, go ahead, Aiden.
I don't
Thank you.
disagree with the essence of what he just said. It's the best part, really.
Well, I should have been using Wesley to convert you all along. There we have it.
I mean, that doesn't get any further to converting me, but
Too late to take it back now, Aiden. Go ahead
you're
with your
right,
point, though.
You're right. I slipped up. I'm horrible.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Can I have 2 minutes of your ear? Yeah, I'm not going to
Wesley!
convert you. I can't
2
convert you.
minutes, Wesley.
Steven
2
said that
whole minutes.
I can't believe this. I'm leaving. I'm gone.
Look, Wesley.
No,
Wesley, I have to be a man of my word.
I'm
It's
joking,
up to
I'm
Aiden.
joking, don't worry. I'm joking.
It's up to Aiden, Wesley.
Please,
Go ahead,
please.
Wesley. Go ahead, Wesley.
Please, Aiden, I don't want you to answer this.
I believe something happened to both you and me and everybody here and everybody on earth.
Do you believe that
And-
Jesus appeared? Or do you believe that an angel told us, or Jesus told us to tell the vision?
Oh, I'm going to talk. I'm going to tell you about something you really want to know about. Satan.
No, I don't
He
want to know
attacked-
anything about him.
He attacked.
Uh-huh.
October 10, 2005, he attacked. Pulled a fire down from heaven, got into my head, got into your head, paralyzed.
I don't.
Wesley,
And
can
said,
I
"I
ask
will
you a
turn it."
question?
Can I
You said this
finish
was
what I'm gonna say
2005.
once without
Were-
being interrupted?
Were you using drugs in 2005 when you had this
No,
vision?
I quit
None at
drugs
all?
in about 2000, about 1999.
Are you sure you're
Hey,
being honest,
hey,
Wesley?
Steven, I may have interrupted him
No,
with my Satan
2005.
laugh,
Yeah,
but
I
you
was
better not
still using
interrupt
drugs.
him
I
with
was,
questions that
I
are
was
pertinent,
still
okay?
using.
That's
I was
enough.
still
That's
using
enough.
drugs in 2005. Yes, and as a matter of fact, I had used drugs
can't.
so much that when
All
my
right.
soul was when my supposedly Christian soul was revealed to my eyes, it was dead gray ashes from head to toe, filthy,
Uh-huh.
dead gray of color, not even a living gray color, a dead gray color, ashes.
Yep.
My body. Now that's the wages of sin. That's what death is. The wages of sin is death.
And
My
TV is
death.
witchcraft, right?
That was my name blotted out of the Lamb's book of life.
Your name
Those ashes.
was that.
All right,
TV
I want
is
to
witchcraft?
support mentally ill people, but like I can't be a. I mean,
I know, brother,
like,
but
Well, I don't have
long-
anything.
like I like
long-
Wesley.
long
P-Town, don't
suffering
you
and-
shun another
and
brother.
look,
Don't you
he's a
dare
man
shun
of his
another
word.
brother.
If I give him 2 minutes, he will comply and be friendly. Isn't that right, Wesley?
You got it.
Wesley's always friendly, and
Don't you shun a brother of Christ. You can't turn yourself away from
but I got
a fellow
Aiden.
believer in
Aiden
that
likes
time
to
of need.
discourse, and I got him in a corner here. I feel like I want him to have a chance to
All right.
respond.
Give me one
The
second,
number of
P-Town.
the number of stars
Wesley,
were
Because I
Wesley.
did not have the breastplate
Wesley,
of righteousness.
if
Yes.
you allow P-Town and Aiden to finish their conversation right now, next episode I will give you 6 whole minutes to say whatever you want
Wow.
to say. Okay? At
Sure.
one time.
Or we can wait until hell.
So
No, I don't want to wait till hell. All right, but 6 whole minutes, I promise. All right,
Right.
P-Town,
Okay.
Aiden, go ahead.
You got it.
I'm getting
Aiden, the number of stars. Aiden, the number
Yeah,
of
I
stars,
heard you about
right?
it being
predicted.
predicted.
And
Yeah, it being
what was my other point? I mean,
You
there's
also
thousands of others, but
you made a point about each star having a different glory,
thank you.
and
Right.
how that relates to the different kinds of stars. So, first and
Simple.
foremost, I just want to address what you said as
Aiden,
far as
you're
there
in
being
trouble
an infinite
now.
number of stars. Oh, Dustin's here. Sorry,
Yeah,
guys.
you just stepped in it. Between P-Town and Defender, you don't stand a chance.
Gotta pull an Adam, guys. Sorry,
DB's
gotta
in the
gotta
back,
go.
sniper position right now. You're
Gotta
about to go
eject.
down.
Got to eject. Sorry, guys. No, but the only way that the amount of stars in the universe is truly limitless is if the universe is infinite in the literal sense, and I don't think that's the case.
I didn't say limitless. I don't want to cut you off, but I made a distinction because the Bible declares that they're uncountable, they're innumerable. My point was it's way more than what the scientists would argue with each other when it comes to 1200 and some change. So for you to say, the Bible also says that they're not infinite. Why? Because God knows them all by name. So my point is, so your argument is not
You are
significant.
arguing for infinity, though, because what it
I am
ultimately
not.
pertains. Hold on. Well, let me actually elaborate on what I'm saying, please. You're arguing for infinity because a true uncountability of something is even more of an infinite thing than a countable infinity, because a countable infinity is a concept that does exist for something to be both infinite and countable, but for something to be truly uncountable requires infinity, because if it's not quantifiable, if it's not
Hold on a second, though.
there is
You're moving the goalpost, Dylan. You're moving the goalpost because my point is that it's. Wouldn't you agree that the number of stars out there that we know of is a lot more than 1,200 or 2,000? That's my point.
I'm not
Is that
disagreeing with that.
scientists used to argue for a really long time about how many stars were observable,
And every time,
the Bible declares
every time a better telescope is made, they see further, and it's going to continue to be that way because it's
it'll
infinite.
keep going that way.
It does not
It's
end
not
in all
it's
directions.
not.
It's
It'll be
infinite.
infinite
It's
for
not
us,
infinite.
but not for God.
Well,
Not for God. And that brings it to another point. If you look at, because I like how you bring up the history of science. The fact that the heavens are being stretched out, just like the Bible declares, and you extrapolate that backwards, what it implies is a beginning. It's another thing that the Bible has declared.
Would you
So
say that the passage about the heavens being stretched out would be a prediction of the expansion of the universe?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. So that being said, then, if the universe is expanding, how could there be a truly uncountable amount of stars? Because there is a quantifiable universe that we exist within if it is expanding.
Sure.
Make the distinction between
Carl Sagan to them and have him tell them that space is infinite, and send Einstein, the angel, to them and have them tell
Stephen,
them.
I can't deal with it.
Hey, Wesley, I really appreciate you stopping by, brother. Come by next time, and I will give you a couple minutes to talk when you're able to stay on point a little better.
There's a distinction between I love you too, Wesley. And there's a distinction between uncountable, innumerable from our perspective, versus infinite. There is a distinction. You want to argue there's not, but there clearly
No,
is.
there
What I'm saying
is. I
it's
agree
not.
that there's a distinction. There's a distinction between countable infinity and uncountable infinity, and the thing that you are describing
You're
falls
adding
within
infinity.
the latter distinction. Yes, because something that is uncountable.
I'm not adding infinity.
Yes, but by the very definition of what an infinite thing is, it is not something which is quantifiable.
Do you or do you not agree that the distinction is the fact that we're right and you're wrong?
That you can't. It's more. Would you agree?
You're right. You're absolutely right, Stephen. I am right and you're wrong. Thank you for agreeing.
What I'm saying is the Bible, God, through the Word, has described aspects of the stars and the galaxies and the universe when it comes to stretching at an accelerated rate,
right? But
as well as those stars being different and quote unquote glory, and these things were predicted if you by the Bible from your perspective.
I asked you a specific question though.
Go ahead and ask me.
I asked you how. No, you know what? It's going to go down the exact same road of infinity, because for some reason you cannot accept the fact that an infinity necessitates something which is not quantifiable. So
you won't recognize that God's. I'm telling you what the Bible says, and I'm demonstrating how it's accurate.
The Bible
And would
says
you
that.
agree?
No, because you're using very vague terms to describe very complex things, like the
It's
fact that
not
the
that.
Bible. It is like when the Bible says that different stars have different glory from one another. Please tell me how that describes a white dwarf from an orange dwarf and a red dwarf and a yellow supergiant and all of the different sorts of stellar types
What
that we see
relevance
within the
does
main
that
stellar
have to
sequence.
anything anyway?
Because he was talking
Absolutely
about earlier.
none.
Hold on. He just said earlier how that relates to the stellar
Fair
sequencing
enough.
of stars.
Everybody, even though we're stomping him into the pavement right
Oh,
now,
yeah.
if we
Oh,
have
of
to.
course.
Aiden, I'm taking your side right now. We have to keep in mind he needs equal time. So after each one of us hits him with a solid fact that's devastatingly blowful,
It's funny that you
we
have
have
to
to
stack
allow
the deck
him to
that
reply.
far. It's funny that you have to stack the deck like that. Conversation.
Well, you sound like you're
I will agree
19
with you.
school grades ahead of everybody, so I have to equalize it.
I tried when I made that point when it comes to the stars differing in glory. I tried to make it. Remember, I called this thousands of bad evidences. Right? I agree with you that it is vague, but you can see that what the scripture's implying clearly. You know, like
No, I don't
because
see the
because
same thing
there
being implied.
glory. Well, because you're trying not to, quite frankly.
No, okay,
when
you
it
know
comes
what?
to
If you're gonna try to make the claim that I'm not talking to you honestly, then we can end the conversation right now. Because if I
I
am
believe that you're
actually being
talking to
dishonest-
me honestly. I'm trying to point out where there's a disconnect, and I already I already know I'm not going to convince you of these things. But I mean, I'm doing this because I do want you to one day see the
Right, but
significance
you're
in
trying to
Scripture.
subtly say that I'm arguing in bad faith, though, and I really don't appreciate you saying
No, it doesn't quite work that way, even though it might sound that way
Well, that when you
talk
say
about it,
something like I'm purposefully trying to reinterpret the scripture in a way that affirms a certain point of view, like I could have made that claim 1,000 times with you earlier as far as confirmation bias is concerned, but I didn't have to go there to make my argument. So the fact that you have to go there to make your argument says a lot about your position.
Okay, so what I was trying to get to the meat of it though, when I mean, frankly put, when God just says they differ in glory, what we could define that as different in size as well as quantity of light as well as different color, right? Glory, like it's very big. I was just trying to agree with you.
Okay.
My point is that all of these different things that we might be able to, I'm assuming you would agree with me in this, the different ways that we might be able to say contributes to the definition of glory is actually applicable to what we observe.
I mean, I don't think that that's necessary. I don't think that the human interpretation of those particular scriptures is any more or any less arbitrary than the factors that were put into the Drake equation that you mentioned earlier. It's all arbitrary because it's all being viewed from a human perspective. Inherently,
Sure, but how would you define glory though when you're referencing glory to the stars? How would you, if you were to try and take your humanistic approach, using your words, how would you describe the possibility of what that scripture means?
Well, if I'm describing it, I couldn't describe it from a humanistic approach if I'm describing it from a biblical perspective. From my personal view, if I want to look at it from a theological perspective, though, the glory of God is the worship of him by humanity and the saving of humanity at the behest of God. So I would imagine that a star would have more or less glory to it, either in reference to the distance from our particular solar system and where we are, or to whether or not it harbors other human life, which isn't necessarily impossible from a biblical worldview. I don't think that is at all impossible. That there could be other human life out there.
When you go out and you look at the stars, right, from with your naked eyeball, which is when this was written, they didn't have a telescope.
Yeah,
they all the stars kind of look the same, right? The significance of Scripture wasn't quite revealed until much later, right? Where they really differ in glory. For example, Jupiter. Without Jupiter, life couldn't exist probably on the planet. It outweighs all the other planets combined by by a factor of like 10, I'm guessing, right? And it's still considered a star in the Bible, clearly, because we're talking about something from our vantage point, but.
It's interesting you say that. I'll just say this really quick. And then I'll let you keep going on. The whole Jupiter being related to life thing, I think that was a very common, and I'm not saying it's totally thrown out as far as the theory is concerned, but as far as what our current science is, as far as understanding where Jupiter was in relation to where Earth was in the late heavy bombardment period, we kind of predict that actually it's a good chance that Jupiter was responsible for flinging a whole bunch of asteroids into the inner solar system and actually causing the late heavy bombardment period. So I don't know.
Well,
if that's
that's
true.
a like we're going off on a tangent here, but also that's a good excuse to explain the rapid movement of asteroids and comets or whatever that can only be explained, when we observe other planets and other moons, because it's clear that there was a rapid, and like there was catastrophism, right? And I agree with you. They use Jupiter as a way to explain that.
Well,
But anyway, we're going off on the tangent.
I mean, it's not necessarily being used as well. You didn't use the word excuse, so I shouldn't say that. That's not honest. But
I may have, but yeah.
I want to make sure I don't put words.
Yeah,
in
and also, guys, I want to see if Captain Stump, DB, or Ryan or Defender have a question for Aiden.
Kind of been dominating the conversation. Sorry, go ahead.
Anybody?
Not for me. I'm good. I'm just listening.
I have been
Dustin,
trying
you've
to
always
get in
got
on this
something.
conversation.
Yeah, I know Dustin's got
I
something.
try.
Well, DB and Defender and Ryan, feel free to hop into this conversation whenever you see a point.
Go ahead.
I'll let DB go because I'm pretty sure DB has something.
I'm giddy. I want to hear it.
Okay, so since nobody's taken the ground,
Okay.
so we're looking at several factors here. Okay, I don't even know where to start. You guys opened so many different subjects. If we're going to deal with Jupiter being a factor in life, right, and the Kuiper Belt, and the orbiting, what do you call them?
I'm just gonna take a guess.
What's the word for
Jovian
the
moons.
No,
What
what's
are you
the
looking
word
for?
for the ice balls that come through? What's the word for the ice balls that come
Comets.
through and leave the
Comets.
trail? Comets.
The
Okay,
comet.
the orbiting comets. Okay,
Yeah.
so if we're dealing with huge gravities, right, that pull objects into them, the idea that an asteroid comes in and smacks and kills all of life, right? Like it takes a huge extinction event,
Mm-hmm.
and then but then something for whatever reason the faucet was turned off, right? We have all these different
The faucet was turned off.
impact. Well, for example, we have all these impact craters across the planet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
But then we're going to turn around and we're going to say that the fact that Jupiter is the vacuum that allows for life to be on this planet. I mean,
Yeah,
there's
I've
a
heard
lot
that.
of impacts, right?
Well, I just
So,
explained earlier that they can relate. To
By the
each
way,
other in the
if
late
I can interrupt,
bombardment. Go ahead.
I'm sorry I haven't been participating much. I was on 2 back-to-back phone calls, and yes, I will be available tomorrow night. I'm not going to CMI event tomorrow night, so I will be able to host my show. So,
Amen, because I had to host your
Awesome.
last one, and I'm terrible at hosting.
are you terrible at trying to be me?
See, it's interesting.
Yeah.
It's interesting that you brought up comets, though, because I think it actually illustrates a good point of what we were talking about earlier in relation to the eclipses, right? Because
I was trying to tie it in there.
Sure, and I will let you go just as soon as I'm done saying something. A special astronomical event, like the arrival of Halley's Comet, which is something that we can measurably predict will happen within a certain... I think it's within every 80
Halley's
years
Comet comes every 75 years.
75
Mark Twain,
years.
Samuel Clemens was born on Halley's Comet, and 75 years later
are
to the
correct.
day he died on the days of Halley's Comet.
And he even predicted that he would die when it came through again.
And he had multiple close family members die on Christmas.
Wow.
Illuminati confirmed? Question mark? I'm just kidding. As far as that's concerned, though, I don't think that a person that lives to be able to witness Halley's Comet is any more blessed in any like special, significant spiritual way than somebody who doesn't, any more than I think humanity would be more or less blessed if we had a solar eclipse occur on our planet. I don't think that that's necessarily an indication of anything as like it would be just as special, for example, as the northern polar region of Saturn.
Can I ask you a question, Aiden?
Go ahead.
Let's say that the timing of Halley's Comet matched up to, say, tonight, and everybody was getting ready for it like we would an eclipse.
Yeah.
And then somebody had some sort of freak accident and lost their sight like an hour before this big event that you're only going to have one chance to see every lifetime if the age is right. Don't you think that they're going to consider you a whole lot heck more of a blessed? Like special?
I mean, like, if you, as far as, like, by what delineation are they going to consider them more special, though? Like, the fact that they got to witness something, is somebody less blessed if they witness a calamity?
You witnessing that comet is something spectacular, prospectively.
Are you more cursed if you are somebody that witnesses a horrible calamity event, like genocide or warfare or anything like that?
Are you worse if you witness that? I think PTSD is a testimony
mentally,
towards
sure,
that.
absolutely. I'm not talking about actual things.
I mean, mentally is everything, considering the brain controls every aspect of the human existence.
Yes, but that's talking about
minus
worldly
the soul.
matters. We're talking about worldly matters, and that's what I'm referring to.
Okay, go ahead.
Spiritually speaking,
I will try to stay on track with that.
I don't think that anybody, spiritually speaking, is worse off having witnessed horrific events than somebody is better off spiritually for having witnessed
I don't know,
events.
man. I don't know if I agree with that. There's a lot of, like, military and law enforcement officers that not just mentally are wounded when they come back, but seeing the stuff that they saw just...
Does that make them fall out of favor with Christ?
Dude, they walk around... A lot of them walk around like zombies. They're just dead inside. Like, the things they saw scarred them so badly that they can't function.
Spiritually harm them, though. Like, that doesn't mean that they in any way
What?
fall out
It
of favor
completely
from God.
alters their existence for the rest of their life.
Yes, but that's a worldly thing that you're talking about, though. The soul that actually exists within your worldview that's within them is not going to be...
okay. I see what you're saying.
Like, I'm trying to argue
I'll
from your
concede,
perspective
Aiden.
here. I'm
I'll
trying to
pass
argue
it.
from your perspective.
I know. I'm going to pass it to DB or P-Town. Or Ryan or Defender. Anybody.
Who's up next? Let's go! Let's go! Who's next?
Aiden, you don't know another atheist?
I'm fine. I mean, we can have atheists in here if you want. I don't care who comes in.
Getting close to my bedtime, but I can stay a little bit, a few minutes.
Yeah, I was kidding.
Me and you, Ryan, let's go in the cage right now.
I'm probably gonna shut it down in a few more minutes, anyways.
Aiden, it's only
been going on
8:30
over
in
4
Wild
hours.
Rose Country.
What's that?
I
Sir?
know it's only 8:30 where you are, buddy.
Oh, don't worry about it, man. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna eat some dinner pretty soon here, anyways. My fiance is
And it's going to get dark there around 11 o'clock, right? And it's going to start getting daylight again around 5 o'clock.
Man, I missed my opportunity to go out scooting. I could have went out scooting, and instead I went and had this conversation. If
I
that
remember
doesn't
how
show that I've
strange.
fallen out of favor with the Holy Spirit, I don't know what does. No.
You know, we down here in the southern United States do not know what an Alberta summer is like. But it's not the same.
it's brutal, man. It's brutal. Like, when people think of Canada as just being like this cold, barren wasteland, yeah, come to Canada in July or
Not in that
August,
side of the
and then you make
mountains.
that same-
Hold on a second here. Wait. Hold on. Whoa. Stop. Hold on
Okay,
a second.
Defender, I'm gonna
So,
let you go next,
let me-
but I do want to circle back around and ask Aiden if American food is the equivalent to what we consider Mexican food. Go ahead, Defender.
So you're telling
Wait, I don't get
me-
an opportunity to respond? Oh.
Hold on a
Go
second
ahead.
here.
Go ahead.
Now you're telling me that if you were down at the end of a dark tunnel,
yeah,
okay, right? We didn't have a generator, and every light bulb within 100 miles was burnt out.
Okay.
And the only way to get light down the end of this hallway was for me to hold this huge mirror and reflect the sun. You're telling me at that point that mirror is not a light source.
It's not a source of light. No, it is reflecting light. That is not a light source. Those
But
are
I
two
can
different
control
things.
where the light goes with it.
Yeah, because you are changing the angle at which you are refracting that light. That doesn't mean that it's the source of that light. That just
Well, what
means that
about
you're
the
changing
ancient
the angle
technology
with
where they would literally use reflective mirrors to capture the sun to put it down into these tombs so they could see?
like to light them up.
And the
Absolutely, I've
moon.
seen those.
It's a light source, Aiden.
That's
Come
not a
on,
source of
man.
light, though. That's a
Please,
clever trick.
you're so
That's-
smart. You don't
hold on,
need
hold
this
on, hold on.
round.
But if it's a
Aiden,
source,
you're
but
so
if-
smart. You don't need this round.
But hold on.
Just give us this
Steven,
one.
Steven.
Don't
Steven,
dance
listen.
around it,
Please
Aiden.
listen. I'm not dancing. I'm addressing it directly right now.
You're
How is it-
undressing it, you pervert.
Oh, that's you know what, Steven?
Go ahead.
You and me, and you know what? Not me and Ryan in the cage. Me and you, Steven. Let's go right now. I don't care.
Ryan
where you
wasn't
are.
even
We're gonna
debating.
meet up.
Wait. If your logic is correct, then you can't tell me that a light bulb powered by solar energy is a light source. Then
Is it generating its own source of light?
no, it's taking
Getting it
the
from
light
the outlet.
sun and it's reflecting it. No,
Yeah,
no,
it's
not one
it's
that's powered from
transferring power.
solar energy.
It's transferring a power and providing luminosity. to
See, there you
something.
go. There's the loophole, is that you'll accept it there, but it's not here. That's a bunch of horse. That's a bunch of horse pucky, dude, and you know it. Yeah. That's
Because when you're talking about, hold on, because you have to use solar power as a specific example, because you realize that if you use something like coal or literally any other source of energy, that there is in fact a tenable transferring effect there that's more obvious on at least a
that
surface
energy
level
came
than
from
there
the
is
sun
with
too.
solar.
That
No, it
energy
didn't.
came from the sun too. Yeah,
Not
all
directly
coal.
speaking at all. Not directly
Yeah, it
speaking
did.
the slightest.
What are you talking about? You had to have sun to grow the organic material.
Sure, yeah, in an
If the sun
indirect
was out-
fashion,
yeah.
the energy, the energy that's trapped within coal is a result of the sun, the same way that
Oh,
any
you
form
are
of energy.
that is such a cop out, dude.
It's not a
You
cop
know,
out,
you
listen,
know
it is.
exactly what I'm referring to. That's horse ducky, and you know it.
Okay, so the example
I-
that you gave earlier, real quick, I'll just say this and I'll let whoever wants to talk. Real quick, the example that was given about light source lighting up ancient Egyptian tombs. See, it's interesting that you say that, because the whole analogy that Dustin just gave there, you wouldn't need to have a complex system of mirrors that bounce the light around to a whole bunch of different places if you had
Oh
access
my
to
God.
something like a light bulb. That is the big difference between the two, is because one source is being directly generated from one point where you can observe the luminosity coming from, whereas the other one is
You are
taking a source of luminosity that
such
already
a
exists and
hypocrite.
bouncing it around. You're just throwing terms around.
I
Dustin.
love you,
are.
Aiden,
No,
but
you're
you
just
are a
throwing
hypocrite.
terms around. You are throwing terms around.
No, I'm
with
not.
actual
No, I am
basis
not.
whatsoever. Yes, you are.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
you
pointing
are.
out your hypocrisy.
How
I'm
is it
pointing
a
out your
hypocrisy?
hypocrisy.
No, you're not. You made a claim
Because
that
you're
it's a hypocrisy.
you're a hypocrite.
You made
You're
a
a
claim
straight
that I'm a
hypocrite,
hypocrite,
bro.
so then please demonstrate how I'm a
I
hypocrite.
stand by that.
Demonstrate how I'm a
Because
hypocrite.
you'll
No,
say
you just
that
made
you'll
the
say
claim.
that the sun, yeah, and I'm standing by it. You'll say that the sun is the light source, right? But reflecting the light doesn't make it a light source. But if I capture energy from the sun and I produce my own light source, that's a light source.
Because it's
That's horse.
emanating
That's
from
horse
one
pucky.
specific. Yeah, because it's
That's
emanating
horse
from one
pucky,
specific.
and you know it. That's horse pucky.
I just explained how they're different from one another, and rather than actually
They're the
acknowledging
exact
the
same
difference that's posed-
energy
No, they're
from
not.
the sun.
No, they're not. Because if that was the
Exactly.
case, hold on. If it was a genuine light source, then why would you need to bounce it around in a whole bunch of clever ways that they employed? If it is the exact same, like you just said, then why did they need to
You're
implement that
contradicting
sort of
yourself.
technique? No, why would they need to
Now
implement that
you're
sort of
contradicting
technique
yourself.
in order for them to do that, though? That's what I'm asking you. Because if
think
they
it's a
are, in
Bible.
fact, the exact same, then there shouldn't be any difference in how those two are generated from one another, except, oh, wait,
You see,
there
that's what I'm
absolutely is.
pointing out. That's what I'm pointing out is your hypocrisy. You listen to what you're saying. You're saying that a light source isn't a light source because it's reflected, but the energy from the sun can produce its own light source. But I'm only using the energy from the sun in a mirror to produce a light source.
It's not
You're
energy that's
using
being
the
used.
equivalency.
Photons, hold on. The photons that
Oh,
are
here we
being
go with
used that are
photons.
bounced off. Yeah, absolutely. How is that not
Yeah.
relevant? Hold on. The mechanism that creates light. Are you really
Fire
going to try
photon
and
torpedo.
Are you really going to try and dismissively claim that protons, the thing that make up the
I
entire
didn't
point of our
dismissively claim
discussion-
anything.
You were like, oh,
I didn't
protons,
because
you're going to bring up protons. Now, yeah, I'm going to bring up the thing that makes up the thing
Dark
that we're
matter's a
talking
placeholder.
about. Well, that has nothing to do with what
Oh,
we're
here we
talking about,
go.
but go ahead. Was Steven being dishonest there, trying to make a joke? Was he trying to be dishonest?
Just say it,
I don't
Aiden.
know.
Say fake news. It's okay
The
to say fake
photons
news.
generated from a light bulb, depending on the energy source, which was
Yes,
still
they are.
collected from
Photons
the
were
sun,
generated.
given in either
Was it-
oil
Is it the
or
photons that came off the sun that generated that electricity? Is it the photons that came off the sun that generated that electricity?
How could it be? How could it be? According to you, it couldn't be the same thing. According
Because
to
it's
you, it
not the
couldn't be the
photons
same
that are
thing.
generating that electricity. When you're talking about any sort of power source, especially when you're talking about things like coal and wind and whatnot, it's not the photons of light that are generating the photons that you see in that light source that is that light bulb. The photons are what are being directly implemented in that
such a
example of the
hypocrite.
mirrors. No, I'm
You're a
I'm giving
hypocrite,
you a
bro.
prime
You
example
really
of
are.
how those two things are different, and you're just
I
refusing
feel like
to
it's really
listen.
irrelevant.
No.
I mean, like,
You're just
I'm
refusing
calling
to
you a
listen.
hypocrite.
Yeah, because you're refusing
No,
to
I'm
listen. You're
listening to
calling
you.
me a hypocrite
I'm listening to
erroneously.
you.
You're
I'm
being
listening to you
erroneous.
split hairs and say
I've made
that
a
light
decision,
sources
fellas,
are light
fellas,
source when you
fellas,
want them
fellas.
to be.
Fellas,
I think you're both splitting hairs.
I'm not.
I
I'm
don't
gonna
see
hand the
it.
microphone over to P-Town or DB if you're out there, but I've
I'll
given
mute up.
you several opportunities and you haven't said anything. I don't know
Go-
if
go
you
ahead.
stepped
Well,
away.
I was away from my PC for a good while on phone calls. So
I know.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Feel free
You
to chime in whenever you want.
Yeah, let's talk about comets.
Sure.
Aiden, do you subscribe to the Oort cloud theory? That there's an Oort cloud that keeps bringing new comets down to explain why we still have comets if the Earth is billions of years old? Because that's a rescue device that was invented to explain why the comets haven't all burned up.
Oh, so the Oort
Because they
cloud
should have all
wasn't
burned up
predicted
a
in the
long
Bible?
time ago.
The Oort cloud wasn't predicted in the Bible. Then it's just something.
No,
that's
the Oort
been
cloud
made
wasn't
after
predicted,
the fact.
and it's never been observed. It's just they came up with the theory to
It's
explain.
never been directly observed because the fastest thing that we've ever been able to send out of the solar system, which is the Voyager 1 spacecraft, even though it's several orders of magnitude faster than a bullet, still won't reach the Oort cloud in a few centuries. So it is an extremely distant thing from the sun. However, we can still observe through spectroscopy a huge amount of reflective light coming off of this from ice. That's light being reflected off of that ice. I guess that just means that the ice are all little suns out there. Then,
Everybody
because it's the
give me
same thing.
just a moment to welcome Grayson, our good buddy there. Grayson, how are you
Hi,
doing?
Grayson.
I'm good. I just got back from the store. I
Hello.
forgot you were going live today. I wouldn't have went to the store. I got groceries anytime, right?
Yeah, you could have got groceries anytime. If your wife doesn't like that, tell her you don't really... I'm kidding. I'm not going to get you in trouble.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Well, Aiden was just conceding that nothing about the
God
Big
is
Bang
real.
makes sense. And
God is real, and I'm a heathen, and I need to repent of my sins.
please don't say you're a heathen. Now that you believe God is real, you're my brother in Christ. And anybody
See, you
says
have
you're a
that clip
heathen,
now.
it has to go through me.
You have that clip now, though. You can put that on your channel. Aiden Linden admits. to
Well,
being
I mean,
Christian.
admitting that God is real is not the same as being saved.
I'll take whatever I can get, Aiden. You are one stubborn freaking cookie, man.
It's not an admission, though, really, necessarily. It's a presupposition to say that God is real.
I've never known anyone my whole life, Aiden, who has read the Bible as much as you have and came out an unbeliever. It is so baffling to me.
See, that's the funny thing is that I even though everything else that gets discussed on here, I am glad at the very least that people don't claim that I'm like scripturally illiterate or something like that. I do try my best to understand the scripture.
Yeah, you do.
And I do try my best to implement it wherever I think it's appropriate in our conversations because, I mean, I'm in a Christian room.
I will say that the only time I've been to Alberta is either in the month of May, June, or August. I think I went in August one time. Because I'm not stupid enough to go in January or February.
Yeah, it's not a good idea. That's not.
My brother-in-law's band was actually at it used to be called the Shaw Conference Center, the Edmonton Convention Center. They actually went there once in January to do a show And he said, I said, was it cold? He said, oh yeah, we ran from the plane to the bus to the from the bus to the everywhere we went out. If we were outside, we were running.
Yeah, January
Yeah.
is 40 below and June is 40 above. That's just Alberta
Mhm.
for you. That's just how it works.
Yeah, it's a place of extremes, that's for sure.
Yeah,
I've been there when
absolutely.
it's been hot.
I will.
I've also been there when it's been stormy and rainy.
I will admit that I'm a little bit of a hypocrite because I make fun of Canada all the time, but if I had to travel overseas, like anywhere besides Western Europe, I would tell people I was Canadian.
Yeah, of course you would, because we have a way better reputation than you guys do.
Yeah.
Duh.
I mean, like,
Well-
it's great to actually, like, and you know what the funny thing
We
is?
learned that in
Hold on.
preschool, dummy.
Hold on. You know what the worst thing is that you've ruined it for us. I've literally had to pull out my passport to show certain
But when they
tourists, like to
travel,
show
they
people
say
when I
they're
went
Canadian.
to England.
That's
Because
what
they
you
don't
guys
believe you. They
get
don't
for not
believe us.
having to buy your own defense because you live next to
Oh yeah.
us.
Look
You're
up the
welcome.
Avro, look up
Wink,
the Avro
wink.
arrows, Stephen. Look up the
I wish
Avro
we
arrow,
lived
and
next to
tell me
America so
again that
we didn't have to
develop anything
inflate
for
our
mutual
military
defense.
budget.
Tell us again that we didn't like anything for our
There is a
mutual
Canadian
defense after you
military,
Google the
obviously,
Avro
but
arrow.
Well,
but
yeah, there is,
it's
but
not
it's
as big as it would
significantly
have to be if we
smaller
weren't
than
here.
ours is.
That's because
Yeah.
America made it that way. That's literally because
Yeah, your military is much
America
smaller
wanted
than it would have to be
Canadians-
if we
Canadian.
weren't
Wow, I
here.
just said
If we weren't
Canadian.
here, you'd need a
That's
much bigger
because
military.
you in Western Europe always get us to do your bidding and your dirty work. And then you get in trouble like World War II and you wait for us to come pull you out.
That
Yeah.
nasty World War II situation.
Well, and Canada sent some troops too.
Hey, you know,
They-
hold
they
on.
played-
They
You know
were
what?
much
You wanna
more
talk
polite.
About World War II. You want to talk about the invasion of Normandy? Guess who got the beach up in the middle, MFers? That was Canada. That was Juno Beach. We were right there in the middle. You guys wanted to go take the oh, look at us, we're America. Oh man, Omaha Beach sure was hard.
Yeah,
Those
I know. It
cliffs.
was
Guess
a
what?
joint effort.
Because they weren't worried about you guys. They were coming after
Well,
us.
whenever the Canadian soldiers
yeah,
shot
sure.
a German soldier, they said, "I'm sorry, I had to do that."
You know, it's funny you say that. Like, Canada, actually, because we were still under the Commonwealth, we still are, but in a
Mhm.
more direct fashion in World War II. We have the highest rate out of any country of shooting officers. Like our own officers than anybody else, because you'd have cases where, like, British officers would be like, yeah, you see that hill with, like, 3 pillboxes and 28 riflemen and, like, 8 layers of barbed wire? You need to go take that. And they go,
And they're
I don't
like,
necessarily
"No."
think I want to go do that. And they're like, well, if you don't do that, we're going to court-martial you. Oh, no, look, it's a German bullet. Oh, it's such a tragedy.
You know what? At least you're honest. I respect that, Aiden.
Oh, we're cold-blooded.
You know,
people,
Canadians
Cold-blooded
were
people.
recognized by the German military to be much more professional and much more polite
We're
when
the
we were invading their.
stormtroopers. We're
I
these
read their
stormtroopers.
novels.
Yeah,
Call the
they
stormtroopers.
killed them
for a
very
Like-
politely.
and and we're going off topic.
I find it funny that we were called stormtroopers when America.
Well, I will say you'll be much-
shotgun.
I'll just say though, I think it is better to travel internationally if you're a single American, because I think that we're way more sexy.
Fair enough.
I'm just
Well,
gonna say it.
Duh.
I'll leave the floor open if anybody wants to ask me anything more
Well,
before
I want
go,
I want to summarize our discussion, if that's
Sure, go
okay.
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so we talked originally, and I brought up the solar eclipse example and how it differentiates between, say, the Drake equation and how life on this planet is not associated with it. And you agreed with me that that phenomenon that we experience is special, and yet also it's just a chance coincidence from your perspective, though there's more to it than just that, but the base elements are there. But then
It's
you
one of the
wanted
components that allows it to happen. Yes.
but then you wanted to redirect and say it still doesn't prove the God of the Bible, even if we proved a designer to you. And then I gave you and then I gave you 3 specific examples, just 3 out of thousands, of how the Bible has predictive power, and none of them were really refuted.
Well,
and
no,
you
actually,
could probably
I asked you a specific question regarding one of your claims, and you never got to it as well, to be fair, and that was the relation between the infinite amount of stars, or the countless, sorry, if we want to use just purely scriptural terms, the limit between the relation between a countless amount of stars and a non-infinite universe, how those two things could be interconnected between one another.
I have answered that question. See, God says they're innumerable in the sense just like being the sand on the seashore on Earth. They're
That is
still
innumerable, though.
That's innumerable, not infinite.
It is numerable, and we can, in fact, if we really wanted to, we absolutely could quantify the amount of grains of sand on every single beach on this planet.
Really, you could. We could.
No, you
really.
couldn't,
We know.
Aiden.
Yes, you
that's
could.
such a
So this is
Aiden,
How is that?
You know
Hold on.
that's
Hold
false.
on. How is that false? Tell me how that
down
is false.
down to the grain, though. Let me just clarify. Down to the very grain, we know. I mean,
I didn't say
like,
we
you
know
could
right
do-
now. I'm saying that it is possible that if we really wanted to undertake that kind of Herculean effort, and us as a species just decided one day, we want to know how many grains of sand exist on this planet. There is a quantifiable amount of grains.
What
of
about
sand
all the
that
hidden
exists.
Let me just
grains?
ask
What
you,
about,
do
what
you
about
think-
all the hidden
Let's make
grains
that a
that people take
worldwide
home
project.
from the beach?
We're going to count all the sand.
But wait a minute.
Right?
I just want to say thank you. I just want to say thank you, Aiden. Like, you've been a really honest atheist tonight, and I appreciate that. Like, it is rare. I talk to atheists all the time. I'm the token Christian on Aaron Ross Blasphemers Bible Study.
Oh wow!
I talked to, yeah, and I need Christian support because it's a very conflicting position to be in. So please.
I get it, dude. I'm in the reverse of that position right now. Don't worry.
And Aiden.
Wait, does that mean you
Hey,
actually
you need
challenge?
somebody to get your back.
All right, good night, Ryan.
Hey, have
All
a
right,
good night, man.
everybody.
Let's
All of
love.
you, barring some unforeseen emergency, I will be here tomorrow evening. What time is it? Is it 7:30 Proverbs? Yeah, 7:30. Okay. So, God bless and good night.
Have a good night, man. It was good seeing you.
And I'm sorry that I'm aggressive sometimes, but I use different tactics to kind of test the waters of how to best approach people. Yesterday, I believe it was yesterday, Grayson accused me of not having any experience talking to atheists, which is, quite the opposite of what I do.
That's
But
not what I said.
was,
You are such a liar, dude. You have every time you say something someone says, you are
Fine line.
simply wrong. You were saying something that's factually
snap.
incorrect. So if you don't mean to, then maybe you're not lying by choice. But I in no way said what you said. You did the same thing yesterday when you were like implying.
no, it
things
might
that
not
I
have been
said.
you. Then I apologize. It might have been
Neither of us
the
did.
other guy.
I was here the whole
Someone
conversation.
literally, someone did. You can go back and someone said that I don't. They think that I don't have experience talking to atheists. Maybe it wasn't you, and I apologize.
It
for
wasn't the
that.
other guy either. So neither
Hey,
of the people that
Grayson.
were talking yesterday said that. Because I was
Hey,
here the whole
Grayson,
time.
happened.
we're trying to end this on a positive note, buddy. You better
I just
calm
don't like
down.
this
You better
guy.
calm down.
I understand he hangs out with Aaron Ra. Maybe that's why he's such a jerk, because that dude's a jerk. But you just gotta
Oh, come
Christianity
on.
should
Let's
have
not
this
get
loving
personal.
compassion.
Come on.
I thought you were supposed to exude compassion and love. I should look at you and see peace that passes all
Challenge the
understanding,
idea,
right?
not the person.
Wait,
Challenge the
I
idea,
have a
not the
question.
person.
I really want to know about P-Town's interactions with Aaron Raw and when he does those and that kind of thing. And DB, hey, I offered to let you chime in a couple times, but I think you had stepped away maybe.
Yeah, sorry, bud. My bride called, so I had to take the call.
Oh, it's all good. Feel free to chime in whenever.
I just choose my
got
words
in,
carefully.
Sounds like everybody's all cranked up.
No, just me. I choose my words very carefully, and I don't like when people put words in my mouth and say, you said this, when I absolutely did not.
No, I was also kind of getting a little worked up, but it was just a performance. I'm a performance artist. What do you want from me? Not a single thing I say is actually legitimate. See, there's another quote for Steven. There's another little clip.
Oh, man. If I had the time in the day to go through this whole thing and get that one clip, I really would, Aiden.
I'm sure you would. No,
And
I
at
am
some
joking,
point-
though. I'm sure you know that, though.
At some point,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to get you to explain to me how an organ in the brain that resembles other organs in other brains allows for communication.
The brain is an organ.
I mean, because even still, if you're dealing with like a matter, like a brain, that's matter. Like, how does something in relation with another piece of matter allow for communication between the two things? Like
So you want to talk about synapses, then? We could talk about synapses.
No, I understand what synapses are. Synapses are directly connected with one another. right? Like
Sure.
you and I, we have a brain. I'm spitting out words like you understand what I'm saying, or at least I hope
Absolutely.
you do.
Well, I try my best,
Right?
but
And you're telling me that there's a bit of matter in my brain that relates to a bit of matter in your brain, and because they relate to each other, but they're not connected to one another, they allow for communication, and this results from bumping particles.
I mean, like, I wouldn't at all use the terminology you just used there as far as the matter being connected to one another. I guess the best way of putting that is that our brains generally share the same overall structure and how they are made and how they interpret information on a general basis, sure. But the biggest thing that arises between those, though, I mean, sure.
We
as
do
far
with
as,
cows too.
but do they have the exact same process of how they process that information compared to
Neither
us?
do you and neither do you and I. And
Yes,
we still
exactly.
understand
Thank
each
you.
other.
Thank you. Absolutely. You are illustrating my point beautifully of the fact that
No,
it
you
is
have
not,
no
it is the
point.
nuance. It is, well, I'm in the middle of trying to explain it, so you trying to make that proposition isn't very fair and isn't very honest, but whatever. I mean, it is that nuance, though. It is that difference between our minds that facilitates our ability to have conversation about such complex topics. Because if our minds were literally exactly the same in every single possible regard, then we wouldn't have any differences whatsoever in how we perceive things and how we think of things and how we would process the world around us if there was literally nothing inherently different about that. Now, that is a material difference that we can observe, which is why we can see instances of things like Down syndrome happening as far as genes are concerned before that baby has even been born. There are markers that will determine neurotypically people and non-neurotypical people. So I think that what you're saying, like, if you want to talk about how those, like, how inert matter can become conscious, I feel like is what the
No.
kind of the road
No.
you're trying to go down. No, is that wrong?
No. I'm not talking about I skipped clean over consciousness on purpose. I went straight to communication. And even if what you're saying makes sense, and I was to grant everything you're saying, on what level are you speaking about? Because on one level, and one level speaking completely, there is only three components that make up all matter on this planet and in this universe. That is a proton, a neutron, and an electron. So there is no difference. They are bumping particles. They're quarks. They're electrons. They're neutrons.
On an atomic
they're
scale,
protons.
sure, there's no difference. Yeah, on an atomic scale, there's no difference. Absolutely, I'm not disagreeing with you there. I'm not trying to act like the actual particles that make up these things are different, and I think that that's a little bit strange that you make that distinction, because I never made that distinction. I think it's more
No. Well, see, I was going somewhere with that. I was asking you on which level you're speaking about, because you're saying that it's the differences. In that regard, there is no difference.
On an atomic level, there's no difference. I'm talking about how those how those elements you're talking about are arranged to make up the mind that you and I have, and the differences that exist within those two things, within those two minds.
You haven't explained it though. I'm asking you to explain that. Okay? Like, because there's no difference. There's no difference on an atomic level, right?
Okay, sure.
They're particles.
But an atomic level.
Hold on a second, Aiden. I don't stomp all over you when you're talking. I really don't.
No, that's fair. Go
Okay.
ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. On an atomic level, you're dealing with bumping particles, exchanging electrons, and this is the very mechanics on which all brains are built. There's no difference. You can opine over the different sizes of the organs and how the electrical signatures of the synapses as they fire change the signal as it moves from one portion of the brain to the other. That allows for what you call... Yeah, they are, and I'm granting you that. That's not the point, though. Okay,
Clip Dustin right here for YouTube short.
At the very base level, they are all exchanging electrons, and they are all based on atoms. Okay, right? And the biggest thing that allows for that signal to change is the exchanging of the electron.
Have you ever
Now, when we break it down to that that very base level. What?
I was about to say, have you ever heard the quote from Socrates that the whole is more than the sum of its parts? Because that's absolutely
No,
what is being
I fully
described
agree
here.
with that, but I'm asking.
Okay, but you're
I'm
trying to
asking
say
you.
though, but you're trying to say that because those two things are exactly the same on a subatomic level, like what are the implications that you're trying to derive from that?
I'm asking you. All right, there is no implication. This is a question.
Okay.
Right? It boils down to, on what level are you referring to where our brains are similar but different? Because as far as I can tell, the only difference may be some chemical, right? And that generally has to do with like the blood brain barrier and your
So how our brain so a prime example of how we are similar, right? As you're asking for. So just like one part of the brain that is similar between the two of us, if I can just name it off the top of our head, is we both have a hippocampus. So we both have a part of our brain that is developed specifically for long-term memory and delineation within that long-term memory. So that is a similarity that we have amongst one another within our brains. Now, a difference that we have in our brain would be how we respond to different stimuli. Now, there are certain stimuli that people will build up a certain response to thanks to pattern recognition that is totally different. It's why people have, I'm trying to think of an appropriate example of this, and the one that immediately comes up to my head are people that are into BDSM, and I mean, that may sound like out of left field, but the reason I say it is because their brain is literally wired to have a positive neural response to the stimuli of pain. And they have basically programmed their brain as far as how it interprets that stimuli to respond in a positive way, to release endorphins and dopamine, things like that. So a difference in our
Edit
brain...
Aiden right here for the G-rated Christian version.
Yeah, sorry. But I only pointed out...
I don't think that's how it works.
Okay,
Maybe.
sadists. Sorry, I should say. A more appropriate thing is sadists. So a sadist will have a different endocrine response to the stimuli
we call
of
it
pain
compared
to
sin.
somebody.
Right.
But, you know,
Debauchery.
that's just
Sure, but that's
to
an
the,
extremely
to the atheist.
it's an extremely unproductive label when you're actually talking about
Oh, really?
specific endocrine
On that
response.
note, though, fellas, I really do want to let this whole thing keep riding out, but I have to farm in the morning, and it's 11:02, and I've been going for almost 5 hours, so I'm really sorry, but I do have to get to bed.
Okay, I will just say as a
We
closing
have to continue
statement,
this conversation.
We can. I have no problem continuing it, Dustin. I think that anytime I talk with you, bro, I always find it interesting. And I just want to say to everybody in here that I am genuinely in these conversations trying to conduct myself as truthfully and honestly as I can. And I hope you, I hope that you can recognize that, and that I also recognize that that is the case when it comes to talking about these things. People like P-Town, Dustin, DB Copper, all these people that are in this room right now, as far as I
think that
understand
you're
that
honest. You're honest with us, but I don't think you're honest with yourself.
Okay, well, I think
either way,
Sounds a psychic
Aiden,
in your mind, Aiden. He can read your mind. That's a God's gift.
Right?
Love
No
you,
kidding.
buddy.
No kidding.
Aiden, Sunday night, 5 o'clock.
Okay, what's up? What's Sunday night?
That's the next episode. So hopefully we'll see you
Thank
there.
you, Aiden, for hanging out.
If
Yeah, no
Adam
problem.
comes by too, I'm gonna have to alternate you guys.
All right, that's fine. And you know what? That's fine. I understand. If he wants to, in all seriousness, if he wants to just be separated from me, that's his right, and that's fine. But everybody, you have a good rest of your night and take care.
You too, Aiden.
Give me 1 second before you take off, Proverbs guy.
Okay.
Grayson,
Yes, sir.
it's nice to meet you. You seem like an interesting individual. I too
Not
am an
normally this
individual who
aggressive,
tries. No. I too am a person that snaps when someone tries to put words in my mouth, and I pick my words very carefully. I'm looking forward to conversing with you in the future. P-Town,
Yeah, Defender.
it's nice to meet you. You have some very interesting points and unique perspective on the Bible. I hope to get more of it in the future.
Looking forward to hanging out with you too, Defender. And Grayson,
Much
I'm looking
love,
forward to
DB
hanging out with
Fisher.
you more.
All right, Pete. We'll be best friends by eventually, I'm sure.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Well, it'll be one way or the other.
Good night, man.
That's
my
true.
goal.
Things do.
Much love.
They work that way.
Sunday
Good night,
night,
guys.
5 p.m.
God bless.
Everybody.
Bye, everyone. Have